Chapter 301. Oh, a human has gained fame in the northern region?
The giants do not usually recognize the significance of another race member, and they would kill him before making him famous. If this young man has gained such fame that it reached us here, his potential must be real.
A green flame that can heal serious injuries and prolong life? What a magnificent ability. Maybe it is a new race derived from humans. Maybe we should try to get him on our side.
It is a shame to let the giants take advantage of him like that.
I think that. Shut up. A shout from Jabba immediately silenced the hall, and then he looked back at Robin, not knowing what to do.
Even Uggaz looked out of the corner of his eye at Jabba, as if begging him to help him. He did not understand what he saw in front of him right now. When he came up with this information, he thought it would be interesting to Robin, and perhaps his response would be the same as the response of the rest of the elders now.
But this.
Robin was frozen in place, his pupils narrowed after hearing this as if they were about to disappear.
Sweat started pouring out of his hair and face.
After more than a minute in this position, his eyes regained some light again, and he spoke.
You said that this young man is different from ordinary humans? Tell me exactly, how different is that person? Uggaz swallowed his saliva and then spoke.
It is said that he is about the same height as you, and his physique is weaker than that of ordinary humans. Though he is a shaman and has the second stage of the body-strengthening divine tattoo, he moves much slower than a newly ascended warrior. Upon hearing this, Robin looked toward his foot with an open mouth, grabbed his head with both hands as if to protect it from exploding, and began to mutter in a low voice.
No. This does not make sense at all. Who is this young man?
I told her not to give the life fire technique to anyone. All the elders started standing one after the other and looking at each other in astonishment. This sect head of theirs still had a smile on his face and kept laughing even as he gave them the means to help them control the world.
It seems that he has mentally collapsed after hearing this news. Master, are you alright? Jabba spoke hesitantly. Which tribe is this from the 12? How can I go there? Can I meet that person? Robin rained Uggaz with questions out of the blue. Calm down, please, there is no need to worry. The young man is in the Azel tribe.
According to the public knowledge in the northern region, he is mainly used to treat serious wounds and prolong the life of the members of that tribe. When he is free, he meets strangers from other tribes to treat them also in exchange for 5 gold banknotes per person. He works day and night, and you can see him easily if you are willing to sacrifice that amount of money. 500 energy pearls are no joke after all. That tribe is stationed at the highest point of the planet. Even after leaving the eastern region and heading north, you will have to pass through 3 other tribes of the 12 before reaching the tribe of Azel. Going will be difficult since the northern region is considered a closed area, and no one can enter it from the rest of the planet's regions without special IDs. But I can request a favor from the northern region fire salamander chief. He can definitely smuggle you there anytime you want for the right price, just say when. Immediately. Tell him I am ready to go at once. No matter if this requires 500 energy pearls or 1,000,000, I have to meet him as soon as possible. Robin grabbed Uggaz's arm and emphasized his words.
I will go too. Jabba looked at Uggaz and spoke. Okay then, please make preparations. I cannot go with you because I am wanted everywhere, but I can secure the way for you too. You will fly north tomorrow. After 2 weeks. Roff. Don't worry, I trust everything will be fine. Jabba spoke, trying to comfort Robin.
Since they moved from the City of Hope, they crossed the borders of many lands of the tribes of the eastern region. Upon reaching the borders of the northern region, they met with the Fire Salamander organization, and he and his men began helping them to get in. So they were able to enter the lands of the 4 northern tribes without a permit. After each time they crossed the border, they bought a new Draco to reach the next tribe as soon as possible. But the strange thing is that during all this, Robin did not utter a word and did not look around for a moment. He did not even give a comment on the extent of the strength or the size of the lands of the northern tribes. He contented himself with sitting, eyebrows frowned, looking at his feet, while moving his fingers fast intensely. Can you at least tell me what is on your mind? Why are we doing this? Jabba tried again. But again, he did not get any response. It was as if Robin was completely cut off from the world around him. Anyway, get ready. We will reach our goal in less than half an hour. Then I will ask to meet the young man, and you will enter with me as my escort. I hope you try to act normally, or else the guards there will feel that something is wrong and will not let us in. We cannot make a scene here, or we might never get back alive. After about a full minute, Robin nodded. Is this young man from my planet? How and why did he come here? Why does he have the life fire technique I gave Mila? Is everything all right back there? Did that young man come to send a message from Mila? Questions, too many questions without answers, almost killed Robin out of overthinking. But he came to his senses a little after Jabba's warning and began to take a deep breath and slowly let it out. After half an hour. Ba. Jabba and Robin jumped off the Draco and landed in front of a huge green building. In front of it, hundreds of people were standing in rows, some of them looking and smelling as if they had not moved a single step in months. Wait for me here, I will see if I can do something to get past all these lines. Jabba spoke via the thought-conveying technique, then moved toward the 2 guards at the gate. Robin rolled his tired eyes and quickly scanned his surroundings. The place was mined with guards everywhere, most of them were at the shaman level, and there were at least 5 Dragon Realm cultivators around this building alone. Chapter 302. After 10 minutes. Come on, let's get in before anyone opens their mouths. Jabba hurriedly grabbed Robin's arm and ran again toward the entrance to the palace, past hundreds of people standing in line, who were gazing at them as if they were preparing to eat them alive. When Jabba saw the puzzled look on Robin's face right before they entered the palace, he spoke. I gave the guard a few golden banknotes, and he decided to change our entry order a little, hee hee. Just before they entered the palace, the guard stood in front of them and looked directly into the eyes of Jabba. You should leave any weapons you have here. After you enter you will have 10 minutes max. After that, I am going to have trouble, and if a superior asks what is going on I will have to say that you cheated me and you will both be arrested and punished accordingly, understand? 10 minutes, understand. Jabba nodded twice and left a short sword with the guard. Then he and Robin entered the palace and closed the door behind them. Robin looked around in astonishment after entering. The palace, which was garish from the outside, was inside a one-story block closed from all directions, and it was obvious that it was designed to keep what was in, and what was out. It was decorated with all kinds of skulls and the heads of huge beasts and intelligent creatures, with green misty smoke all around them giving the place a special aura. At the same time, he was able to spot the 5 cultivators and the realm of the dragon within a few meters of this place. They were so close that they could literally hear every word going on inside, and they could storm in at any moment if they wanted to. After a few more seconds of checking the place, they found a person sitting in one of the corners of the palace. He did not look in their direction as if they were not there, still busy looking at the burning green flame in front of him as if he saw his whole life playing in it. Robin slowly approached him and began to extract some features of this young man. He was blonde-haired, but his hair roots were black, and his facial features were handsome and sharp. His body had a stage 2 body-strengthening divine tattoo, and his inner energy had reached the pinnacle of the sainthood realm. Looking at the green flames before the young man, he could say for sure that this was the life fire technique. Before Robin came to Nihari, he gave Mila the first 2 stages of this very technique, and there was no doubt about that. He did not know who this young man was, but did Mila not give him the full technique, or did he steal it somehow? Robin continued approaching the young man with too many questions in his head. What attracted Robin's attention the most were his eyes, 2 dead eyes with no light or life in them. No, even Robin's eyes never reached this degree of hopelessness and sadness, as this young man had despair in his heart and nothing else. These were not the eyes of a famous person who lived a good life by treating people, but rather eyes that had seen all the horrors in the world: injury, poison, or life vitality. The young man spoke while still looking at the fire in front of him. Robin looked at Jabba and sent him something via the thoughts conveying technique. A little later, Jabba spoke. Hello, Honorable Green Flame Carbon, I have heard a lot about you. The thing is, I have an old injury from a poison sword, and the poison took years of my life vitality. Please take a look at everything in my body, and I will remain completely silent until you are done so as not to disturb you. The young man raised his head and looked at Jabba with a slightly nodded eyebrow. All right. Swoosh. Suddenly Robin moved his hands, and a semi-transparent bubble formed around the 3 of them. Then he looked toward the young man and spoke. This bubble is made by the minor heavenly law of sound. No one can hear a word outside it, and we can speak freely now. Minor heavenly law of sound? What do you know about heavenly laws? The young man suddenly stood up and looked at Robin in shock, but there was no fear in them. Robin came forward and sat down in front of the young man and gestured for him to sit down again. You can stop this nonsense now, as I told you no one can hear us. Only my disciple is here, and he knows everything about our origin, so there is no need to hold yourself back in front of him. Tell me when you came here, who sent you and why, and most importantly, who gave you the life fire technique? When the young man heard the term fire of life, his eyes widened. You, who are you exactly? I am the one who asked first. Robin spoke in a hard tone this time. The young man sat quietly and looked at Robin with some interest this time. I see, I did not think anyone else knew the coordinates of this planet, as I thought that no one knew it except my mother and my elder brothers. Was it one of my elder brothers who sent you here to search for me? Your elder brothers? Who are they? Robin asked quickly, but a very bad feeling started to come to him. Do you want more confirmation of who I am or something? Of course, I mean my adopted brothers Caesar, Theo, and Peon, and my older sister Zara, since my mother told them about the coordinates that day. Buzz. Robin felt an explosion in his head upon hearing the last sentence. My mother told them about the coordinates. The only one who saw him inserting the updates of the planet Nihari into the space portal was Mila? Lady Mila to you, rude thing. The young man furrowed his eyebrows and let out some of his energy to pressure Robin. Robin quickly stood up and looked at the young man in front of him with wide open eyes, his mind seeming to stop working. He did not know what to say or what to ask, wondering if this boy was him. Robin quickly shook his head before jumping to any conclusions, activated 20% of the Eye of Truth so that it would not emit a golden glow, and focused entirely on trying to figure out the real age of this young man. He quickly found out that he was 20 years and a few months old. 20 years. Robin arrived on this planet 21 years ago. Tell me what your name is. Do not tell me the bullshit name they gave you here, give me your real name. Robin quickly asked. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly, but replied, my name is Richard Burton. Robin's heart pounding after hearing the name was so strong it was as if his heart was preparing to jump out of his chest, but that was not enough for him. He quickly raised the Eye of Truth's ability to 50% of its strength, released his entire spiritual strength, and focused on spotting the blood of the boy in front of him. Undoubtedly, there were signs of his own bloodline in him, and this young man was one of his first-class relatives, without a doubt. If he was not his brother and certainly not his father, he sure was. You are my so. Robin started to stutter as he looked at the boy in front of him, sometimes with red eyes open wide and sometimes half closed.
It was as if he was still trying to convince himself that he was in a dream. I am what? Speak up already. Richard spoke sharply, clearly becoming impatient. You are my so.
Robin was about to finish, but stopped himself in the middle of the sentence, not daring to continue. Then he sat down, looked at the floor, and asked in a low voice, Is your mother, Lady Mila, okay these days? Richard let out a dark chuckle, saying, I hope so, as it is said that there is a paradise to which the righteous go, and she should be fine.
What do you mean?
Robin raised his head and looked directly into Richard's eyes.
My mother is dead. Chapter 303.
Robin looked into the eyes of the young man in front of him after hearing his last sentence. He looked at him for a long time. With an emotionless face, he did not utter a single word, but his pupils were shaking so hard, it was as if his eyes were about to fall out. Richard furrowed his eyebrows a little when he saw this. He did not know what to do because the person in front of him was clearly in deep shock. Richard looked at the giant with the side of his eye, perhaps understanding more about the situation from his features. He also found him looking at the human sitting in front of him with a face that looked in deep pain. The giant even tried to extend his hand so many times to put it on the shoulder of the seated human. He would pull it back again every time, apparently not daring to cut his rope of thoughts.
Did she really die? Mila, she is dead. Finally, Robin muttered, but his eyes regained focus for a moment as if he understood something and spoke. No. Maybe you mean she has been missing for a while or something, right? That is definitely what you mean. She is so strong, she is the strongest woman I have ever known. Come on, tell me, when did she disappear? Did this happen here or on our home planet?
I will search for her. Richard ignored that the person in front of him called his mother by her name again.
His eyes reddened and he started laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha. Yeah, she disappeared, right in front of my eyes. Oh, how? Was it the major heavenly law of space? Why did she use it? Tell me the specifics.
Robin held out hope when he heard this and asked again, already forgetting that Mila does not know anything about that law.
No. Where did your imagination take you?
It was much simpler than that. She vanished by the stomach acid law, haha.
Richard continued laughing out loud again. Ha! Robin swallowed his saliva, then asked, What do you mean, exactly? I did not understand you. What is there to understand?
The giants of Nihari cooked her and ate her right before my eyes.
Well, that can be considered watching her disappear, right?
Richard kept talking in a sarcastic manner, but after he finished, he placed both hands on his head while his eyes were wide open. It was as if he could see everything that had happened in front of him again. As if all the lightning bolts in the world struck him in the same second, Robin kept looking at him with an open mouth and lifeless eyes. Even his pupils stopped moving. After the Seven Kingdoms attacked Jura City with the support of the Flame Empire, we managed to hold out for about half a year, but a betrayal took place and the city was conquered. My older brothers, Uncle Billy, and even Grandpa Gallon insisted that my mother take me and escape through the space portal so that we might meet with my father once again. They thought he might protect us and give us solutions to what is happening to the family. Richard spoke in a choked voice, still resting his head in both hands. But when we arrived, we did not find my dear father, and we did not find any human beings. The portal sent us to the middle of a city where everything is huge, and around us from every direction there were 3 meters tall giants talking in a strange language and trying to harass my mother. We did not know what was happening around us, so we tried to escape, but we could not run away. The gravity was too strong and I was too weak, and my mom had to protect me from gravity with her energy as we tried to escape, so we were quickly caught. But my mother did not give up. Everyone who was trying to approach us was turned into ashes, and my mother held her ground and protected both of us. But in the end, a few giants came with the power of a sage and managed to subdue her. Before they caught her, she screamed and signaled to the giants to wait for a little. She cut herself and me, and told me to heal myself. We used the life fire to heal the wounds right before their eyes, and that is something they understood. Then we were taken to the place of the chief of the tribe and his subordinates, a large hall full of giants. It was like some kind of a party was taking place there. We were presented to them to make a decision for us. We spared no effort in trying to prove what we could do so that they might survive. After our mother and I proved to them again that we really treat severe injuries and we can even prolong life, they agreed to keep us as pets. But the chief of the tribe moved next to my mother and started playing in her hair and running his hand on her butt, and his intentions were clear. My mother refused strongly and started yelling and indicating with her hand that she was married. Whether he understood her or not, the chief of the tribe was not fond of her reaction very much. It seemed like she embarrassed him somehow. So he moved away from my mother's side and gestured to some of his companions. They quickly moved, captured my mother, and pushed her to the ground in front of me. They were about to rape her in the middle of the hall in front of dozens of other giants like some kind of a sideshow for the party. Then my mother looked at me, sobbing, and said, "Stay alive." Then she used her inner energy to cut her lifeline. She committed suicide as an act of loyalty to her fool husband, the one who put her in this situation in the first place. But do they leave it at that? Of course not. For some reason, my mother's death angered them even more. Haha, so they started fucking her corpse anyway. After they finished, they grilled her over a modest fire in the middle of the hall, cut her up, and distributed her body parts on the plates of all the attendees. Hee, everyone took a piece of my mother while I was sitting watching. I remember one of them taking a bite of the liver and then spitting it out with disgust and going to the fire to grill some more. He even stole an extra piece of the kidney as he was waiting. Ha. Hee, ha. Sniff.
Richard's outburst of hysterical laughter ended with weeping. Every word he said was reminiscing, and everything was as if it happened in front of him again. So he put both his hands on his head and went down with his body until his chin touched his knees. He started crying like a 10-year-old child. Tears filled Jabba's eyes after hearing what happened to this boy and his mother, even though he had not known them before. As for Robin, his heartbeat became very faint. It was so faint that Jabba had to cover him with his spiritual sense every now and then to make sure he was still alive. But the thing is, Robin's features remained unchanged from beginning to end. Not a single drop of tears fell from one of his eyes. After another 2 minutes, Richard still sobbed heartily. Robin stood quietly, turned, and moved toward the door, but stopped just before the door opened and said 3 words, "Wait for me," on top of a hill outside the capital of the Azil tribe. After getting out of that place, Robin left the Draco and started walking south on his feet. He did not say a word, and Jabba did not ask him anything, just kept a small distance between them and started walking behind him. A few hours passed in silence with both of them sitting at the edge of the hilltop. Robin looked as if he could sit in his place like this forever. But Jabba could not take it any longer and decided to ask, even if he did not get an answer, "This young man and his mother, did you know them from before? They are my son and my wife." "What?" Jabba took a few steps back. For the first time in his life, he felt frightened. After a while, he gathered all the courage he could master and asked again, "You are okay, right?" "I am fine, go get us the Draco, it is time to go back to the sect." Robin spoke in a voice that made Jabba's hair stand, but he did not dare to stay here an extra moment, so he quickly jumped up and went to fetch the Draco, leaving Robin alone. After a few more minutes, Robin extended his palm, and a small metal tablet appeared on it. Then a white flame appeared on top of that tablet, and it silently started melting on his palm until it turned into a mere liquid. "What are you doing? Do you not want your hand anymore?" Jabba was terrified when he saw the sight as soon as he arrived. Robin's right hand was about to disappear. His flesh and bone melted, and the metallic fluid began to fall through a large hole in the middle of his palm. Robin looked behind him with a smile and said, "Do not worry, it is all right, let us go." Then he jumped behind Jabba over the Draco, and sat down as if nothing had happened. Jabba compelled the Draco south. Terrified of what was happening, he did not utter a single word. He thought Robin was melting that tablet to punish himself somehow. He did not know that this tablet was the first oath tablet Robin made when he came into this world. The oath tablet that Robin, Jabba, and Orzin had sworn upon to cooperate and keep their secrets. The oath tablet that Robin swore upon, that he intends no evil towards the giant race. Chapter 304. Roff Roff. Tell me more about the strength of the tribes in the northern region, in detail this time. Robin finally spoke after 2 whole days. "I do not think that is a good idea," Jabba replied in a low voice. "Speak," Robin said coldly. Jabba remained silent for a bit, then sighed and said, "The 12 northern tribes took the lion's share of the kingdom of the second heavens chosen. Each of them owns more than 200,000 divine weapons, and they are all much better than the scraps our tribe had before your arrival. Let us not forget the 4th stage of the body-strengthening divine tattoo. The good news about the 4th stage of the body-strengthening divine tattoo is that it is not widespread among the public like the previous 3, and it cannot be bought with money. It is dedicated to the ruling families of those tribes, and not all members of those families either. The 12 families agreed to create a balance between them so that there would not be a power struggle in the future. They agreed that the number of emperors would always remain equal among their tribes. If a tattoo of that degree was drawn on a member of the Azil tribe, for example, the rest of the tribes would be informed. Each family of the other 11 would also choose a candidate of their own to upgrade his body-strengthening divine tattoo to the 4th stage. Because the emperors want to remain unique and respected to the utmost degree possible, and because there is really nothing to gain from adding another emperor to a tribe because the rest of the tribes will follow suit, you will not find many emperor cultivators. According to the Fire Salamander organization, each of the 12 tribes has 27 emperors. Of course, this number is what is announced, and who knows if one of the tribes hides more emperors. Most likely, all of the 12 tribes are hiding more. Master, I have heard about the power of emperors a lot. They are not something that dragons and sages can stand against, and the difference between them is extremely wide. In addition to all those superior divine weapons and the strong relations between the 12 tribes, please rethink whatever you are asking this question for. So the northern region combined has 324 emperors and 1.2 million divine equipment on paper, and there are high chances that there are more, but just a little more as they are too connected and nothing can be hidden if they overdid it. Got it. Robin spoke with a simple tone. Whether the numbers he said or his indifferent manner of pronunciation sent chills down Jabba's spine. After another 2 weeks, in the Desert of Death, at the City of Hope, we salute the head of our sect, and, The elders were standing in line on the tallest building in the city when they heard Jabba and Robin approaching the city again, but Robin ignored them and moved straight towards the military industry cluster. They all looked at each other in astonishment, and then jumped off the building and flew behind him silently. 2 minutes later, all the divine tattoo masters and the divine weapon masters immediately gather in the central plaza. Robin called out using the minor heavenly law of sound, his voice resounding powerfully in the ears of everyone present. He then looked toward a huge building at his right. All the blacksmiths are to come to the central plaza as well, and this is a direct order from the sect head. In a moment, large numbers began to emerge from the buildings surrounding Robin like ants. Some looked up in awe at the flying Draco and the dozens of elders, while some talked to each other trying to understand what was happening. In less than a minute, more than 5,000 people of different races appeared in the huge empty land in the middle of the military industries complex. Robin looked down at them for a few seconds and then spoke. Who are your superiors?
3 individuals came forward, stood in front of the 5,000 people, and bowed in full. "Greetings, Master Sect Head, how can we serve you?" A metal tablet appeared in Robin's hand, and he threw it to the person standing in the middle of the three. "Here you will find the details of making a space portal, whether the metals used to make the foundation of the portal or the resources used in the inks or engraving shapes. Everything is described in detail there, and everything should go perfectly, as not a single mistake will be forgiven. I will give you 2 weeks to complete it." Space portal? The elders looked at each other in astonishment upon hearing this name. Without waiting for the response of the 3 individuals as to whether the project was possible or not, he silently turned the Draco around and moved toward the largest building in the city, and again all the elders followed him. Inside the administration building. Bah. Mr. Sect Head, can we understand what this was? Is this portal related to one of the other regions of the planet? One of the elders asked Robin while he was trying to catch up with him. "It is a personal matter," Robin replied frowningly, still advancing quickly on his way. "Summon whoever is in charge of the sect armies to my room. I want to see him today, and bring me all the captains of the special forces. I also want all the warehouses and intelligence officials, and bring me whoever is in charge of anything that concerns direct warfare." Someone else took a few steps and tried to ask something else, but Robin raised his hand and stopped the sentence in his throat. He looked at the only demon elder and said, "Summon your king to me, I have to see him in a week's time." Robin then looked toward Jabba's uncle Takar, the council elder who was responsible for everything concerning the giants, and said, "I would like to see Thander too. He and the chiefs of all the tribes who have submitted to us have 3 days maximum to get here." The demon nodded at once, but Takar furrowed his eyebrows. This boy, even with all the authority he has, who gave him the guts to demand Thander to come to him in such a humiliating fashion? The Lightning Tribe is a partner of the sect, not a puppet like the rest of the tribes and the damned demons. Before Takar could reply, Jabba quickly interjected, Of course, he will come in time, I will work it out myself." Robin nodded once, then turned and walked again until he chose a random room, entered it, and locked himself inside. Everyone started looking at each other and wondering what had just happened, as they had all seen Robin just a month ago and this was not him. He had been indifferent to anything and laughed sarcastically at everything, looking like he did not care about what was happening here. Yet now he asked for all these meetings? The elders started small talks among themselves, trying to guess what was going on. Not Takar, however, as he was still fixing his eyes on Jabba. He had seemed to tremble all over since he got back, and even now after Robin entered his room, Takar was still looking at it with a terrified expression. He seemed to understand something, and then asked, "Speak, boy, what exactly happened in the Azel tribe?" All the elders went silent and looked at Jabba too, waiting for his answer. After a whole minute of silence, Jabba removed his gaze from the door, looked at the elders with lost eyes, and said, "A disaster has befallen the whole planet." Chapter 305. Nihari Union Sect Elders Hall, 7 days later. Focusing the intelligence squad in the sect and all the tribes on getting continuous updates from the northern region, demanding to double the number of armies many times? Double the number of rune masters and send them to the tribes to draw divine tattoos for everyone for free? What exactly does the sect master intend to do? One of the elders said, surprised. "Do not forget that he asked to double the lands we dedicate to the herbs we feed the high-level mounts as soon as possible. And to double the numbers of our special forces, and all this within a time limit of 1 year. 1 year, another muttered. There is also his order to make the inner energy system public and support the cultivators with energy stones. His orders will eat up all the money we have been collecting all along, and for what? Do you think he wants to? He definitely wants to invade the northern region." Someone clenched his hand and spoke, "Even we as the entire United Eastern region won't have this one easy. He wants to destroy the planet for a personal problem. The northern region has emperors. How can we simply attack them? He himself was in favor of staying away from them before. Now because of a personal problem he wants to throw us into hell." Another elder stood up and shouted, "This wouldn't do for me. How can the army of my tribe, which has just woken up from multiple devastating battles, plunge itself into a war against the northern region? And in 1 year at that. This is the northern region we are talking about." The chief of one of the 7 giants tribes hit the table, and the rest of the chiefs nodded. The chiefs of the 7 tribes that aligned themselves with the sect, and all the sect elders, the absolute rulers of the eastern region of Nihari, were all here. Under this roof, the highest meeting that had happened since the war against the second heavens chosen has taken place. Thander raised his hand to restore the calmness of the hall, then spoke softly as he looked toward the elders. "Sect head Robin has our utmost respect and appreciation. He is the one who founded the sect for you and made it your safe haven and made you equal to us giants." The sect elders tilted their heads and bit their lips, even Orzin gave a long sigh. Then he returned to look at the other 6 tribal chiefs. "He also helped us to multiply our lands at least 5 times the size of what it was. He gave us strength and equipment we never dreamed of, and we, for the first time, live in true peace with each other thanks to him." The 6 chiefs also bowed their heads, not knowing what to say. When they swore allegiance to the Nihari Union sect, it was just a lucky test to see if that suspicious sect could really help them. Later they saw for themselves how far they had come thanks to them, thanks to Robin. But Thunder shouted suddenly and caught everyone's attention again. "Our gratitude to sect head Robin does not mean that we throw our lives into hell against our will because he said so. Don't get me wrong, if sect head Robin wants us to do anything within our limits we must do it, no doubt, but if we are forced to attack the north, then this council will decide our course, not personal whims." Well said. You are absolutely right. After Thander finally uttered what was going on in everyone's head, the cheers rose to support his great vision, and the talk in the rest of the meeting became much more open. After another week, the administrative district of Jura City, inside of what looks like a giant metal storehouse. How is it possible that you haven't discovered anything yet? This might be our biggest discovery since we got here. A middle-aged man shouted forcefully. The aura he released to pressure those present was that of a level 34 sage. We are sorry, sir, but there are no books or tablets left to explain what this huge edifice is. And everyone who worked on it was under the influence of the oath tablet. Some of them died when we tried to force a word out of them. Someone standing behind him spoke while looking at the ground. Shockingly, he was a level 32 sage. That mid-level sage turned in exasperation. What do you mean by this? Is there no way to decipher this arc? Robin Burton wouldn't build something that big without gaining some huge benefit out of it. The information we got says he spent months inside this warehouse, personally building and engraving on this huge semicircle. We must know everything about this thing. We are working on it. But, replied that low-level sage. But first we need to figure out how to encrypt and show all the runes on the surface, and then carefully study each one of them until we know what we are dealing with. That will take some time, a lot from him actually. What? You still haven't even been able to decipher the external cipher. Supposedly you are one of the smartest sages in the Empire and one of the most important innovators of techniques in the Empire. You spent thousands of years discovering minor laws and figuring out new attacking techniques. You fool even dared to try to upgrade our major heavenly law fire technique. You are the head of the investigation team, for what was happening in the land, for heaven's sake. We are counting on you to find out what Robin Burton was doing here, but you speak of this weakness? Are you declaring your defeat in front of a boy that didn't even reach 200 years of age? Of course, I can do it, but give me some time. These are things I've never seen or heard about before. I don't know where Robin Burton got all this from. If he is really the one who created it, then he is a genius in every sense of the word. Aren't you ashamed of speaking like a fanboy, old man? Don't give me this crap and just say approximately how long do you need? The mid-level sage said angrily. Ask me this question again in 100 years and I might give you an answer. What the fuck? Buzz. The mid-level sage almost started yelling when he heard the response of the head of the investigation team, but suddenly the giant semicircle next to him started making strange sounds. The void in the middle began to turn into a semi-transparent slab. What is happening here? The sage furrowed his eyebrows and fixed his gaze toward the semicircle. The head of the investigation team and all his team behind him watched closely as well, trying their best to memorize what was going on. They have been here studying every bit of the magnificent semicircle for years, but nothing like this happened before. Step. Chapter 306. There is someone who came out of nowhere. Is this the use of this huge semicircle? No way. Everyone present inside the metal warehouse was dumbfounded when they saw a young-looking man with a frozen expression coming out of the space portal with his hands behind his back. Even the two sages were dumbfounded as well, but for a different reason. You are Robin Burton? The mid-level sage asked with his eyebrows knotted. Robin shifted his head and looked at him for a few seconds. It looks like I am still famous even after all these years, but I cannot say the same to you. Who are you, and what are you doing on my property? This is Robin Burton? Is this the creator of everything we are investigating? He looks very young just like the rumors say. I cannot believe it is true. Ha, excellent, the heavens are helping us. The mid-level sage burst laughing loudly and started walking towards Robin. I bet you did not swear on an oath tablet to keep your mouth shut as well. Everything we want will be ours at last. The oath tablets? Robin asked with a frown, and then a slight smile appeared on his face. It seems like you clowns did not get anything useful out of this war, ha. The mid-level saint's face twitched. There was no war, only a one-sided genocide, and now we finally got our biggest prize. Buzz. The mid-level sage's step stopped when the gate started to glow again, and two individuals walked out of it, or rather, two strange creatures came out. The first was about 2¼ meters long, his skin was dark crimson red like he was soaked in a pool of blood, and he had long white hair and two horns about 2 feet long each. The second looked more like an extra-large human, slightly bluish in color, about 3 meters tall. His muscles were almost exploding from the intensity of the power it holds. The crimson being released a sage aura at the top of the low levels, and the blue giant released an aura of a sage at the top of the middle levels. The sight of the two of them and their aura were enough to make everyone in the metal warehouse take a few steps back in utter terror, even the two sages. Jabba, break that thing's bone for me but keep his life. Robin pointed at the mid-level sage, and then continued, Amon, lock the warehouse door and kill whoever tries to get out. Swoosh. Amon immediately jumped towards the door of the warehouse, closed it, and stood in front of it, baring his fangs in readiness to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, Jabba began to move with steady steps towards the mid-level sage, and out of nowhere, a giant warhammer appeared in his hand. You, what exactly are you? What are you going to do? I am an emissary from the Flame Empire, and you dare touch me. Jabba's aura and figure made the mid-level sage's heart drop at his feet, but Jabba was clearly unaffected by his words and continued his way toward him. As for the head of the investigation team, his eyes were still on Robin. Robin Burton, I have long wanted to meet you. Do I know you? Robin looked at him from above his nose and spoke. No, but I know you. I have spent years deciphering your fire explosion talisman, and many more years following all your work on the ancestral continent, as you really are a unique person. The investigation team head spoke, and then unleashed his low-level sage aura and started to advance toward Robin with a crazed look. I wonder what I will find if I open up your head. Bah. Amon began to move again towards the head of the investigation team to defend Robin, but his spiritual sense caught Robin raising his hand to him to stand in his place.
So he took a few steps back again and stood to watch. What? Do you think you are my equal? You are obviously still at level 26, just a mid-level saint, and do you think you can take a single blow from me? Ha ha ha, even the emperors did not have that kind of strength when they were on your level, what arrogance. The head of the investigation team said angrily. He was preparing for a fight against Amon from the moment he saw him and Jabba advancing for the portal, but it turned out that he was not worthy of fighting him?
Robin stretched his hand forward, and a black spear appeared in it, beginning to move toward the head of the investigation squad slowly.
Did I give you permission to decode my work? Where did this spear suddenly appear from? Wait, does this have anything to do with the heavenly path of space? Is it that black ring on your hand? Oh my god, you really are a genius. For a moment the killing intent vanished from the sage's eye, and he looked like a child who saw a toy. Haha, from today you will become my slave, and you will teach me everything you have ever known in your life. During the hysterical laughter of the head of the investigation team, he sent a fist toward Robin, and a sea of pale yellow flame came out. But to his astonishment, Robin did not panic and did not ask for help, but instead stabbed forward with his spear toward the oncoming sea of flames. He did not use any heavenly law, there was no wind or specific phenomenon, and it was not too fast or made with a shiny spear technique. It was just a straight textbook stab. The scene made everyone hold his breath. It was like a cockroach trying to stop a car, a lizard trying to stop a tsunami. What is the use of hitting the intangible flame with a simple spear stab? But quickly the answer revealed itself, as the sea of flames had disappeared. Chapter 307. What the?
The word stuck in the throat of the head of the investigation team. This scene was not something he would have dreamed of in his life. He has heard of attacks that fail, attacks that get dodged, attacks that are repelled, but an attack that disappears? A sea of the third-rate stage major heavenly fire disappears just like that? This is definitely a new one. What did you just do? The nerves of the team leader began to slip. He who was supposed to be one of the smartest men of his time could not think of a single clue to what just happened. But Robin did not care to answer his question and slowly began to advance towards him. He was dragging the black spear behind him, scratching the ground with every step.
Tisk, don't blame me then. I will have my answers while stepping over your head. The head of the investigation team shouted and took a few steps back. Then with a loud shout, he yelled, "Hiya!" Flames began to burn all over his body and then began to rise rapidly. Even the roof of the metal warehouse began to slowly melt, then the flames began to morph rapidly until they began to take the form of a huge fire dragon. The head of the investigation team looked up at the fire dragon with a look of admiration and started laughing. Hee hee, ha ha. It has been over 1,000 years since I killed someone using my unique technique. If the dragon descends on you, you are doomed. This is your last chance. Kneel down and swear on an oath tablet that you will be my faithful assistant forever, or else. Robin finally stood still and looked up with eyes radiating a faint golden glow. Then he raised his spear and sent a stab between the dragon's eyes. The investigation team leader looked at the focused energy beam as it left the spear and slashed its way toward the dragon. Ha ha ha, I thought you were a genius. Do you really think this trivial energy would be enough to scratch my Bram, TSHH? The words of the head of the investigation team were interrupted by a shiver that shook the entire warehouse. Immediately after the energy beam reached its target, the fire dragon trembled with a force that nearly shattered the hearts of the onlookers, and then disappeared. It disappeared again. It was not as if the dragon figure was gone, but the whole fire that made the dragon had disappeared as if it had never existed. No, impossible. The head of the investigation team took 2 more steps back. Even the rest of his team forgot that they were trying to find a way to escape from Amon and were stuck in their places upon seeing what happened. This was not normal at all. How can fire just disappear this easily? But they did not know that it is not as easy as they see it. This was the new combat method that Jabba suggested to Robin to try, and on which Robin trained for years. Jabba's initial idea was that Robin should make the most of the eyes of truth, the eyes with which he could see the smallest details in the course of the battle. With it he could see the tiny movements of his opponent's body and predict their next step, and most importantly, with which he could see the patterns of any energy attack heading towards him. The idea was somewhat too broad, but by working slowly on it with Robin during many training sessions, they came up with a terrifying new combat system, especially regarding heavenly law attacks. Whether the attacks of internal energy law techniques or attacks of offensive divine tattoos, all have one thing in common, which is that the user tries to imitate the patterns of law in nature and uses it to his advantage. But imitation has limits. No matter how genius a person is, the law that he uses will have a few lapses and weaknesses during the accelerated combat events. Here comes the new role of Robin's eye to locate the weak points with the eyes of the truth and then use focused natural energy to destroy them. And when a pattern loses just a fraction of the whole, then it collapses. An incomplete fire pattern is just not fire anymore. The eyes of the head of the investigation team were not focused for a few seconds, but he quickly regained his focus that he was in a life and death fight, but not the same kind of focus and determination as before. Some fear and insecurities began to creep into his heart. He no longer had absolute confidence that he could subdue or even directly kill Robin without losses anymore. He looked to his side and almost screamed for help from the mid-level sage, but the words got stuck in his throat. The sight of the mid-level sage was heartbreaking. His left hand was broken, one eye was gouged, his clothes were torn, and he could barely balance himself on his feet in front of the giant Jabba. The head of the investigation team looked back at Robin with more focused eyes. Shit, I do not have time for this. I have to finish it quickly and get out of it. Without further ado, the head of the investigation team rushed forward.
He raised his fist and coated it with layer upon layer of dense energy, clearly making the decision to end Robin with close combat and stay away from using anything from the fire path. The dense layers of energy with which he enveloped his arm should be enough to push the black spear aside in a direct clash and then make its way through to pierce Robin's chest and out of his back.
This time there will be no room for any tricks.
But the head of the investigation team was distracted again when he saw the black spear disappear.
Then Robin took a close fight position and started preparing to throw a punch too. Ha ha ha.
The head of the investigation team laughed out loud as if he saw the best joke in the world, and increased his speed. Within a split second, Robin also moved and punched forward, with no laws or any fancy-looking show. It was just a straight punch straight into the fist of the investigative team head. A punch backed by his full inner power as a middle-level saint, backed by his physical strength as a middle-level shaman, and finally backed by a strength tattoo that temporarily doubled his physical strength 5 times.
Boom!
The direct clash between the fists of Robin and the low-level sage sent an energy wave in all directions, sending the entire investigation team flying and spitting blood. Even Jabba and the mid-level sage were pushed back a few steps, then the wave reached the warehouse walls and dented it in the middle.
Bah!
A sound of a strong crash forced him on to check on his side, and he found the head of the investigation team, or it should be said, what was left of him. His entire right arm up to the shoulder no longer existed, and the skin and flesh on the right part of his face also disappeared. If Amon were not still observing the manifestations of life from this mass of flesh and blood in front of him, he would have thought that the guy was dead.
Amon, I accidentally threw a thing towards you. Throw it back to me and focus on your task.
Robin spoke in a low voice and pointed toward his foot.
Chapter 308. Bah! Arg!
Amon kicked the investigation team leader like a garbage bag, and he went down right in front of Robin's feet. That simple kick from Amon was enough to make him cry out in pain. He had no power left in him, as it was only that his soul was strong enough to hang in there despite all the damage the body had taken.
Ha! Arg! Ha! Ha!
The investigation team leader was fighting for his breath. He was well aware that he was not in a position to suffer in peace, so he held back his cries and slowly looked up.
Key!
When his gaze met with Robin's, he felt a cold shiver all over his body and let out an involuntary shriek. Only now did he realize how terrifying this indifferent look was. From the beginning, he was nothing in his eyes. Neither his identity as the man who exposed the fire explosion talisman nor his identity as a Flame Empire sage made him enter Robin Burton's eye, as from the beginning, Robin saw this end.
I stay. Stay where you are. I can. I swear to. I will be your assistant. I am useful. Please, please.
The head of the investigation team muttered with all that was left of power in him. He was badly startled when Robin leaned forward and extended his arms towards him.
You do not deserve it.
Robin replied coldly, and then grabbed the sage's head with both hands.
Show me what happened in my absence. What do you mean?
Ah! The head of the investigation team's tragic cry sent terror into the hearts of the rest of his team. They were the ones who knew the most about their chief's strength and endurance, as this was a sage that lived over 2,000 years.
What kind of suffering and cruel trials did a man of his age not go through in his life? What kind of pain has he not experienced yet?
However, since Robin Burton grabbed his head, he started screaming like a little boy who had been thrown into a fire. Their features turned for the worse, and they began to involuntarily take successive steps back, because whatever happened to their boss should not happen to them. But suddenly, there was a grr sound coming from behind them. When they turned around, they found that they were only a few steps away from Amon. He looked every bit ready to kill them all if they took another step.
Is that what it is called between a hammer and an anvil?
The investigation team members thought and began to sigh, with some of them already accepting their fate.
Bah!
A thud came from behind them all of a sudden. When they looked back, they found their boss was thrown like a dead dog on the ground, while Robin was looking up towards the roof with closed eyes and a clenched fist. It is clear that Robin was trying to hide his feelings by keeping a steady face as much as possible, trying to hold together and regain his balance by looking up and closing his eyes.
But how could this escape the senses of the members of the investigation team?
They were all old men who had lived for a few hundred years at least, and they knew firsthand that the quiet person in front of them was raging.
I advise you to go back to where you came from.
All this noise and energy fluctuations are enough to draw every attention in the city, and they are absolutely on the way. It is a matter of a few more seconds until all the sages and saints in the city surround this warehouse, and when they find out what you did, you will be killed in the most horrific way possible. A member of the investigation team panicked and started threatening. Robin remained in position for a few seconds, then opened his eyes, looked to his left, and made a gesture. When the investigation team followed the path of his gaze, they were shocked again, as Jabba was holding the middle-level saint by the neck. All his bones were broken, and all his muscles were cut off. The energy-gathering center in his body was also destroyed. He was alive, but his eyes were unfocused and he only had a little awareness left. In that state, he definitely would not last a day before the last shred of consciousness vanished. That giant brought the middle-level sage into this state without anyone noticing. They did not even hear screaming or cracking sounds throughout the process. Second, what happened to the sage's consciousness? How can the consciousness of a person who has lived more than 2,000 years be so easily destroyed? Even if his body reached this state, he should have kept his consciousness in the fullest form. What exactly has been happening to their right the whole time? Following Robin's signal, Jabba started walking towards him, dragging the mid-level sage on the ground behind him. He reached right in front of Robin and then lifted the meat bag up so that Robin would not need to bother himself and go down for him. Then Robin raised his hand and placed it on either side of the mid-level sage's head. After a few seconds of incessant screaming, Robin finally removed his hands, and the last light disappeared from the mid-level sage's eye, finally allowing him to fall to the ground.
This time it was not simply for Robin to look up or look upset.
He was so angry that Jabba took a step back, and Robin's eyes turned red as a few drops of blood started to run down the sides of his eyes. He looked like he was crying blood instead of tears. The sound of gnashing his teeth ran like knives through the ears of everyone present, and the look of his trembling lips was enough to make their hearts beat like war drums in their chests. After a few seconds more, Robin moved in this state to the warehouse gate, and on the way, he looked aside at Amon. "I got what I wanted, you can have your feast now." A big smile appeared on Amon's face, and he spoke in an audible, coarse voice, "Yes." "Ha! What do you mean by a feast? Come back here, do not you know who we are? Stand where you are, please. The Empire will." "Ah." Robin opened the warehouse door to the fullest, and Jabba walked out 2 steps after him, worried about what was going on in Robin's head. But he seemed ready to carry out any orders asked of him, and it seemed that the orders would not wait long either. With a quick glance around and then sending his spiritual sense 200 meters around the warehouse, Jabba immediately knew they were surrounded. There were hundreds of saints around and at least 11 sages among them, with all eyes on him and Robin, silently watching what was happening inside the warehouse, but at the same time ready to pounce at any moment. Robin looked around slowly for a few seconds, his blood-red eyes and his trembling lower lip making him look like a demon staring out from the bottom of hell.
"Flame Empire, you have crossed every line.
You should not have done that, as there is no room left for the two of us to live under the same sky." Finally, Robin fixed his gaze in a certain direction and spoke, as if he was pulling every word out of his throat with great difficulty. Then he continued, "You all had too much fun here, you have made your statement clear enough, and now you will hear mine. I hereby declare that neither a man nor a woman, neither a weak nor strong, neither an old woman nor a baby, none of you wretches has the right to breathe the air that I breathe anymore.
You are all dead." "Ha ha 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 ha, what a funny man.
I was about to ask you to submit and let our 2 sages go, but you started joking instead." Laughter came from the direction Robin was looking at, and then a middle-aged man appeared from behind one of the buildings.
But once he saw that Robin looked serious about it, a high-leveled sage aura overwhelmed both Robin and Jabba, and he continued, "You want to kill everyone in the Flame Empire, huh? You and what army?" Buzz.
At that moment, the space portal inside the warehouse suddenly started shining and making sounds again.
Chapter 309. Bam bam. The sound of heavy footsteps began to echo inside the warehouse.
The might of the heavy footsteps and the number of feet causing it made all the saints and sages around the warehouse look at each other in astonishment.
Since when did this relatively small metal warehouse contain all these people? Who were they exactly, and how did they get there?
Be prepared, they must be of the fleeing troops, don't let anyone escape this time. The high-leveled sage raised his hand and announced.
Yes.
A shout resounded from the rest of the sages and saints, and they all began to emerge from their hiding places and take a position of readiness. This was not the first time they had fought the fleeing forces, it will be a tough fight no matter how many are there.
Bam bam.
The step sounds got very close to the gate and the saints and elders of the Flame Empire started to light fire between their palms, ready to attack at any moment.
But all of it was suddenly extinguished.
What came out of the warehouse weren't the Burton's fleeing troops, they weren't even humans, but crimson-colored creatures with long horns and long white hair.
No.
The high-ranking saint took a step back when he sensed the auras of the 20 demons he saw. All of them have the strengths of a sage. Don't panic, it's obvious that they are just monsters without brains, coordinating our attacks well, we can. The words got stuck in the throat of the high-ranking sage when he saw another row of 20 demons coming out, then another. Very soon 220 demons walked out of the metal warehouse's gate, all of them at sagehood. Robin looked back at Amon who had his 2 hands and teeth drenched in blood, standing at the very front of the demons, then nodded at him. These are the kings and seniors of the demons in the lands of each tribe in the eastern region of Nihiri, and even some of the demons who have recently broken through into sagehood thanks to the abundance of high-level food that the continuous wars in the past 20 years provided them, like Amon. After the sect finishes annexing or destroying a tribe, the demon king Morin sets out to meet the demon king of that land and gives him techniques in exchange for loyalty to their god, Robin Burton. That's right, the demon race didn't owe allegiance to the sect like the rest of the giant tribes, but to Robin alone. Even Robin didn't know about this until Morin inadvertently mentioned it to him recently, but by then it was too late to adjust, as Morin had already annexed most of the demon kings of the eastern region. Currently, all the demon kings in the eastern region are no longer kings, but are representatives to rule their regions under the name of Robin Burton, and none of them has any privilege over another demon of the same level. The only one whom even the previous kings consider to be higher than them and they respect with all their hearts except Robin is none other than Amon. He is the first demon to acquire the unique skills that changed their lives and he is their direct link with Robin. It can be said that he is the one who brought this blessing to all their race. One way or another, Amon became the newly uncrowned king of demons even though he was still as powerful as a low-level sage. So during the previous 2 weeks, when Robin announced that he would enter a war in his mother world, Amon was the first to volunteer, and even told Robin to leave the task entirely to the demons. Since there was no strong competition from the rest of the chiefs of the tribes and even the sect to send battalions with him, Robin agreed and handed the whole matter over to Amon. Looking behind him now, it seems that Amon is still yet to disappoint him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Without warning, without saying a single word, the saints and sages of the Flame Empire all began to fly one after the other in different directions. A slight smile appeared on Robin's lips upon seeing this, and then spoke in a low voice, "Besiege the city and then kill off everyone." "Yes," Amon replied verbally in a thick voice with a full bow. Since the demons were able to clearly hear the Nihiri language by using the technique that Robin made, they began to try to imitate the sounds to speak in an audible voice. And finally, after millions of years of evolution, some of the demons started saying stuff other than roaring and snarling. They finally began to become an intelligent race in word and deed. After Amon finished his deep bow, he flew towards the Jura city wall, and all the demons behind him did the same. Other than reaching the level of a dragon in body strength, all of them had reached the level of a saint in their inner energy cultivation as well. And because they were used to flying in tens of times higher gravity, in the blink of an eye they were able to bypass the elders of the Flame Empire and reach the city walls before them. And only a few seconds later, screams began to echo the whole city.
No, 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 oh, leave me alone, you devil. Ah.
I know you are angry, but I think you should have waited before giving that order. Maybe one of your old followers or family members is still inside the city somewhere. Jabba spoke as he saw the horrors taking place over Jura City. Even though he has seen many massacres before, he still hasn't gotten used to how the demons do their business. It is just too bloody. Oh, there are quite a few of them at that. Their children and grandchildren. A few hundreds, I guess. Robin spoke coldly, placing his hands behind his back.
Then you are. Jabba held his eyebrows high. He didn't understand what Robin was indicating. Jabba couldn't finish his sentence before he heard a piercing sound shouting at him, Robin, it is really you finally came back.
It's me, your uncle. I have a lot to tell you about what happened in your absence and those traitors that fled the city when we needed them most, but first, get that creature off me. Quickly the source of the sound appeared in front of them, a demon clutching the neck of an old saint in his pajamas. The old man only cried out loud and waved at Robin, and the demon kept looking at Robin as if he was waiting for an order from him.
Did you not hear my order the first time? Robin shouted at the demon with an apparent killing intent. Without a second delay, the demon opened its mouth and took a bite out of the old saint's face.
As for Robin, he looked at Jabba with a blank face. I have no followers nor a family here, not anymore.
Chapter 310. Ah. Help, Arg, please help me.
Blood drenched the streets.
Thousands of soldiers and civilians, elderly and newborns were being massacred and eaten in the streets. Have you seen this in the memories of one of the sages? Jabba sighed and asked, ignoring everything that was happening before his eyes.
Yes, the Flame Empire turned the armies of all the other 7 kingdoms against the Burton family and provided them with 40 sages and hundreds of saints.
Millions of soldiers flocked from all directions to uproot my family and capture me.
They liked the idea of the fire explosion rune, but instead of trying to communicate with me about it, they decided to destroy everything and take me as a prisoner.
Have you ever heard of more arrogance than this before?
But they didn't know that I left to my followers the major heavenly laws and commanded them to take care of our special troops and increase their numbers. So when the war came to Jura, there were more than 30,000 saints protecting the city. Even without sages in the family, the 30,000 saints held their ground and created a historical epic against the combined army of 7 kingdoms. This city, my city, was besieged by 4 million soldiers for 3 continuous months. None of them was able to cross the walls thanks to the coordinated attacks among the family saints. Their food, water, medicine, and other necessary supplies almost ran out because of their huge numbers and the strong battles they had to face every day. The generals of the 7 royal armies were pressuring the imperial sages to withdraw and regroup before their food and water ran out and their millions of soldiers started to die from hunger.
Indeed, everyone expected their withdrawal at any moment after the 3rd month. But to everyone's surprise, the Black Sun royal family began sending supplies of food and even weapons to that allied army, Nysa.
And the Duchy of Evran, one of our own, sent an additional 300,000 soldiers with all their saints and knights to support the attack on us and also opened what appeared like an endless supply line for the allied army.
Black Sun royal family? You mean the royal family of the kingdom your family lives in? Jabba was stunned. Exactly.
It is clear that they were afraid that the allied army would attack them out of anger on their way to withdraw, or perhaps they were afraid of the real strength of the Burton family which they showed during the siege. The important thing is that because of what they and the Duchy of Evran had done, the siege seemed as if it would never end. Robin nodded and continued, every day that passed, the Burton saints succeeded in killing thousands of enemy soldiers, but the enemy sages were succeeding in hunting dozens of my family's saints, and this went on for another 3 months. Then he looked in a certain direction and saw a man being eaten in cold blood. All the elders of the Burton family who are in the city now saw that the demise was coming, so they decided to destroy the main gate from the inside and allowed the allied enemy army to flood the city with soldiers within minutes. Because of them, 50% of the city's citizens were killed, 49% were imprisoned or enslaved, and the rest are those close to those elders and their friends and the big merchants who surrendered to the invaders. The families of Bradley, Rufus, and Camden have also been destroyed the same way because they stood with the Burton family to the end. Many of them were killed, including my father-in-law, Galen Bradley, and the rest were imprisoned or turned into slavery.
This. Jabba clenched his hand.
On his way to this world, he was praying for good news to make his master's condition change even a little, but
Jabba sighed and then asked, what happened to your adopted sons and the rest of your followers?
After the enemies entered the city and it became impossible to defend it, all the special forces gathered around my 4 sons. And they, in turn, gathered around Mila and Richard until they escorted them here, to the warehouse, where a suitable amount of energy stones had been prepared in it previously, and they urged Mila to take Richard and come to me through the gate. I am not sure what happened in the warehouse that day, but Mila most likely agreed to protect her son. And after everyone made sure that they were sent to me, thinking that they were safe that way, the special forces, accompanied by my children, my friend Billy, the patriarch, and a few elders from the family moved out of the city, and no one was able to stop them.
They are now what they call the fleeing troops.
Robin began to explain the events he had seen, but with every word he said, he saw the events in front of his eyes. He could clearly see through the eyes of that mid-level sage all those saints surrounding the warehouse and defending it desperately. He saw Mila and his 10-year-old Richard crying as they refused to run away and let their comrades face death in their stead.
So the rest of your comrades are safe now? Jabba asked quickly, finally finding something positive about it.
Almost 2/3 of the family saints are dead, the patriarch and the rest of the elders who chose to fight are dead, Caesar and Alfred Marley were captured and sent somewhere, but other than that everything is perfect.
Robin said sarcastically. Your eldest son, Caesar, has been captured. What happened? And where is he exactly now?
And who is Alfred Marley? Asked Jabba, shocked, as if the problems so far were not enough. The fleeing troops were surrounded one day, so Caesar used the united attack technique I taught him and remained in his place to fight off their enemies. The patriarch and the rest of the elders decided to stay as well in a suicide attempt to give the youth a chance to escape. As for Alfred Marley, he is a prince from the Black Sun royal family. He did not like his father's decisions, so he decided to call his guards and return and defend Jura with his own hands. His father declared his disavowal if he did it, but this did not stop him, and he was one of those who volunteered for the suicide attempt to stop the enemies. But in the end, he and Caesar were captured and the rest were killed. As for where they were taken, I do not know, I just know that they are being tormented somewhere.
Soul search technique is still in its initial phase, and those two sages died before I knew all I wanted. Jabba lowered his head and clenched his hands tightly as if he wanted to break them.
The situation on his master's mother planet was worse than he expected.
What did this mean for his master's future? What would this mean for Nihari's future? Will Robin come back to take care of what was going on there?
He basically did not care for a long time, and now this happened.
I noticed that you used the law of gravity to break through to knighthood. I realized that you did this to help me in this war, so thank you.
Robin looked at his side and patted Jabba's arm gently, knowing this wasn't an easy decision for him. Jabba had been delaying building his pillars for almost 20 years now, waiting for the day he would build them with the Truth Master Law. But he didn't hesitate when he was in the current situation and decided on the major heavenly law of gravity to build his first pillars with. He had basically forsaken his dream to be more useful in the incoming wars. Then Robin continued without waiting for Jabba's reply. After the demons finish their work and clean up the city of every filth, tell Amon to go back to Nihari and bring all the demons who are at saint level in terms of internal energy or shaman in terms of physical strength.
He should get them and come back to me as soon as possible.
I have a general idea of where Billy and the rest of the fleeing troops are currently, but we will need much more power to rescue them.
All right, I will tell him. Jabba nodded, already feeling a little proud that Robin praised and even thanked him. Good, good. I am going for a little walk, do not follow me. Robin patted Jabba's arm again with a slight smile, chose a direction, and walked with uncertain steps. Chapter 3:11. 1 week later. Is he still sitting there? Amon came from behind Jabba and spoke in a hoarse voice. Jabba nodded. He did not move a muscle. Choose your words with him. I do not think he is in a good mood. Who? Amon let out a long exhale and moved toward Robin. Step, step. Amon reached a distance of 2 meters from Robin, then stood still and put his hands behind his back without saying a word. After a few minutes, Robin took a long inhale and spoke. Did you finish your task? Yes, I managed to bring 100,000 demons at the level of a saint or a shaman, and I also brought the rest of the dragon or sage level. Their total number reached 540, and I also brought a swarm of Dracos for transportation. Everyone is waiting for your orders. Robin nodded and stood up a few seconds later. Come on then, we are already late. Robin walked over towards Amon and Jabba, revealing his clothes and hands that were smeared with mud. He showed behind him 2 graves, one with the name of Caitlin Burton written on it and the other carrying the name of Mila Burton. One contains the bones of Burton's mother, while the other contains a few used pieces of women's clothing and jewelry. 2 hours later. Above a mountain west of the kingdom of Okaya. The forefront forces hold on for a few more minutes, do not waste all your effort until now for nothing. Billy shouted at his soldiers. The reserve forces, move your asses already and get out there. Years passed and Billy and his forces moved from place to place and from kingdom to kingdom, destroying cities, villages, and garrisons, then disappearing like ghosts. When the war began, the Burton family had about 30,000 saints, most of them being low-level saints. With the storming of Jura City and being chased by united special forces from the rest of the kingdoms and backed by forces from the Flame Empire from that day on, their numbers have decreased at an insane rate until they reached a total of less than 10,000. 20,000 dead saints in 10 years. That was more than the total of killed saints in the wars between the 8 kingdoms in the past 15,000 years. But this wasn't very good news for the kingdoms either. The remaining special forces that managed to survive all these years all became mid or high-level saints. That's a force of 10,000 angry mid or high-level saints that are using perfect major heavenly law techniques. Even after clipping the numbers to a third of what it was, those 10,000 saints were literally a nightmare to everyone on the continent. It is worth mentioning that each royal army had previously only sent 500 saints to invade the Burton family, and this was their limit of antagonizing the saints of all families. Since fleeing Jura, Billy frequently commanded his forces to separate and wreak havoc throughout the continent as punishment for what they had done to Jura City. He and the men of the family decided that if they had to die, they would not die alone. The amount of damage or death they inflicted on the 8 kingdoms can no longer be counted. Yes, the 8 kingdoms.
The Black Sun Kingdom's royal family's aid to their enemies did not go unnoticed, they were among Billy's targets. The Flame Empire didn't care what those fugitives did at first, because in the Empire's eyes their fate was sealed no matter what they did. In the end, they would be captured, but after seeing their plans, and the actual destruction they are causing in the continent, the Flame Empire began to send more saints and sages to the ancestral continent in order to subdue them. Today, as every day, Billy and his soldiers were destined to fight a battle, but this time it was not like the others. The Flame Empire kept pressing the fleeing troops until they crammed them into the far east of the continent. It was true that this caused the destruction of almost half of the Okaya kingdom doing so, but this was collateral damage for both sides of the conflict. Currently, Billy and his men were fighting an army of 20,000 knights, 5,000 saints, and 100 sages. The 31st and 32nd Division head to the left and use the White Fire Shield. 16th Wind Division support the midfront. Billy shouted loudly, "This battle has been going on for days now." Billy occupied the top of a mountain and distributed his soldiers in an organized fashion so that they would have the advantage of the higher ground. In fact, if not for his plan to have a portion of the Wind Legion support the Flame Legion by fanning and amplifying their flames, the battle might have already ended. Roar! Ah! An enormous white flame dragon spewed fire at the Empire's allied army from above. With this attack alone it killed more than 20 knights and injured a few saints. The white flame dragon was similar to the one the head of the investigation team tried to attack Robin by in the warehouse, but something was amiss. Whether this dragon's angry facial expressions and roar or his behavior and the way he avoids attacks and chooses his targets carefully, it looks like a real living dragon and not just an image formed by fire. But they didn't know it was actually alive. "Zara, I want your dragon in the eastern front. They are starting to make a hole in our forces there." Billy yelled. "Yes." Zara answered. Then the enormous white flame dragon began to move towards its new location, spewing fire all its way. This was the unique ability of the heavenly major law of life, revival. This dragon was just a flame that 20 Fire Legion saints had joined forces to form, and then Zara came and injected life into it. The dragon has the power of 20 saints combined and has its own consciousness to act independently, and at the same time, it also feels compelled to serve the one who gave it life. The flame dragon that was born out of nothing became a new strong ally of Zara, at least temporarily. The dragon would turn into mere fire and disintegrate into thin air after Zara was exhausted by the pressure of this overbearing technique. Yet temporarily was more than enough to leave a mark in battle. And it's not only her, several other figures of white flames of phoenixes and dragons are also roaming over the battlefield, all under the control of the other members of the Life Legion. All this strength and diversity, and yet Billy stood watching his soldiers being killed one by the sages. If Caesar was here, he could have used the combined attacks to kill some of them and threaten the others, but now? They are simply peerless on the battlefield. If the situation continues as it is, they will have to flee again, but the numbers of the sages participating in the battle this time indicate that most of the Burton saints will die before they succeed. That's if they succeed at all. SAA. At that moment, a loud shriek resounded over the battlefield, taking all the attention towards it. When Billy looked toward the source, he was surprised that the sky had changed color from so many flying beasts coming their way. Billy was taken aback and was about to shout at his troops to look out, but a familiar face standing above the beast at the front caught his eyes. Robin. Chapter 3:12. Robin, it is Robin. It is really Robin, haha. Father, I am here. His Excellency has returned to us. The sudden haughty cheers and the happy faces of the Burton's troops attracted the attention of the sages of the Flame Empire allied army. They all threw their caution aside and looked behind them to see what the Burtons were happy about, but their features did not show the same happiness. Shock and surprise, alert and mixed feelings hit the Empire allied army when they saw the massive Draco fleet. The battle had already stopped. Part of them was looking at the incoming winged beasts, raising their weapons, and shouting happily, while the other part looked visibly anxious. Although they did not know who or what they were, as long as the fleeing Burton troops were happy with their arrival, it was certainly not good news. "They say, Robin," one of the sages from the Flame Empire finally remarked, "like Robin Burton? The one we have been looking for all these years. Can you not see their reactions? Only Robin Burton can give them that fake morale boost even though they are on the verge of death. He is the one who got them to this state from the first place, yet they are still pinning their hopes on him. What a bunch of idiots." Another sage said and floated up. The rest of the sages of the Flame Empire also began to float up to meet the winged beasts. One by one they started to furrow their brows after reaching a certain height. Only now they noticed that above each of the winged beasts lay a number of crimson-colored creatures with long horns, the shape of those creatures alone causing their heartbeat to slow down. And their aura. Saints? There are thousands of them. One of the Imperial sages suddenly shouted after confirming the aura of a few demons. "Look at that over there, the power of his aura is close to mine." Another low-level sage pointed at Amon, opening his eyes wide. Rough. At last, the Draco fleet reached a distance of 500 meters from the sages in front of them. Then Robin raised his hand, and all the Dracos stopped and started beating their wings heavily to stay in mid-air. "You there, introduce yourself. And what the hell are those crimson things behind you?" The sage who was flying in the middle of the rest stepped forward and shouted toward Robin, releasing his high-ranking saint aura. Robin looked at him speechlessly for about 2 seconds, then looked down and started moving his eyeballs until he found Billy. "Are you all right?" "Ha ha ha, yeah, I am right, you late bastard, I am all right." Billy's eyes started to moisten when he heard Robin's voice again and confirmed it was him. There was something a little different in his features and his voice. It seemed like it had become somehow colder, but this was undoubtedly his friend Robin. Then Robin moved his eyes to locate 3 of the closest and dearest people to him. He was happy enough that he was able to see them whole, but his heart clenched when he saw their condition. Zara and Pion and Theo were all covered in blood, mud, and wounds. Especially so for Theo, as Robin hardly knew him from the many injuries to his face and body. He and the rest of the Darkness Legion carried out operations behind the enemy lines to destroy their ranks and distract them. The Dark Legion was one of the most important factors that enabled the rest to survive despite the continuous fighting for days, but it was not without consequences. They were not hunting ordinary soldiers this time, but saints. In each operation, the forces of darkness were besieged and some were killed while others were injured. It was clear from their numbers now that they would be the first legion to be exterminated in this battle out of the 4. However, the 3 smiled in their hearts when they saw their father again, forgetting their fatigue. Zara almost even flew towards him, weeping with happiness, but her Life Legion colleagues caught her leg and brought her back to the ground in time, afraid that she would be an easy target. Sorry, I know I am late. Robin felt a little cold in his chest when he saw them and spoke. Yeah, what a heartwarming reunion. Sorry to interrupt, but the good news is that you will meet again in prison shortly. The sage of the Empire standing in the middle said mockingly, drawing Robin's attention. Robin looked at that sage for a moment. Mason Barnett, level 39 sage, head of the expedition that came from the Empire to investigate my affairs, the one who issued the order to destroy my Jura. I hope you are ready to face the consequences. The sage raised his eyebrow, a little surprised that Robin knew his name and status as they had just met. Face the consequences? Ha, do you think those beasts you brought can stand before the major heavenly law of fire because they have the numerical advantage? By myself, I will roast them all. A half-smile appeared on Robin's face and then he looked to his left. His eye fell on one of the demons and he spoke in an odd language. Soccer, you know what to do. I will make it painful. Soccer, one of the strongest demon kings in the eastern region, gave a big scary smile that showed his giant fangs, then he flew over the Draco he was standing on towards Sage Mason. I do not know what kind of an ugly thing you are, but it will not matter. Come and taste the real major heavenly law of fire. Mason laughed coldly, gestured for the rest behind him to back off, and then lit a faint yellow flame in his right hand. Roar! Soccer roared like an angry beast when he saw the faint yellow flame, and then shouted in a raspy, chilling voice, "What is this polluted flame? You dare show it to my master? Unforgivable." Ha! White flames appeared on Soccer's hand as he approached his target, the same white flames with which the flame core had tormented him over the course of 10 years. Although Mason did not understand a word of what Soccer said, he understood something. He was angry at him for some reason. Quickly he tried to raise his defenses to repel the attack and then finish this demon with one blow to prove his strength. But before he raised his hand to fend it off, he received a punch from Soccer that knocked out a few of his teeth, and his pale yellow flame was completely burned when it touched the white flame, sending him flying like a meteor to the ground. General! The sages behind Mason shouted when they saw this. Some of them rushed towards him to see if he was okay, and some rushed towards Soccer to stop him from pursuing their general any longer. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several shades of crimson ran past Robin at that moment, and all the demons with a dragon in body strength or a sage in inner energy rushed towards the Empire sages. In a split second, every sage found himself facing a demon or more, not even knowing where they appeared from. Ah! Stay back, you damn thing, or I will burn you down. As if the demons had become deaf and dumb again, they attacked immediately and without introductions or warm-ups. They did not start small talk or try to get in lines or coordinate their attacks. Every attack from the demons was so ruthless that it seemed as if they wanted to eat part of their opponents, which greatly terrified the sages of the Empire. They did not know that they were actually planning to eat them. The physical strength of the demons was enough to easily beat any sage at the same level. Whether their strength or speed had taken a huge leap since coming to this world, their physical design was simply a level above the creatures of this world. And now these creatures could use the power of the heavenly laws as well. No, get away from me, get away from me. No, oh, ah. A cry from an Empire sage came out as his defenses were breached, fearing that the demon would deal a fatal blow. But instead of sending a punch or a kick, the demon moved its head forward and took a bite of the sage's neck, then gulped. What the hell? Those things eat humans. Fuck. Get into the defensive array. Chapter 313. Help me, please. Someone kill me. Ah. Miserable cries coming from beneath the ongoing battle finally made the Empire sages remember that their general had just been tossed to the ground minutes ago. General Mason, I am afraid we can't break free and come for you. You must find a way and come to the defensive formation at once, or else you might. One of the sages shouted for his general to get up from the ground and join them, but the words got stuck in his throat once he sent a low-level demon sage flying and looked beneath him. He did not find General Mason, the man whose will changes everything under the heavens. The man who moved all the 8 kingdoms' armies just by saying the words. He only saw a man lying on the ground, with Demon King Soccer stomping on his face while he ate his leg slowly. But seeing carefully, that man's clothes and whatever was still visible on his face under Soccer's foot revealed that this man was undoubtedly their general. General Mason Barnett, the level 39 sage, was being eaten alive from the bottom up helplessly. He could do nothing but scream and weep in pain. General! One of Mason's old friends lost his mind when he saw this terrifying sight, broke the defensive formation, and rushed down. Swoosh! But he couldn't advance much. A demon came from his side like a flash of red light, and with a swift claw strike, that sage's head was separated from his body. Bah! That sage's head fell to the ground, his eyes still filled with determination to save his old friend. Cling! The weapons of the knights and saints of the Imperial Allied forces began to fall to the ground in succession from what they saw. Some even wet their pants and others started crying. What brought us here?
It was a question that resonated in everyone's mind at this point.
Most of them were special forces from the 8 kingdoms who were sent to follow the orders of the sages of the empire and eliminate the rebels.
But do they really have anything to do with this? We must help them. One of the saints spoke in a shaky voice.
When they finish with the sages, they will come after us for sure. We must help our sages.
We are 5,000 saints and they only have 200 beasts. We can undoubtedly make a difference if we help our sages. We can kill them. Come on. As that saint was talking, he began to convince himself.
He managed to gain some momentum and started flying up. The rest of the saints from the alliance also started looking at each other, made up their minds, and flew after him too. They must kill those beasts, or it will be their turn shortly after.
Tisk.
When Robin detected the saints approaching from below, he raised his hand and gave a signal with an annoyed expression. The rest of the demons who were still on the backs of the Dracos started jumping and descending one by one.
What?
The first saint who flew upwards was extremely surprised when he saw a demon descending towards him with full speed, his terrifying face looking at him and his jaws wide open.
Ah. Shit. There are more of them.
Because the Draco swarm was standing so high in the air, no one below could see clearly what was above their backs, or perhaps nobody wanted to check it out for fear of what they might find.
Oh my.
Billy muttered as he took a step back, his face transforming from happiness at Robin's arrival to utter horror. The scene in front of him looked as if the sky was overcast with Draco clouds that started to rain demons. All of Billy's soldiers let their weapons touch the ground as well, and fear filled their faces, even though they would not have asked for such a hideous death for their enemies.
Run!
An alliance saint shouted and flew over the heads of Billy and his army, and then more followed behind him.
Billy!
A strong shout from Robin woke up Billy and the rest of his soldiers from their daze.
Yes. Block the road. Don't let anyone pass over us. This is our chance to get our revenge, guys.
Billy raised his sword, flew behind one of the saints who were trying to escape, and attacked him. Although the fight swiftly became fierce between them, both of them kept an eye on their opponent and an eye on what was happening behind them.
About 20,000 demons descended from above those winged beasts.
Some of them clashed with the 5,000 saints of the Alliance, and the rest descended on the Alliance knights like a group of lions finding a flock of innocent little sheep.
Atrocity, massacre, no one found a word to describe what was happening right now. Please let me go, please, I don't want to be eaten. I have children waiting for me at home.
The saint fighting Billy retreated a few meters, prostrate in the air towards Billy, and started crying. Billy hesitated when he saw this, and then looked toward what was happening behind him.
Fuck. Billy clenched his fists tightly and then looked at that saint again. Okay, you can go, but you mustn't come after us again, and… Billy's eyes widened at the last of them.
Someone came from behind the prostrate saint, grabbed him by the nape, and turned him into a blaze of an extremely dark flame. Billy felt as if his soul was leaving him when he sensed the aura of that flame.
Everything happened in an instant.
Billy couldn't even react, but moments later he was able to see the person who did it from behind the black flame.
Robin. Humph.
Robin threw the charred corpse aside and cleaned his hands as if he was holding his trash bag. I saw this person, he was one of the busiest participants in the Jura massacre.
He single-handedly killed dozens of your family and he was intending to kill you now, but you almost let him escape. If you acted that soft, then what will the rest of your men do? What is wrong with you? Billy looked down, not knowing what to say.
Go back and construct a proper siege, don't allow another one of them to escape, or don't blame me if I punish you according to the military laws.
Robin pointed towards the battle.
Billy followed Robin's thumb and looked behind him at the atrocities that were taking place. His men were fighting with a quarter of their usual strength. They looked horrified, even though they knew these creatures were helping them, and they felt the need to escape with the Empire allied forces. He looked back at Robin for a moment, as if he wanted to stop what was happening, but he found a cold, emotionless face, so he flew back into the arena.
Damn it, get yourselves into Formation 0.
You don't have to participate in the killing, but don't let one of them escape, push them to the back and let those beings do their work. If one of you goes against the order, he will be considered a traitor.
Yes. The Burton Special Forces shouted and began to take tight defensive formations. No, let us pass. Just let me pass or kill me yourself. Chapter 3:14. Half an hour later. Salute His Excellency. We salute Robin Burton. About 9,000 saints got down on one knee and shouted in unison. Father. Whoa.
Zara ran and fell into Robin's chest, starting to weep bitterly, forgetting for an instant that she was the leader of hundreds of saints in the Life Legion and a fierce fighter who had fought countless battles and taken countless lives.
Take it easy, I am here now.
Robin held her closer to him and gently stroked her hair with a slight smile. This was the first genuine smile that appeared on his face since he left for Nihari. For the first time in 21 years, his smile was not fake, and there was no pride or joy behind it, just love and a sense of relief. Although Zara is now more than 40 years old, in his eyes, she is still the same child he rescued from slavery when she was 8 years old. Then he looked around him again and found two familiar young men. He opened one of his arms and spoke with the same gentle smile. What are you waiting for? Theo and Peon looked at each other for a moment and then rushed into Robin's embrace as well. The last 2 decades had been too hard for them, and only after he left did the two of them know how dependent they were on him. Finally, after about a minute, Robin let them go and looked behind him, pointing out, "This is Jabba, my first and only disciple at the moment. You can count on him for anything you want help with."
And this is Amon of the demon race, and he is one of my loyal followers.
If you want to move the demons or anything related to them, just talk to him and he will arrange it. Just use the thoughts conveying technique as they do not understand our language yet. Then he addressed a word to Jabba and Amon in Nihari's language. These three are my adopted children, Theo, Peon, and Zara. If they ask you for something, do not hesitate to do it, and if you need anything too, they are there for you, alright.
Understood. The five nodded, and then Peon and Theo moved and shook hands with Jabba and Amon.
There was still some dread in their hearts for the giant and the other creature who seemed to have crawled out of the bottom of hell, but as long as they followed their father, everything was fine. Not only that, but a certain safe and prideful feeling began to appear in their hearts as their father managed to get these powerful creatures to work for him, though this was only to be expected.
Robin looked around trying to find a certain person, until finally his eyes fell in a certain direction, and he spoke, "Hey, how long are you going to keep staring there?"
Billy was still wide-eyed and looking at a demon eating the liver of one of the sages of the Flame Empire as if he was eating candy. Not only him, but the entire Flame Empire army had been wiped out and was now being eaten with pleasure before his eyes. Although the Burton family army testified that these demons came to their rescue and did not touch one of them with harm, they unconsciously maintained the defensive formation even while saluting Robin.
The horror they were seeing was not something you could just overlook. How can a rabbit feel safe in the presence of a wolf, even if it helped him once? Billy! A shout again from Robin woke Billy from his disorientation, and he looked at Robin. "These are. Do not worry about them, they know when to eat and when to stop. Tell the men to rest too, it is all right." He spoke with a slight smile and then continued, "After you finish sorting things out, I want to see you alone." "Alright, I will meet you in that tent there in a quarter of an hour." Billy nodded and went to check on the men and start setting up a camp. After a quarter of an hour, inside the commander's tent, Billy raised the curtain and walked in, looking worried. "Robin, are you sure these things will behave? Are you sure they will follow your orders? There are about 20,000 of them out there, if they go crazy, we are all dead." The men are terrified outside. They were living on eating beasts and mortals. Without me, they would not dream of tasting the taste of cultivators of the level of a saint or a sage. They would not have even dreamed of seeing, hearing, and talking. "Do not worry, they will do what they are asked," Robin said with a small smile and then pointed toward the chair. Billy did not understand anything of what Robin was saying, but understood enough to know that Robin had great faith in them. So he let out a long sigh and went to sit down, smiling. "I did not expect to see you today. I did not expect to see you again at all. Seeing you here with that army, you came back knowing that we are in trouble? It must be Mila. When you were still late after Mila and Richard went to you, we thought that something bad happened to you three, or you thought it was useless to come back and forsook us, but it is clear that you met in the end." "That is reassuring." Robin kept staring at Billy for about 5 seconds, after which he forced himself to move his left cheek to form a half smile and nodded. "Tell me about your trip, and how did you know we were here?" Billy asked. When I found out what was going on here, I used the major heavenly space law to reverse the coordinates I got from the all-seeing God to locate this planet. And then I again used major heavenly space law to connect the gate in Jura and the gate in Nihari. The two gates working together made us arrive almost instantaneously. If it took me 8 days for the one-way trip to Nihari when I left, it also greatly reduced the cost of sending one person. Robin replied and then continued, "After I got here, I caught 2 sages. I performed a soul search on them, and one of them knew about the hunt and siege that would be imposed on you in this area, so I came immediately after the army assembled." So, you and all those demons descended on Jura City? At the metal warehouse? What happened there?" asked Billy, looking frustrated. Jura had always been on his mind since they ran away years ago, but he and his troops did not dare to come back. "Jura has returned to us. Almost. Most of its inhabitants were killed or became slaves after the conquest of the empire, and most of its defenses and towers fell, but otherwise, it has returned to us," Robin said with a painful expression. "Ha, that is great. As long as the city is there, we can always rebuild it." Billy laughed loudly and hit his hip, then the laughter went away immediately as if he remembered something. "That is bad. Who did you leave in charge of the city after you left?" "Do not worry, the ones you fear are still swimming in the bellies of demons out there," Robin replied with an emotionless face. Billy gave a long sigh and started rubbing his forehead. "I was so angry at them that I was about to order Theo to send a suicide squad of the Darkness Legion to assassinate them, but I held myself back. Actually, part of me was happy with what they did. We who tried to resist till the end were doomed to die no matter how long our resistance lasted, but their actions at least gave life to some bearers of the Burton surname. We fought without fear because we know that the family name will not be erased after our death." "It seems you did not hear much after your escape? Those traitors did not just cause you to escape. After the Empire entered the city, they killed half of the family and enslaved most of the other half. The ones who were left unharmed are those traitors and their descendants. It was better to issue the order and kill them off than for them to live on and be the new face of the family. You do not have to pity them, Billy, they got just what they deserved." Robin spoke in a low voice, but also in apparent exasperation. Chapter 3:15. Yet, Billy muttered in a low voice when he heard Robin's words. He didn't find it wrong to punish them as they are safe now, but feeding them to those demons? He had seen with his own eyes how cruel this sight is. No human being should go through this, even those traitors. "Tell me what you know about empires." Robin changed the subject and asked.
Billy gave a long sigh and then continued, in the past, after the Sacred Tree Emperor discovered the major law of plants and became the first person to discover a major law and the most powerful person on the continent, he established a large empire and he and his family controlled the whole world at that time. But he quickly found that the place is too tight for them, so one day he decided to go on an exploration trip outside the boundaries of known lands. After a few years, he came back and used the major plant law to make gigantic wooden ships and then took all his family on them. He forcibly took a few other lesser families, I think they are the servants and workers or something like that, and then simply disappeared as if they didn't exist. Were it not for the historical evidence of their existence, we would have thought that they were just a fantasy story. Then the Emperor of Wind came along, then the Emperor of Water, and finally the Emperor of Flame. All of them went out to explore after proving themselves as the rulers of the known world. After their return, they took all their family members and loyal followers' families and then disappeared on huge ships, and we did not know where they were going. Their mystery continued until the Great War era. A massive war broke out all over the known lands because there was no one powerful entity to rule anymore. Every big family that existed wanted to take a piece of the cake, and everyone started slaughtering each other to secure some land for themselves. Even our Burton family was participating heavily in that war alongside the Marley family. After a few decades from the start of the Great War, very powerful people appeared who claimed to be from the Four Empires. They claimed that what was happening in the ancestor continent affected the serenity of the rest of the world, and they directly supported 8 families to quickly win their wars. Those 8 families, later on, established the 8 kingdoms, and the 4 empires then made some laws that the kingdoms should obey, or else they were punished severely. The royal families over the years have had intermittent contact with the empires and have learned a few things about them. Alfred Marley told us all he knows. It turns out that they did not disappear and did not go to a higher world as the people thought, but rather went to other neighboring continents. They went to undiscovered continents full of minerals, unique beasts, and an abundance of energy stones, each and every one of them a paradise full of untapped natural resources. Those continents should have been a new sanctuary for everyone, but now each of the continents is at the disposal of just one family. Alfred told us that there are 6 continents in the world. The first one is the continent from which creation began, and the inhabitants of the empires call it the land of the ancestors. As for the 4 empires, each of them controls a continent alone. As for the 6th central continent, it is not yet inhabited by humans, and the 4 empires use it as land for training their young and conducting training battles between them. If there is an important resource in it, then a challenge among the young generation will determine the empire that takes that resource. Billy spoke in one breath. The Flame Empire is occupying a continent of their own, so that's where I saw Caesar and the rest being held.
Do you know where the Flame Empire continent is exactly? Robin asked. No, wait, Caesar is still alive? That's excellent. Billy shook his head, then yelled. You don't know, huh? It's okay, I have another way to know where they are exactly. Tell me, have there been any problems between the 4 empires during the last millennium? Robin asked. Billy shook his head, not in the past millennium and not before that either. There is simply nothing to fight over, do you imagine? One family has an entire continent at their disposal. If they lived another million years they wouldn't need anything else, why would they fight amongst themselves? I really envy them for this life, they have true peace. Not for long, Robin replied. Excuse me? Billy asked when he heard this, raising his eyebrows. Leave them for now and tell me about the current general situation in our ancestral continent. Robin spoke of the topic. The general situation in the ancestor continent completely changed after their decision to obey the orders of the Flame Empire and attack us. We had nowhere to escape anyway, so we had to take revenge as much as possible. Almost 10 years have passed since Jura was overrun, and since then my forces and I have been flying from city to city and kingdom to kingdom, destroying everything that comes before our eyes. All kingdoms have fallen to 40% of their original strength during the past 10 years. We tried to attack the 2 capitals of the kingdoms of Okaa and the Lying Water to uproot the royal families there completely, but both of them fled before we arrived, so we destroyed the 2 capitals and fled. We suffered a large number of losses as a result of that as well, but we did not focus much on the subject. We knew we were all dead in the end, and we even stopped counting our deaths a few years ago. We intended to annihilate 1 or 2 kingdoms completely before the last of us gets killed, but you are here now. With the help of those 20,000 demons outside, we can reoccupy and refortify Jura City again. We can slowly grow the Burton family again and make everyone fear us once more. Billy spoke excitedly. Billy was surprised by Robin's reply. No, your original plan is good, I will walk through it too. My original plan? Yes, I will destroy everyone first, then I will think about the next stage. There is a slight modification to your original plan, however, and now it will not be a suicide plan. You didn't hear what I was saying? I had 30,000 saints, but we failed to completely destroy any kingdom. If we add the 20,000 demons and the 200 demon sages outside, they will help you against 1 or 2 kingdoms, that's for sure, maybe 3 kingdoms. In the end, the Flame Empire will send more men, we will be greatly damaged, and we will be surrounded again like what happened today. Why don't we keep our forces until we regrow our family? With you here we will have a better army and better defenses, and then we can really take revenge. Billy said quickly. I have a few times the number of those demons in Jura ready to heed my orders. They are more than enough to eat everyone who participated in the Jura City massacre, Robin replied coldly. 3 times? Wait a moment, did you just say eat? No, the appearance of those demons alone will cause panic everywhere. They are already making you look like the fucking devil king incarnate, and now you want people from other kingdoms to see them eat their relatives under your orders. You have to reconsider. Didn't you want to spread justice? Didn't you want to normalize the good life to make everyone love to serve us? What about the charity you started? You will say goodbye to all of this forever if you do what you say. Billy panicked and spoke, as he himself was still terrified of those demons even though he was on their side. Hee, I was so adorable back then, huh? Too adorable. Robin laughed sarcastically and shook his head. You don't have to worry about my petty requests like this anymore. Secondly, I want to feed the demons to get them stronger anyway. Robin, what exactly happened to you? Billy reached out and put his hand on Robin's knee with an expression filled with questioning and even some sadness. This wasn't his friend. I am fine. I have never been better in my life. Chapter 316. The next day, at the highest point on the mountain. Hey, I came as fast as I could, did I miss something? Billy landed next to Robin, then nodded at Amon and Jabba, who were standing next to him. A demon came to his tent a short while ago, telling him via the thoughts conveying technique that Robin wanted to see him for something important. So he came flying towards the top of the mountain, but it was clear that they started the meeting without him. You came just in time. Robin nodded at him with a slight smile and then looked back at Amon. Do you know what to do now? Do you need me to repeat anything? Everything is clear, everything will be done according to your orders, Amon spoke in a raspy voice. Good, you may start the execution then, Robin spoke and then gestured to him to leave. Amon gave a full bow and then flew towards the rest of the sages of the demon race. Hey, what was this? What is he going to do? Billy spoke and then started looking around randomly. Why are those crimson creatures starting to move? Where are they going? You do not have to worry about this. I called you to tell you to gather your men, we will go back to Jura at once. Robin patted Billy on the shoulder with a slight smile and his eyes closed. Ha, going to Jura? The men need a rest, we have been in a constant fighting state for days, and we were being chased down for weeks now. Billy panicked and said, Can you calm down a bit and tell me what you are thinking? Let us think about our next step together, okay? Everything has already been prepared, you do not have to worry about anything other than what I asked you now. You will know everything when the results arrive later. Robin spoke with a smile and patted Billy's shoulder. What the? Billy furrowed his eyebrows and moved his eyes between Robin and Jabba, not knowing what was going on. I expect everyone will be ready to leave within an hour, and you do not have to worry about their fatigue, they will not be walking to Jura. Robin withdrew his hands and pointed toward the tall trees at the bottom of the mountain where about 5,000 Dracos were nesting. Billy looked at those majestic creatures and opened his eyes wide. Were they going to ride these back? A few hours later. Bah. The Draco beasts descended on the already damaged walls of Jura and the tall buildings that were partly still standing in the city, and one by one the Burton saints jumped down. The excitement of riding the Dracos and witnessing their amazing speed went down after they saw Jura again. Traces of destruction are everywhere around them. The streets are still painted a dark red after the massacre that took place 10 years ago, along with the fresh blood the demons left behind after the recent cleansing of the city. 9,000 saints could threaten the existence of any kingdom on the continent, but they fell to their knees one by one upon seeing this scene with eyes filled with tears of strife and hearts crying out in pain. With all that strength they had, they failed to protect their people and property. What they are seeing now is what they got, and they have no one or nowhere else. Robin looked around quietly. When he was here before, he was in no mood to examine the whole state of the city. Almost nothing remained the same. Even the metal pyramid that Robin built as a huge oath tablet showed old traces of melting on the sides. It was clear that a large number of sages tried to melt it to destroy it and free the rune masters and the special forces to extract information from them, but they failed and stopped. The city will need major rehabilitation, Billy spoke while holding a handful of dark red soil under his feet. It became questionable if it was even suitable for growing crops anymore. Nothing will be rehabilitated here, the soil will not be raised again, and the streets will not be cleaned. Every drop of blood will remain there forever, Robin spoke and looked around. It is our city, the city that has contained the Burton family for more than 6,000 years. We. Billy stood up and clenched his hand tightly, as he knew exactly what Robin was saying. He did not dare to give orders to clean the place and treat his family's blood as garbage that must be disposed of. Even if his heart hardened and he did it, how could he look at these streets and eat the crops of this land again? Robin did not even bother trying to convince Billy anymore, knowing he did not need to. Take your time, you and the rest of the family sages, and take a break from the wars of the last decade. Then spread out over the continent to search for the prisoners and slaves of the Burtons and Bradleys and whatever family helped us to the end during the war. I will leave the entire Draco Legion to you to make it easier for you to do it. Gather them here in camps in front of Jura City until we find another suitable shelter. Your task from now on, you and your men, is to search and protect, do not put anything else in mind. It is not as if the Empire and the rest of the kingdoms will be watching us as we reunite the family. Billy looked at Robin with furrowed eyebrows. But you already know that. You are going to do something big, aren't you? Give the men just 2 days to catch their breath and then we will fight with you to our very ends. No one has to die anymore, just do what I told you, and keep Zara and the 2 boys close. When they come back from exploring the city, tell them I have gone on a short errand and I will be done before they miss me, Robin said with a smile. Billy was horrified to hear Robin's words. You will even leave your kids behind? What exactly are you trying to hide? A part of me that I do not want them to see yet, but I know they will understand later. Robin concluded with this vague sentence but did not seem to intend to explain further. He then looked up at the sky, whistled loudly, and shouted, Let us start the next part of the plan.
At that moment, Billy felt that the ground was shaking under his feet. More than 80,000 demons came out of the forests near the city and from the very heart of the city, standing in 8 combat formations, each one made up of 10,000 demons. At the head of each formation were dozens of white-haired demons who looked even more powerful. Then the formations shot in different directions. Robin and Jabba chose 2 different demon formations and disappeared in different directions. After participating in the siege on Jura with 300,000 soldiers and giving the Flame Empire allied army an unlimited amount of food and other supplies, they were without a doubt the top winners of the war. After Jura fell, Duke Donald Evren raced to claim all the Burton lands. Of course, he could not get their lands at the kingdoms of Dolivar and the Lying Water, but happily swallowed everything inside the Black Sun. The only piece of land he left was Jura and the surrounding area to become the main base for the Flame Empire to station their troops and do their research. With this, the Evren Duchy became the biggest duchy in the Black Sun and arguably in the whole ancestral continent. Their new size, manpower, and strong connection with the Empire sages made them an object of envy from everyone. Even the royal family of the Black Sun started to deal with them with the utmost respect. 1 hour later, at the new frontier of the Duchy of Evren. What is that cloud of dust over there? Are they wild horses? One of the guards responsible for protecting the northern border of the Duchy of Evren spoke. His colleague came and stared at the cloud of dust for a while. I do not know either, the vision is not completely clear, but I think I see some crimson creatures, and they have horns too. Chapter 317. A week later. Over the walls of the capital of the Black Sun. Gulp. May the heavens have mercy on us. Thousands of soldiers standing on top of the walls gazed toward the horizon and began to recite their prayers. This wasn't the first time the capital had faced a hostile army, but it was the first time everyone stood inside its walls. At this moment, it didn't matter if you were a mortal or a sage, everyone was shivering at the sight they saw. The incoming army was not a royal one estimated in the millions, but a mere 10,000 foot soldiers. They had no siege equipment and no one flew in dazzling formations to terrorize their opponents, they just walked there. And seeing the effect, it seemed that they really didn't need to do anything. B.A. With neither quick nor slow steps, a battalion approached that seemed to have just escaped from the bottom of hell. They were all naked and crimson in color, taller than average humans, with long spiral horns, some of these horns even reaching a meter long. The only human in the army looked like a dwarf when spotted next to them, even while riding on a war horse. Is that Robin Burton? Oh my god, the rumor is true. Shit, we should have taken a neutral stance. The Marley family's knights and even the sages started talking in a low voice. There were rumors over the past few days that many cities inside their kingdom were invaded and killing sprees happened. However, everyone who went out to find the truth about these rumors did not come back. Seeing the sight in front of their eyes now, it must have been true. It took a few seconds for the side talks to stop again, but they all started looking at a certain person from behind aggressively as if they wanted to rip him apart. Sage Albert Marley approached the person the knights and sages from the royal family were looking at, and spoke in a low voice. Philip, what are we going to do now? I don't think Robin came today for a friendly conversation. Philip Marley gritted his teeth hard and then looked next to him in the direction of a few people dressed in the traditional dress of the Flame Empire. He looked desperate, and if they asked, he would kneel and beg without a doubt. There's no need to say anything, he's just an idiot who doesn't know his weight. You shouldn't be fooled by the shapes of those monsters. Maybe he brought a few clowns from his family and changed their shapes and their auras in our eyes with an illusion technique or something. After all, he is the creator of all those techniques, right? I assure you they are just human beings who haven't even reached the knighthood realm. A sage chuckled and spoke, that person especially having the strongest aura of all the sages on the walls. B.A.B. Robin raised his left hand off his horse when he got as close to the walls as he wanted. The demon battalion stopped. Then Robin quietly lowered his hand and looked up. Then he ignored everything and everyone else and only looked into Albert Marley's eyes with an expressionless face. Albert held his gaze for only 3 seconds, before turning his eyes to the left and clasping his hands tightly. When Robin saw this, he finally spoke. When I had to leave, I thought a lot about the most powerful and credible person I knew. I wanted someone to trust my family with, and I couldn't think of a better choice than you. For everything I gave your family, I asked you for one thing, and that was to protect my family until I came back. And you were kind enough and agreed. You said you wouldn't allow anyone to touch Jura City until I came back. Did that happen, Albert? Albert Marley couldn't find anything to say. He just clenched both of his fists so quickly that it looked like they were about to shatter. His name is His Highness, Sage Albert. Secondly, you may talk to me. What have you come for, Robin Burton? Do you think you can do whatever you want within my kingdom? Philip spoke, looking at Robin from the top of his nose. Albert, did this happen? Robin repeated his question again, but this time with a cold tone and clear killing intent that made even his warhorse freeze in place and stop breathing for a few seconds. Yes, it happened. Albert replied, surprising even himself. Our family broke a pact with the Burtons? Oh my god, we are about to fight monster-like creatures, but we are the bad guys in this story? They were already at fault for helping an army that came to destroy a family in their lands, and they knew it. But every Marley convinced himself that it was just a person and they had nothing to do with it, only now knowing how wrong they were. The morale of the soldiers, which was already low, plummeted more than ever. They just started looking at each other from the corners of their eyes, and some started letting their swords touch the ground with their mouths wide open in shock. Philip looked at his cousin Albert, visibly angry. Albert went silent and looked at the ground, not even knowing why he replied. But he quickly convinced himself that he had responded because of his guilt and because of the monster army in front of him. Robin Burton, Philip shouted loudly, the decision to send supplies to the Allied army was mine alone. You ran a great duchy once and you know how things go.
Blame no one but yourself for what happened.
You won the enmity of many when you were still weak and you showed so much to the world when you were still a kid, simply survival of the strongest, and you weren't the strong side in that equation.
Robin ignored Philip again and continued to speak to Albert.
In recognition of your frankness and our past together, I will give you one last chance.
You have 10 seconds, commit suicide the way you like it. If the battle starts while you are alive, believe me, you will regret it. Ha ha ha, committed suicide? Do you think you can touch him when he is standing among us? I can't believe we have been searching for the past decade for this kid who doesn't even know what he got himself into. One of the sages dressed in the Flame Empire's army uniform laughed loudly. Then he continued, I was planning to wait until our battalion went out to hunt down the rest of your fugitive filthy family members and send them to search for you and bring you to me. I can't believe you came to us with your own foot, haha. For the first time, Robin moved his eyes from Albert and fell on that sage. Are you saying that none of those idiots contacted you via the sound talismans before they were eaten? Before they were what?
That wise man furrowed his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Robin moved his eyes towards the hands of all the people standing on the wall and then smiled. So then, the sound talismans that were sold in the markets have expired and you can no longer make any more because of the harsh oath that the rune masters have taken. I took my time coming here to give you time to call whatever troops you have left so that I can end you in one go, but you don't even know what is going on around you.
Speaking crazy things won't prevent me from capturing you.
Today I'm going to make you tell us about the location of the oath tablets that silenced all our targets and rendered them useless. Then you will keep creating what we need for the rest of your miserable life. You will become the dog of the Empire from now on. A big smile appeared on the sage of the Flame Empire's face.
What a great plan.
Robin clapped when he heard this, then looked at the demon to his right.
Are you hungry? Chapter 3:18.
About an hour later, outside the walls of the capital of the Black Sun.
Long inhale. The weather is perfect today.
Robin let out a long exhale as he faced the sky with his eyes closed, sitting on a very large and luxurious chair. It was the throne of the Black Sun King. Give your orders and end this already. Suddenly a shout came from in front of Robin, interrupting his peaceful moment.
Why the hurry, Your Majesty? Do you want to experience how they feel so bad?
Robin looked down and spoke to a man kneeling in front of him, then pointed to the right.
King Philip didn't look to where Robin was pointing.
He even closed his eyes and tilted his head when he remembered what was happening there. But the demon standing behind King Philip didn't let him have his way. He grabbed Philip's head, forced it toward the left, and used his fingers to open his eyes to see what was happening. Arg! The scenery in that direction was simply a feast, just a happy group of demons gnawing and chewing on hundreds of corpses dressed in the uniform of the Flame Empire. The siege around the imperial capital didn't last nearly as long as what happened in Jura. The royal capital didn't have 30,000 saints to fight against Robin's mighty army. As soon as the fight began, all the demons at the sagehood level attacked the wall and clashed with the few dozen sages of the Flame Empire. Then the rest of the demons at sainthood jumped up past them and wreaked havoc in the army behind the walls.
The 10,000 saint demons were unattended and unstoppable.
This was not a battle nor a siege, but a quick one-sided massacre. Had Robin not given strict orders to keep the Marley family's descendants alive as much as possible, they would have joined that feast as well.
Shush, chh. King Philip Marley started making involuntary sounds, watching these crimson-horned creatures cutting the bellies of these sages and eating happily. Even though he was a strong, cruel king that ruled these lands with an iron fist for too long, he couldn't get himself together when thinking that this is his inescapable future. This scene, these devils shouldn't exist in this world. He tried with all his might to remove the demon's hands from his face so that he could turn away from this horrific scene, but he could not move his head or even narrow his eyes. Why don't you just kill us?
A low voice caught Robin's attention, and his eyes fell on someone else kneeling next to Philip, looking at the ground with fear and helplessness. It was the sage Albert Marley.
Bah!
The demon standing behind Albert came down with a slap on the back of his head and spoke in a foreign language. Who gave you permission to speak, prisoner? Robin looked at Albert for a few seconds, then rolled his eyes over the long lines behind him. About 200 saints from the Marley family were kneeling just like the two of them. Behind each one stood an even stronger demon ready to kill him in the blink of an eye. Robin then looked back at Albert. Of course, I'm thinking of a good way to deal with you. You don't think you'll simply get away like the clowns of the Flame Empire, right? I don't have any personal enmity with those. They just want my stuff. Of course, they chose the wrongest way possible and are going to pay for it, but it's just business, I understand that. But you lot. Fuck you. You have made the biggest mistake of your life. When the Flame Empire's forces return from their mission and the armies of the other 7 kingdoms are formed after they know what happened here, no matter how powerful you and these things are, you will all be eliminated for sure. The whole world will hunt you down like dogs. King Philip shouted with all his might. Robin gestured to the demon behind Philip's head to leave him, then looked him in the eye and asked, "The world will hunt us, you say? What world are you talking about?" Ha! Philip, who was rubbing his neck, which had a few torn muscles after his little incident just now, looked at Robin with shock after his words. What world? What kind of question was that? Robin pointed behind him. You see this army? They are nothing special. There are 9 like it roaming the continent now as we speak, with orders to devour everyone who is a knight or above. I have decided that level 10 will be the limit for anyone whose name isn't Burton from now on. Oh, I almost forgot the army that went toward the lands of the Duchy of Evran.
They are a little different. They have the permission to devour anyone who has the Evran bloodline in his body. They had their fun, now they will repay me by making my demons stronger. So, what world were you talking about? No, 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 you are a liar. You are definitely a liar. A liar. Philip started to mutter in shock and then screamed. The rest of the 200 Marley Saints looked at Robin in utter shock as well. Albert shook his head quickly. No, I refuse to believe it. Why would you lie like that? You especially can't do it. You spent tens of millions on charitable projects for the people in your land. You were pumping millions of gold coins into your new lands because you want people to love you. No, no, you can't give such orders. That way you would be the worst sinner in the history of this continent. Humph, do you think I'm so free to lie to some dead men? Robin answered coldly and tilted his back to rest on his throne. Do you think I care about my reputation in front of anyone now, Your Highness? Albert looked into Robin's eyes for a long time. Soon he discovered that it was the first time he had seen those eyes. He realized that he had made a mistake. This was not the Robin Burton he remembered, so he just involuntarily muttered, "Who are you?" "Just someone who wants to start over clean." Robin gave a half smile and replied. Albert opened his mouth slightly and then looked down with a half-focused eye. After a few seconds he gave a long sigh, smiled, and started to activate his energy. When Robin saw this, he furrowed an eyebrow and shouted angrily, "Don't you dare! If you dare commit suicide by cutting your lifeline, I will force my life energy into your body to keep you alive and ignite the flame of death in you for 10 full hours. That goes for all of you. Your death is mine to determine, you have lost that privilege already, you worms." When Albert and the rest of the Marley family heard this, they felt that they had already fallen into the lowest pit of hell. All of them, without exception, had already considered suicide if Robin ordered their slow death. Only now did they realize how naive they were. Philip looked across his family, including his children, grandchildren, and siblings. Then he looked down at the ground for a moment before shouting at Robin, "Then give your dogs the command to eat us already. It's not like you have the power to do anything to us on your own. Why are you still prolonging this ridiculous play?" Robin raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened to Philip's words. Then he stood up and signaled to the demon behind Philip to back off. "Congratulations to you, you have chosen your way of death. You will be killed personally at my hands." Philip stood with a look of anger and happiness at the same time. "Haha, you want a battle? As if I could kill you among all your dogs, but it doesn't matter. I hope you hold on for more than 10 seconds before you run away and order me to kill, that will be fun." Logical. Robin nodded, then extended his hand and summoned his black spear from the space ring. He spoke in a loud voice, "Then what do you think about this? I give you my word that if you can evade one attack from me, I will release you immediately." Chapter 319. Ha, ha, ha ha ha, did you hear, you evil creatures? Philip laughed loudly and started shouting until he made sure that all the demons in the area heard his words. "He will let me go if I dodge one attack, bear witness to your master's lies." How can he not be happy when his enemy has caught himself in a trap? Now even if Robin does not keep his promise, and he most likely would not, at least his credibility will fall to his followers. This will be enough for Philip to have a little laugh on his way to hell. Robin knew exactly what Philip was thinking but did nothing to stop him from shouting loudly, simply taking a fighting position. "Are you ready?" Philip turned towards him, crossed his hands, and spoke with a confident expression. "Bring what you have, brat, let this king teach you how I ruled these lands for 2,000 years. "Okay then, here I come," Robin said and then started slashing his black spear forward. The movement of the spear wasn't fast. It could even be said to be too slow for a level 26 saint. A person with the battle experience of Sage Philip, and as strong as him, level 33, had enough time to chuckle at the incoming attack. He looked at his side towards his family and followers to reassure them that he got it and humiliate Robin further. Then he looked back again towards Robin and laughed at him as the spear came toward his face. Suddenly, when Philip was about to dodge the spear, he saw Robin's shoulder begin to glow faintly from under his clothes. "What the?" Philip did not finish the sentence. Everything in front of him turned dark. Thud. Ah! The saints of the Marley family rose up in terror, forgetting for a moment that behind every one of them was a demon that could easily kill them. Even the sage Albert only looked to his left with an open mouth and trembling eyes, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The black spear pierced King Philip's skull. His Majesty, King Philip Marley, the absolute ruler of the Black Sunlands, had died without knowing how. He died with a questioning glare still stuck in his eyes, died asking himself what was that glow on Robin's shoulder. Albert tried to open his mouth to say something, but not a word came out. He saw everything from beginning to end with his own eyes, but at the same time, he saw nothing. The spear was advancing slowly, but when it got close to Philip it suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared again Philip's head was stuck in the middle of the spear shaft. No one saw Robin give the black spear an extra push to speed up at the last bit or something, it simply disappeared. And it did actually disappear for a moment. This was the effect of the second stage of the major heavenly law of space. Normally Robin wouldn't even be able to fully use the first stage of any law that isn't the truth. An idea came to him one day when he was choosing a new attacking tattoo for himself after drawing himself the strength tattoo. He chose the pure strength divine tattoo that strength was using without thinking when he saw it the first time. It was not just a minor law like the rest of the attacking divine tattoos, but rather like the body strengthening divine tattoo. The pure strength divine tattoo is a combination of several minor heavenly laws that help and support each other to produce an explosive power when needed. It is without a doubt one of the tattoos that the first and second heavens chosen spend time on.
although it tires the body faster and makes it need more and longer sleep. With Robin's law of life, this is not a big problem. Therefore, the decision to draw a tattoo did not take long. All the tattoos available in the eastern regions of Nihari are all basically minor laws, just the first level of minor laws at that.
Why does he have to be associated with one of these things? To be able to use 100% of a minor law instead of 70%? This was not helpful at all. Then an idea struck him. Why not create divine attacking tattoos dedicated to the major heavenly law techniques that he had created? When his thinking reached this direction, he began to dig deeper. Why not add the continuous development feature like that found in the divine body strengthening tattoo and add it to the attacking divine tattoos that he intends to create to enable him to constantly increase their depth and impact? Instead of keeping the tattoo in the first stage forever, he can take it to the second or third stage or more. It will grow just as Robin's understanding of the tattoos and laws grows. In this way, he could avoid the restriction of the inner energy system that made him a specialist in a single heavenly law. He would be able to use any law to the stage he wanted by simply drawing it in the manner of a modified attacking divine tattoo. When Robin thought about the possibility that day, he entered one of his long retreats and immediately got to work. It took him a few years to develop, and he faced a lot of obstacles while trying to fully understand the system of attacking divine tattoos to modify it in such a great way. The issue was much more tiring compared to modifying it on the body strengthening tattoo to suit humans. He managed to do it in the end, and the result was simply amazing. The first tattoo he used this method for his body was the modified space attacking divine tattoo. On the one hand, because it was one of the most powerful and supreme laws he had ever discovered. On the other hand, it matched the black spear he already possessed. The black spear is what Robin ordered from Jabba right after his torture. He thought to himself if he knew how to teleport or if he had another way to hide things from him, he wouldn't have been in that situation, so he focused more on Space Major Heavenly Law. The spear is entirely made of metal that Robin discovered while touring the markets before the kidnapping and torture incident. This metal is suitable for the manufacture of purposes related to space law. It is the same metal that has entered a small percentage in the manufacture of space rings. The space inside the rings is limited, but everything he currently needs is stored in them, so it's more than enough for now. If each ring contains 1 gram of this space mineral, then the spear contains kilograms of it. The good thing is that Nihari treats that metal as if it is an extremely hard and rare metal, which makes it expensive. They still do not understand its true value. Perhaps on another planet that knows what this metal and its properties are, Robin would not have found such a large amount of it. Even if he found it, he wouldn't have been able to buy it. And the development of the spear did not stop there. After it took shape and Jabba brought it to Robin, he immediately tattooed divine tattoos on it, one of them specializing in strengthening space attacks. Every detail involved in this attack, be it the materials for the weapon itself, the runes on the spear, the divine tattoo on Robin's right shoulder, everything made it absolutely devastating. Everything made it disappear for a second. The real difference this time from the rest of Robin's innovations is that no one has benefited from it except Robin himself. Tisk, all that arrogance and you couldn't dodge a spear, Robin said, then flicked the spear to the right, and Philip's stuck corpse came out of it. He flew until he fell in the middle of the banquet. Robin looked at the scene for a few seconds, took a long inhale, and turned back to look at Albert as he pointed with the black spear toward what was left of Philip's body. You, go and sit next to your brother. Chapter 320. Me, you want me to, me. Albert finally regained part of his consciousness and started to stutter like crazy. Please, didn't we have a good moment between us? We helped each other a lot, don't do this to me. This Philip guy pissed me off because he got away with a quick death. You don't want me to stay angry, right? Now you must take your punishment and his punishment. Robin spoke indifferently and returned to sit on the throne. No, Your Excellency, do you want me to give him a ride there? The demon sage behind Albert spoke when he saw him not moving. No need to tire yourself, he is a good boy and will be going there on his feet. Robin replied and then looked at Albert. Come on, move on. I don't have all day, what about a small encouragement? Every minute you are late, I will send one of your descendants with you to keep you company. Albert looked up at Robin with a frightened look, only a cold face and half-open eyes met him. Devil! Robin didn't show any reaction when he heard this. He just raised his right hand and gestured at him to start moving. After a few more seconds, Albert finally stood up with an absent look as if life had already left him, and began to drag his foot toward the banquet, where the hungry customers were waiting for their creamy meal. At first, he took a few short, heavy but powerful steps, trying to maintain his prestige even in death. Grr! But with every step he took forward, more and more demons that were busy eating noticed him, stopping their eating and looking forward to the next dinner, with their smiling and bloodstained mouths. Badoom. Albert's old heart almost stopped. He didn't even notice that he stopped in place for a few seconds already. His mind could no longer give the command to his foot to take a step. Throw this one. At this moment Albert heard Robin's voice from behind and suddenly saw a teenage figure flying in the direction of the demons. Ah, my son. Albert cried his heart out when he finally realized that the teenager whose skull was just smashed is his youngest son. Go ahead before I send the next. Robin's voice echoed back from behind. Drop. The earth began to swallow under Albert's feet, and he began to force himself to move forward again as he dragged his feet into the ground and muttered, Devil. No, get away from me. No.
Four demon sages attacked Albert when he got close enough, each grabbed one of his limbs and pulled it in different directions until his four limbs were torn. Then several saint-level demons came and started feeding on his main body without directly killing him. Albert could do nothing except scream powerlessly and wait for his soul to come out. With this simplicity and ugliness, two individuals who had controlled an ancient kingdom for more than 2,000 years began to literally disappear in the bellies of the demons next to each other. Robin nodded, satisfied, when he saw this and looked back at the rest of the Marley Saints.
The rest of you, what do you think I do with you?
Some of the saints started crying, some wet their pants, and some already fainted, but the demons behind them beat them until they woke up again.
We.
One of the elders of the Marley family tried to speak but couldn't find anything to say. Others tried too, but the words seemed to get stuck in their throats.
You what? Robin shouted, and everyone fell silent.
No one dared to respond. Then Robin looked at them one by one until his eyes fell on one of them, and he signaled to the demon standing behind that man to bring him. Thud! That person fell to his knees again right in front of Robin's throne, trembling, not daring to raise his eyes.
William Marley, the famous strong warrior and crown prince. Robin tilted himself forward a little and spoke. A person as admirable as you should not have such a weak appearance. I even admired and respected your character one day. This humble one doesn't deserve to be admired or respected by you, your excellency. William stammered a few times but eventually managed to finish the sentence. It is as if it was yesterday when he brought his younger brother Alfred to Jura City in a big manner, demanded to see Robin, and even made Robin teach his brother the white candle technique. Of course, he made some payments, but they were nothing. He made Robin teach his younger brother. That one day when some elders of the Burtons betrayed their family and leaked what this white candle really was, William panicked. He actually made Robin, the man who discovered the purest form of the fire heavenly major law, teach his peerless technique to his brother at such a near-to-nothing price. He panicked when he heard what this white candle really is, and feared for a second that Robin might hold a grudge against him, but also forgot about it just as quickly, because there were no more Burtons to back Robin. He had nothing to fear. But today, under Robin's gaze and words, he felt that he is about to taste his uncle's end. You damn right you don't. But good, this is the attitude I like. Robin clapped and said, do you know why I treat you lot so specially, William?
I mean, all the other royal families haven't had this special honor.
Because we betrayed the agreement.
William replied, every word coming out of his mouth as if his heart went out with it.
Wrong. Robin hit the throne. It's because I want to give you a chance. A chance.
William finally turned his head upwards, but slightly enough to look at Robin's feet. He didn't dare raise his head any further.
Bah.
Suddenly a few plates of metal fell in front of William, and then Robin continued.
You are fortunate that your family has given birth to Alfred.
He is like a little brother to Caesar. I don't want him to grieve when he comes back and says I left him no family.
As vile as you are still his blood. Alfred. William suddenly remembered something, and then lowered his head again until it looked like it was going to touch the sand. Listen all of you, sons of Marley, you have to pick a solution of two. The first is to let the demons behind you feed on you, then let them feed on everyone that carries your bloodline, and I think they would love me more if I let them do it. The second option is to swear an oath of absolute and eternal loyalty to me alone, an oath to force your children and all future generations in your families to love and respect me like their God. An oath to compel every new saint in your family to take the same oath without exception. To say it more clearly, die or become my slaves forever, choose wisely. Robin announced and then returned to lay his back on the throne, knowing full well what their choice will be after what they have seen so far. Chapter 321. 2 months later. On the north coast of the ancestral continent. Ruff. Alright, you can land here.
Finally, after several hours of flying, Jabba raised his head, then looked behind him and shouted loudly after he seemed to spot something.
Ruff.
While more than 3,000 Dracos were busy finding suitable landing spots below them, Jabba jumped off his Draco and began walking slowly towards someone sitting on the edge of a high cliff. When he got close enough, he took a long inhale and spoke.
Master, I did as you asked, and Robin, you damn bastard.
A shout that came from behind Jabba interrupted the report that he was preparing in his head all the way here. Swoosh! In a flash, Billy passed by Jabba like an arrow that had just slipped out of its bow, and extended his arm out, obviously planning to grab Robin's collar. But when he came right beside him and saw his facial expression, his hand was automatically lowered again to his side.
However, that didn't stop him from completing his sentence. Did you really order these things? Do you realize what you have done? What did I do?
Robin replied coldly, still looking toward the ocean in front of him.
Father. He.
A happy voice suddenly interrupted everyone, then a girl ran towards Robin and hugged him from behind. Robin grabbed the girl's hand wrapped around his neck, kissed it, and spoke with a smile.
Zara, are you and your brothers okay? Have you rested properly for the past 2 months? Yeah, we all missed you. Why did you order for only the Life Legion to come? Both my brothers wanted to come too, you made them sad. She asked, some annoyance on her face for her brothers. But before Robin could say anything, Billy stepped in. Zara, I have something to talk about with your father. Go stand with your friends for now. Humph, what a fun killer you are. Zara looked at Billy in annoyance, then kissed Robin on the cheek and left to stand with her group. There were 3 groups of people coming on the backs of the Draco fleet. Thousands of people standing together with hammers and bags, a small group of humans wearing green armors with Zara standing in the middle, and a smaller group of demons whose auras overwhelmed the whole place. Billy looked back at Robin for about 2 seconds, not knowing where to start, and then finally spoke. Is it true that you ordered the killing of everyone above the 10th level in the entire continent? Is it true that you exterminated all the descendants of the Evran family? That's right. Robin replied and continued. By the way, were the instructions followed? Jabba knew that the question was directed at him and replied, yes. After dividing the demons into smaller battalions, it took less time than expected until all the major cities on the continent were already searched and everyone above the knighthood was killed. We found small scattering groups of Flame Empire saints and sages, and even some youth that looked like they came for sightseeing, and they are all dead. As for the Evran family, none of them are left alive, and none was left with an intact corpse. Currently, Amon is supervising the summoning of more demons at the Warrior to Night realm and distributing them over the entire continent to hunt and kill those who managed to escape from the cities before our troops arrived. What about the 3 kings? Robin asked. The kings of the kingdoms of Dolivar, Lying Water, and Okoal were captured and heavily tortured in the public squares within their kingdoms for a month with the help of members of the Life Legion before they were given the permission to die at last. Jabba spoke. Good. You can distribute the boys and start work now. Robin nodded. Yes. Jabba replied, then looked back and pointed toward the shore below the cliff on which Robin was sitting and shouted, come on, we'll set up the port here, come on, move, move. Approximately 4,000 people from the lower races of Nihari rushed toward the shore with heavy equipment on their backs. When the first of them reached the shore, who seemed to be their chief, he stretched out his hands forward, and suddenly tons of pre-prepared metal plates appeared before him, and the rest of the group started to take these plates and move them to different locations. Robin looked at that person from above and spoke. How long will you take? In response to the sect head, the establishment of the port's tons and the manufacture of the required number of ships of the size and methods devised by Your Excellency with our current numbers, I think it will take about 4 months before handing them over to the rune masters. The chief blacksmith bowed and spoke. Then another person came and bowed to his side. Drawing the runes Your Excellency gave us will take longer, but we will try to draw them on the plates while the blacksmiths work. However, we will still need 2 more months after they are finished, and we can deliver the ships ready to Your Excellency after 6 months from today. Robin nodded at them and spoke. I need these ships to reach their destination on time without delay. I hope you understand that. Come, sect head. The 2 of them bowed deeply and then went back to their work. How long are you going to keep ignoring me? Billy yelled suddenly. What do you want next, Billy? I have already answered your questions. Robin replied coldly. Why are you talking like you gave the orders to exterminate rats? You ordered the genocide of all the experts and fighters of the continent. You set the continent back tens of thousands of years. Billy yelled at the top of his lungs. Since he found out about the orders Robin gave the demons, he had almost gone crazy. During the siege of Jura City, didn't the 7 kingdoms declare a royal war? A royal war means that they moved the entire armies of all the noble families in their lands, which means that all the knights and saints whom I gave the order to kill did participate in the siege of Jura. As for the other noble families in the Black Sun Kingdom, they did not help us when we needed them, and therefore it is treason in my book, especially the Ultons, as we have a mutual defense treaty with them and they ignored it. As for the Evran family, I don't think I need to talk to them. Tell me, Billy, did I say something wrong? Robin replied. It's true, but things don't work that way. Billy shouted again. All these people did not come of their own accord, but were forced by the royal summons. Second, those responsible must be held accountable. I agree with that, not to order a fucking random genocide against the whole continent. Genocide. I wish I had the guts to start a real genocide, but it turns out I still haven't fully escaped my weakness yet. It turns out that I'm too much of a coward to issue that order. A half smile appeared on Robin's face, and he finally looked at Billy. The whole continent should be thankful that I contented myself with killing the strong ones among the noble families and letting their offspring live under my sky. The whole continent should be happy that I didn't treat them the same way they treated Jura. Chapter 322. Billy looked at Robin for a few seconds with knotted eyebrows and questioning eyes. There was an anger and sadness in Robin's voice. His actions did not seem to be only about Jura City being invaded and losing some land. It was not like he loved his family in the first place. He basically spent most of his life in a cave, and the rest in seclusion after seclusion. Billy looked at Jabba. His look seemed as if he was begging him to explain what was going on, but Jabba looked at the workers on the beach as if he didn't notice anything. Again, this is not the first time Billy has tried to ask one of Robin's new followers about the reason for his anger and the source of his decisions. These decisions have gone so far beyond the world of politics and intelligence, but no one answered him because they feared they had no right to speak on the subject. What the hell happened for all of that? Billy clenched his hands for a few more seconds, let out a long exhale, and looked at Robin again. Do you have any preferences about what we should do on the continent now? After the ruling class of all the noble families were killed and the demons walked freely in the streets, all definitions of government and safety collapsed. Everything turned into devastating chaos. The supply chains of main goods were cut off, the stores are closed, and no one dares to go out and farm because there is no one to protect them and their crops. People are starting to gather to form gangs to raid their neighbors and steal a piece of old bread. This situation cannot continue like this, and now that you killed whom you want to kill, it is time to redirect the continent to where you want. A half smile appeared on Robin's face. Why are you saying it like this? Isn't that good news? Let them fight. Humans always have reasons to fight over, but now at least they have a good reason. Look at the bright side. At least now they are all on the same cultivation level, and I don't think anyone else will dare to break into the knighthood realm anytime soon. Robin, we have to intervene or we will lose control of the continent forever.
Everyone will die of starvation, and this will be a bloodstain on the Burton family forever even if we can survive on our own.
The Burton family. Finally, Robin turned to his side and looked Billy in the eyes. There is no such thing as the Burtons now, there are not any families, and this system is over. Now there is Robin Burton and the enforcers working under Robin Burton. Don't worry, no one blames the enforcers. You. Billy nearly stepped forward and punched Robin in the face, but he just turned around and walked over to his Draco. Fuck you, it is on you then. Let us just spread that His Excellency has given orders to starve the whole damn continent. I do not even know why I bother myself with this. You have been unbearable since you came back, unbearable.
Billy, take the Burtons and the families who fought with us and stay in the capital of the Black Sun temporarily.
I think William Marley will be polite to you.
Tell the men in the special legions to rest and cultivate properly until the next time I summon them, as they deserve some extended rest. Robin called out to Billy before he flew, and tossed 3 metallic tablets. When Amon returns to Nihari again to fetch more demons, tell him to bring you a number of energy stones and pearls to help you in training, and he will manage it. Billy picked up the 3 metallic tablets, and with a quick swipe of his soul sense, he found that they were the 3rd stage of the laws of fire, darkness, and wind.
Billy gave a long sigh. The men would love this, thank you, on their behalf.
Then he jumped on the back of the Draco and quickly disappeared from view.
Zara.
About a full minute after Billy left, Robin shouted,
You finally remembered I am here.
Zara left her companions and came flying when she heard him calling.
Tell me about your life legion. Robin got straight to the point.
Humph, at least ask me how I am doing for a few minutes first so I can believe you care. Zara put her hand on her waist and spoke, but he quickly gave a smile and continued. Anyway, by my count, the Life Corps has 422 people, most of them joined early on and reached high levels of sainthood, and there are 27 people, including me, who have made it all the way to level 30.
Good enough. Robin nodded and passed a metal tablet to Zara. Here you will find the 3rd stage of the life law, absorb it first, then distribute it to your legion.
Wow, thank you.
Zara grabbed the metal tablet, almost flying with joy.
It had been a while since she and her new friends hit level 30, and they had not been able to advance again.
Take those too.
He moved Robin and aimed her at an empty area beside him, and a small mountain of gleaming stones and pearls suddenly appeared that refreshed the place. These energy stones are much better than the ones you know. Use them and distribute them to your legion to help them cultivate faster.
I do not know what to say.
Zara muttered in a low voice when she saw the energy stones and pearls. Without Robin saying their benefits, the shape and aura of the stones were obvious enough, especially these pearls.
Say that you will be a sage in a week.
I see that you have been stuck at level 30 for a few years, and you can definitely do it. The rest of those who are at the apex of the sainthood in your legion should try to break through to the sagehood realm as well, while the rest should break through at least a level. After the deadline of 1 week, there is going to be a very stressful, tiring, and dangerous mission for you all.
You must seize the opportunity and get stronger as soon as possible.
You should also relax and clear your mind for the next mission. Robin looked into Zara's eyes and spoke seriously.
Count on me.
Zara spoke confidently, and then went back to tell her friends the new orders. Jabba waited for a while until the Life Legion came and took all the energy stones and pearls, then spoke.
How about me and the 200 sage-level demons that you also summoned? Do you have any orders for us at the moment?
You can do whatever you like, cultivating, fishing, or enjoying the ocean.
The important thing is that you are ready after a week. A week again, what happens after the week? Jabba furrowed his eyebrows and asked.
Robin slowly raised his hand and pointed toward the ocean in the direction he had been looking at all along.
We have a long flight ahead. Chapter 323. 1 week later. Ruff, SAA. A large number of winged Draco beasts soared into the sky one after the other and started shrieking excitedly. Master, everything is ready, we can move now.
Jabba came from behind Robin, who was still sitting on the edge of the cliff, and spoke. When Robin heard this, he closed his eyes for a moment and inserted his spiritual sense into the voice ring for a few moments. Then he stood and flew silently toward one of the Draco beasts, and Jabba went after him. Then he moved the Draco to float higher and looked down at the rest with a satisfied gaze. There were exactly 200 Dracos, and standing on top of each of them were 2 green-armored humans and 1 demon. Robin waited for everyone to control his Draco and stand in the air steadily. Then they all made a full bow in front of him, after which he spoke at last. I realize that my orders to form this squadron may seem strange to some of you, but we will now move toward another continent and must be prepared for everything we meet. Everyone was surprised to hear the words other continent, especially the humans who started looking at each other with amazement and even some enthusiasm. Even Sage Zara, who was standing on top of one of the Draco beasts, couldn't hold herself and asked,
Another continent, father? Like the one ruled by empires? But, isn't it too far away?
Robin looked at her with a slight smile. Right, I used the major heavenly space law to determine the exact location of our destination and the distance between us. It takes months if we want to sail for it using ships, so I decided to form this team. Calculating the normal Draco speed, we will arrive after 6 days of continuous flight. But the Draco beasts can't fly all these days without rest, and of course, we can't rest for long in the middle of the ocean where powerful sea beasts live. Each Draco carries 2 Life Legion members. You will switch roles between you every few hours to inject vital energy into your Draco to make it fly effortlessly, while the one who is resting can recharge his energy with the energy pearls I gave you. This way we can complete the path until we reach our goal without a need to stop. Demon sages, each of you will be responsible for protecting the Draco under his feet and the 2 humans by his side. If we encounter a storm, form an energy shield around them. If a beast approaches, kill it, and always stay alert. Every Draco and those above it are a team now, and any shortcoming from any one part of the team will be punished mercilessly.
Understood. Understood. Everyone responded in one voice.
Then the humans and demons started looking at each other and nodding, and some even shook hands with each other, knowing they would share the same tiny space on the back of their Draco for a while.
Good. Robin nodded when he saw this.
Then he ordered his Draco to turn and began to fly forward at top speed, and the rest of the 200 Dracos followed after loud shrieks.
Another continent, ha! Jabba folded his hands and spoke while standing beside Robin.
Entering your enemy's fort with such a small number of troops is a great risk if you take my opinion, but well, I'm coming with you anyway. A dark smile appeared on Robin's face when he heard this and replied,
Don't worry, it would be like taking sweets from a child. 6 days later, the central continent. Ha ha ha, it's your fault because you are trying what you can't. How can your ridiculous plants stand in front of my flames?
You clowns of the Sacred Tree Empire do nothing but move the plants and their roots, what's so cool about that?
A young-looking teen laughed out loud. Piffed.
A girl spat some blood on the ground and then stood up and took an offensive posture again.
Didn't my big brother use these plants to beat you up the last time you fought? You just want to bully me because I'm a level lower than you and because there is no forest nearby. What's stopping you from leaving, sweetie?
The rules say we have to hold back if someone wants to run with his tail between his legs.
It is not like I can do something to you if you want to go.
The young man spoke again and sarcastically signaled her to leave. I won't go anywhere before you give me my sword. It is a gift from my big brother.
The girl replied.
Then she suddenly moved her hand, and dozens of twigs appeared from under the ground and started attacking the young man again.
Ha 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 ha.
The young man jumped up and seemed to throw a faint yellow flame randomly on the branches and on the girl herself.
Ah.
When the girl noticed that her branches were burned again and that the flame was coming toward her, she raised her 2 hands to prepare for the collision.
TSHH.
The girl opened her eyes again and found a wall of water in front of her. Then she looked next to her and exclaimed with joy,
Natalie. The girl named Natalie smiled and then looked seriously at the young man. Dave Barnett, were you going to hurt her with this attack? Do you know what the elders would have done to you if they knew about this? Humph, stop talking like you are better than me. You are taking advantage of the fact that we are next to the beach.
If we were inside the continent, you wouldn't be able to produce a quarter of this water. The young man gasped after he landed on the ground, angry because she had stopped his attack at the crucial moment.
Blame your luck that we are not inside the continent. Do you want to try me now? You.
At this moment, a strong, calm voice came from afar. All right, guys, disperse now, find other opponents for you, and remember not to hurt each other. Little Dave, give the girl her sword. When Dave looked at the source of the sound to his left, someone was floating smoothly in the air. One of the watching elders of the Wind Empire was passing by chance, and Dave shouted, That girl caused my prey to escape, the sword is compensation.
Dave, give her back her sword. Don't make me report to one of the sages of the Flame Empire to come and deal with you. Tisk. All right.
Dave responded angrily and sent the short sword flying toward the girl.
Good. Now go get yourself another prey and do. Before the elder could complete what he wanted to say, suddenly a huge cloud darkened the place. When he raised his head to see what was happening, he was surprised by a number of huge winged beasts, so big that he had never seen or heard about such flying beasts in his life, and all of them were emitting a saint aura. Ah!
The girls were terrified at the sight and hugged each other. Even Dave Barnett and the rest of the guys next to the shore began to take steps back, and some of them fell on their butts from looking up in fear. Form a defensive circle. When the elder saw this, he shouted at all the terrified youth in the area and quickly went and floated on top of their circle, ready to receive the attacks of these strange flying beasts at any moment. But very strangely, the swarm of winged beasts passed above them and continued its way deep into the continent, leaving the vast ocean behind.
What the hell was that?
The elder finally relaxed after the swarm of winged beasts started to move away. He began to float up looking at the direction they were heading, trying to figure out what exactly they were.
But at this moment, boom,
something came down from the sky like a meteor, causing a huge hole in the ground.
Cough, cough. What was that? Looks like it fell from a swarm of flying beasts? Maybe one of these beasts was carrying a big fish and it fell off. Stay in your defensive circle.
The elder shouted at them and began to advance towards the pit that was covered with flying dust, but he stayed put when he heard a voice. Step, step, step. Finally, the dust began to clear, and a shadow appeared from the bottom of the pit. It was a crimson creature with sharp spiral horns who slowly looked around with a terrifying smile on his face that sent a shiver into the hearts of everyone present.
Chapter 324. 20 kilometers away in that direction are 500 individuals and 2 observers. Robin opened his eyes and pointed in a certain direction. Jabba looked at the flying Dracos behind him and yelled, Tamaz, Shaquille, you both know what to do. 2 demons nodded, jumped off the Draco, and started flying in that direction. At a distance of 40 kilometers, there are 2,000 individuals and 6 observers. Again, Robin pointed in a certain direction and commented, 6 observers. When he heard this, Jabba looked at Zara and sent her something using the thought-conveying technique. Then Zara shouted, the 15th company is coming with me, this task is ours. 10 Life Legion individuals, including Zara, jumped out and started flying in that direction at full speed. There is a big building there with 30 individuals in it, about 90 kilometers away. It looks like the Northern Lookout Station. Robin spoke again pointing at the northwest. Then Jabba furrowed his eyebrows and looked to his left. Brother Soccer, we will bother you again. Anything for master, let us go.
The demon King Sokka replied with a hoarse voice and shouted, and 20 other demons followed him in that direction. After they went, Jabba looked behind him, checking what was left of the troops. He counted only 5 sages and 20 saints from the Life Legion. Then he shook his head, sighed, and spoke to Robin. I knew we should have brought more. Then Robin opened his eyes again and spoke, not pointing towards any direction this time. That is good enough, there aren't any large gatherings left in the central continent. Divide the forces that haven't been deployed to be support and escort teams if there is a problem with the rest. Now let us go back to the gathering point at the middle of the continent and wait for the good news. Jabba nodded and then directed the Draco squadron to go back. Quite a few long hours passed since they arrived at the shores of the central continent, so they toured it from south to north. Whenever Robin spotted a large human gathering, he sent a number of demons or Life Legion members towards them before he continued his way. And finally, he planted a few of his forces everywhere, covering the entire continent. Rough. After a few seconds of flying, Jabba spoke again. If you take my opinion, I really don't think it was a good idea to send squads of demons only as you instructed. They don't know the language of the people of this planet, and they are very ferocious in how they do their business. You said that this continent is where the 4 empires gather to train, right? You only want the Flame Empire, but now you are sending these squads to every gathering without knowing who they are. This kind of randomness is not good, it will not end well. This continent contains only young men who are in the knighthood realm or at the beginning of the sainthood at most. And with them, a number of observers to ensure their safety, and they are only at the top of sainthood, and there are also a few sages. The overall number of the observers is not large, I think 150 is a maximum, and most of the sages here are in the lower or medium levels, so there is no need to worry about much resistance. The places that I have identified using space law are areas where a certain law is more active than others. It can be said that they are in training sessions, and those observers stand a little farther away to make sure that they are fine. This continent in some sense can be considered some kind of a big school. As for the demons and the life forces, they all have clear instructions not to resort to killing. Their orders are just to take everyone they find to the heart of this continent and break the bones of those who try to escape from them. I have no doubt that they will abide by the instructions, but if someone tries to court his death and forces our men to kill him, he is not to blame except himself. If the other 3 empires' kids get killed, no matter what the cause, I am afraid you will make yourself more enemies. We are talking about families with almost unlimited resources and advanced training techniques available to everyone. The forces we encountered when rescuing your friend Billy and your sons are definitely nothing compared to the true forces of the Flame Empire. To be honest, I don't know if we can win without much sacrifice, and now your actions will most likely gain you 3 more enemies of that caliber. Jabba shook his head. It is clear from the actions of the Flame Empire that these 4 empires have reached the limits of arrogance that exceeded all known, and this place is the best proof of that. It is supposed to be a continent for fighting and training among the younger generation. This is understandable and actually smart. If every family occupies a continent of their own, then they will get soft without constant fighting opportunity, and this place provides that for them. But each empire sending a number of observers to make sure that their kids will not be harmed? How are they going to fight if no one can harm the other? Is this continent dedicated to training and skill polishing, or is it a social club? This place is a joke. But it also says a lot about how well the 4 empires protect their children and feel that no one has the right to touch a hair of their head, even in training, much less be taken as hostages. Indeed, they have much larger forces than the ones we faced before, and a large number of them have reached sagehood. But in our battle that you mentioned, how many demons on our side were killed? Jabba didn't know what to say. Robin did know the losses, they were negligible compared to the scale of that battle. They used to live very prosperously. They thought that the energy level and the technique of the major law of fire would suffice them to rule this planet forever, but they had forgotten how terrifying life can be at times. Robin spoke in exasperation. It is too late for the Flame Empire, but what is happening now will be a fitting pinch for the rest of the empires to wake up and know that there is no longer a place for arrogant people in this world anymore. Only I can act arrogant. Then he continued. If one of the other 3 empires tried to make us enemies even after they saw the power of the Life Legion and the power of the demons here, they are welcome to try. I will direct my gaze towards them after I finish up the Flame Empire anyway. I could no longer stand the presence of stupid and arrogant people on the back of my planet anymore. I can't risk another disaster, there will be no more variables here anymore, I had had enough. His words closed the subject completely in Jabba's face. He let out a long sigh and focused on commanding the Draco Squadron. Chapter 325. 3 weeks later. You filthy ugly creature, it looks like you really are sick of life. Just you wait, my father will flay you alive when he finds out what's going on here. Roar. The escorting demon only roared vigorously as a reply to the unknown words of this human. Dave, just shut your mouth and keep going. We have been walking for weeks already, don't ruin everything and get us killed now. Natalie came up behind him and pulled his shirt sleeve. Damn it. I think that thing doesn't even understand a word. Even a much weaker beast can understand human speech, but this red creature can't? And why do we have to follow the orders of that thing in the first place? What kind of a stupid species is this? Maybe he wants to lead us to his lair and devour us as he likes, while we are trotting in front of him like idiots. What should we do then? Have you not seen how the observer was killed? He ate his heart out when he tried to resist. Stay patient, we might find a more powerful observer on our way to save us from this thing. Just focus on pulling the carriage your friend is lying upon, and pray for the best.
said another teenager beside him.
Dave clenched his fists tightly and continued his way forward with his head tilted. He knew very well that there was no other choice. When the demon descended from the sky 3 weeks ago, he sent a mental message to everyone using the thoughts conveying technique saying that he had no intention of killing and that they should follow him somewhere to meet his master. No one knew how the demon could send his speech right into their heads, but this was not the time to act surprised and curious. Of course, they all refused and the observer tried to resist and attacked the demon with everything he got, but he was greatly overestimating himself. The demon killed the observer with ease and ate his heart in front of them, and sent another message, this time threatening to follow him. The youths thought that their large number would make it impossible for the demon to get them in line, so they tried to run in every direction, but the demon was simply too fast. He caught most of them before they went too far, and was using long-range white flame attacks to shoot down whoever went farther. Everyone who reserved either the physical or long-range attacks for the demon got themselves severe injuries and some of them died. Only at that moment did the rest know that they do not have much of a choice, so they carried their injured brothers and started following the demon silently. Along their way, the demon would go absent for a few moments and then come back with a few individuals that he smelled wandering in the area. They were mostly out for training or treasure hunting, but they found themselves thrown into the group not knowing what was going on. The demon even found an observer nearby and he succeeded in arresting him alive this time. When they started moving from the south shore, there were about 300 individuals, but at this moment their number had already reached 500. No one knows what is happening and where this creature is taking them, they just walk day and night, afraid to reach that creature's den before a strong observer finds them.
What is this over there?
Hey everyone, come look ahead, you should see this. The person at the front of the group suddenly shouted when he came out of the woods.
What is there?
Please don't say you found a cave full of corpses. Some of the people in the group began to advance quickly to see what was happening in front of them, and some of them stuck their feet to the ground, afraid that they had finally reached their place of death.
Oh my heavens, what is going on here?
Natalie, the girl from the Water Empire who was trembling in the back, gathered some courage when she heard the words of the people in front. She took a long inhale and walked forward. She opened her mouth and her eyes to the last of them. She couldn't find a word to say. The sight in front of her was extremely strange. There is a deep valley in front of them in which there are about 40,000 teenagers and young men. All are sitting on the ground politely. They can even see some of the sages from their empires among those sitting on the ground.
There was absolute silence in the area.
It appeared like none of them dares to breathe loudly. Around them stood a great number of the same kind of red, horned creatures, and even a few humans dressed in green armor. Their auras said that they were sages or at the upper levels of a saint realm. There were a few hundred of them, especially a few demons whose auras were so powerful and bloody, they seemed to be at least high-level sages. Although the number of prisoners from the 4 empires is overwhelmingly greater, all of this is useless in front of more than 200 sages ready to strike random attacks at the same time. Especially when they all knew how strong these demons are, they all saw or experienced their power firsthand. Each and every one of them was stronger than a human sage for the 4 empires at the same level. The thoughts of all the young men, Natalie, Dave, and the rest, went crazy upon seeing this sight. They were praying that a powerful observer would find and rescue them all the way here, but the observers they knew were sitting on their butts on the ground.
They couldn't find an explanation for what they are seeing right now. Who would dare to capture the young generation and the sages of the 4 empires? Who else has this kind of power in the first place? But at least they don't have to be afraid that they are going to a lair to be eaten anymore. This without a doubt was a huge concentration camp. Shoo! Suddenly Zara landed in front of the group and spoke sternly. Group number 201, move one by one and take your places at the end of the camp. None of you say a word without being asked to speak, understand? Go ahead.
Then she looked at the demon who had accompanied them here and nodded at him and sent through the thought-conveying technique. After you put them in their places, you can go to rest for a bit and I will send a member of the Life Legion to revitalize you and get you to your optimum state again. I realize that it has been a long journey for you. The demon nodded at Zara and then looked back at a group and roared towards them, then began to lead them to their place at the back of the camp. Then she flew again toward the lone tent standing in front of the camp and spoke in a low voice. Father, the last group has finally arrived. Everything is ready for you now.
Chapter 326.
After a few minutes, Robin removed the tent curtain and walked out, patted Zara on the shoulder, and advanced to sit on a large chair in front of the prisoners.
Look up.
Someone spoke in a low voice, but because the place was completely silent, his words caught everyone's attention.
Damn it, who is this now?
He is sitting on my chair. He brought it from the eastern watchtower all the way here. A mid-level sage shouted when he saw the scene.
Shush, lower your voice, you don't want your life anymore.
While little arguments and whispers erupted everywhere, Robin only looked from above at the crowd below. This place was a small valley carved in the ground, surrounded by higher lands and small hills. It was most likely some kind of a lake that dried out thousands of years ago, and it was perfect for this job. Robin continued staring down without emotion on his face for more than 5 minutes until everyone fell silent again and turned to look up at the guy that looked like the boss of these red monsters. Then he spoke softly as if he was arguing with someone sitting in front of him, but his voice clearly reached the ears of the tens of thousands of men and women in front of him. I realize you have some concerns, but you are here as temporary guests. When what we want is finished, each of you will return to your family, so I ask everyone to cooperate until we finish this matter quickly.
And what exactly do you want? Do you know who we are? You will all be dead when our families know what is going on here. Rare.
The Demon King Soccer roared with full force when the prisoners began to speak to his master in a tone he did not like.
In an instant, the valley was completely calm again. Then Robin continued. How can I not know you?
Young gentlemen and girls of the four empires, the dynasty of the four great emperors, the discoverers of the major laws, and the actual forces that run this world, I know you are the sons and daughters of the higher-ups of the empires and that you came to socialize, to train.
Do I got it right?
Small voices and talks began to erupt again. This guy and his monsters didn't strike casually, but knew who they were and obviously had a plan for them.
Let us make this discussion more civil so that no more chaos happens. I do not like chaos and I will not condone it every time.
I want 4 people to come forward now to speak on behalf of the delegations of the 4 empires, while the rest shut up.
How about that?
I will give you 5 minutes to choose among yourselves. The sages of the empires started standing one by one, looking at each other and making simple gestures among themselves, and in less than 5 minutes 4 sages came forward to stand in the front while the rest sat down again. When Robin saw this, he said, "Good, now we can."
Young man, was what you just used the minor heavenly law of sound? Who exactly did you take it from? One of the 4 sages interrupted Robin and spoke annoyed. Robin looked at that sage with knotted eyebrows.
Jabba was about to attack that sage because he interrupted his master, but Robin raised his hand and stopped him, then waved that hand so a small tornado appeared and started dancing next to him.
Is that the major heavenly law of the wind? Everyone from the Wind Empire couldn't believe their eyes.
No, there is something strange.
The movements of this tornado seemed smoother than usual, and making it was also much easier. What is happening exactly? Where did you steal this technique from? God damn it, who was the traitor that leaked our secret technique? Robin did not care to answer anyone.
He just moved the same hand again, created a small white flame, and threw it towards the tornado, turning the little dancing tornado into a fierce flame hurricane.
That, Dave, come to think of it, isn't that the major law of fire? This question hit everyone's head when hearing it.
They all saw the white flames before when fighting the demons, but they did not give it much thought because the demons themselves were an alien species, maybe thinking this white fire was their specialty or something.
But seeing Robin using it now made them see it from a totally different perspective.
Robin then again hit his foot on the ground, and a huge tree came out with a huge number of strong roots around it. Then he hit the ground with his other foot, and underground water came out and started to wrap around the tree and roots. And with another wave, green energy burst out of his hand and landed on the tree and the roots, which made them grow even more. The 40,000 prisoners all locked themselves up watching what was happening in front of them. The proud sons and daughters of every empire were busily observing the law they had been practicing all their lives. The sons of the Wind Empire watched the movement of the hurricane, and the sons of the Flame Empire watched the white flames that were burning even the wind itself. The sons of the Water Empire were focusing on the amount of water that came out of the underground and its density and movements, while the sons of the Sacred Tree Empire watched the shape and strength of the roots that emerged from the dried underground in a flash. They still could not find out how he made them grow even further at that speed, as the law they are studying cannot do that. In just a few seconds, they all reached the same unbelievable result.
No way. You have all the 4 major laws. How dare you steal them? The 4 emperors will not stay silent about this. Heh. Robin let out a chuckle when he heard this. It seems you do not want to believe what you are seeing. Those petty techniques you have been practicing your whole life are just broken and polluted, and they are a disgrace to the major laws. Do not compare them to my masterpiece. But it is okay, let me help you see the truth.
After Robin finished speaking, a small cloud gathered beside him and began to rain, and then extremely white and focused lightning bolts began to descend from it to strike the ground. Then Robin moved his hand towards a huge boulder in the valley, and it floated up and started moving around like a feather. Are those the lightning and the gravity major laws? It was not known who muttered these 2 sentences, but his voice was heard in all directions without a doubt.
These 2 major laws should not be known yet.
At that moment, Robin moved his hand and everything vanished as if it was never there, even the tree and its roots going back underground. Then he spoke, "I did not have to show you rats anything, but I did not like your empty arrogance in front of me. All you take pride in is nothing to me, and you yourselves are nothing to me. So I advise you to be more polite in addressing your words from now on.
This will be your last warning." Chapter 327.
Everyone lowered their heads down, and clenched their teeth and their hands upon hearing those words. They were fuming inside but still didn't find anything to respond with. It was clear that the laws that Robin just used are different and more powerful than their own. Even though he used them all at the same time and he clearly does not specialize in one of them, his law was still better than everyone present. However, they tried to deny what they saw. But how can they still convince themselves after seeing the rest of the major laws? Everyone focused their eyes on Robin, and on the 3-meter giant standing beside him. If they were scared just a little while ago, then they are absolutely terrified now. These guys weren't punching above their weight, they came knowing what they are up to. Even the elders started to look around. The humans wearing green armor used some kind of green energy to bring items to life and use them in their battles. It was similar to the one Robin used just now on the tree. Does that mean they are using another major law? Well, they are undoubtedly very powerful. If bringing things to life isn't a major law, then what is? And those strange demons, each of them had enough strength to kill any sage with ease. They are the sages of the 4 empires, they are the users of the major heavenly laws, they are not some random cabbages. What exactly is this force? Where did they come from, and what do they want from them? Since when has this world had this kind of expert outside of the 4 empires? And since when have more major heavenly laws been discovered? Anyway, Robin did not wait for a response and directly continued. I will explain what's going on here as simply as possible. The Flame Empire has kidnapped a number of my followers, and I want them back. Everyone will be fine as long as you stay obedient until that happens. The representative of the Flame Empire expedition started to sweat.
He has been stationed here for decades and didn't know what was going on back there. Flame Empire? What the hell have you done? Who are these people? Don't tell me you don't know. There have been a few ships coming from your continent in the past few years. Someone must have told you something. The representative of the Sacred Tree Empire expedition looked at the guy next to him and shouted, "You are the reason for what is happening now. Why would you kidnap people belonging to such an entity, you damned idiots?" "I don't know. I really don't know. No one has told me anything. This is definitely a secret matter of senior executives. How would someone like me know about it?" The sage from the Flame Empire panicked and responded quickly, "Shit, sir, if your problem is with the Flame Empire, then what are we to do with it?" The sage of the Water Empire turned and spoke. Robin shrugged. "Nothing, but you are going to stay here with me until the exchange is over. I can't allow an unexpected accident to happen. I think you can understand that." Before one of the four sages replied, Robin continued, "All the ships you came with were taken under our control, so don't try to escape, it will have dire consequences. And don't wait for rescue either, the continent is being patrolled by Dracos all day long. If any other ship comes, it will be captured, and its crew will be brought here to join you. Because I am a generous and understanding man, whoever wants to go out may go. You can continue your training and hunt your own food, but whoever leaves will have to return to register his attendance every 3 days maximum, and whoever is late will be chased and killed directly. I trust you will behave. These are just temporary measures until I finish my affairs with the Flame Empire and leave you be. A generous and understanding man, my ass. He simply does not want to bring us food even though he has imprisoned us." One of the four sages muttered in a very low voice. Robin heard him clearly but did not comment, but instead turned his eyes toward the sage representative of the Flame Empire. "As for you, me, yes, Hakim replied nervously. "Take one of the ships and immediately move towards the continent of the Flame Empire. Tell the officials if they want to see their sons here safe again, they should bring me all the prisoners they captured in the ancestral continent, especially the prisoners from the 4 special forces and the rune masters. And don't try to play any game like keeping some of them locked up there. I know every single one you took. The journey from here to the continent of the Flame Empire takes about 3 months. I will give you 6 months for the round trip and an extra week to gather all my followers. Every day of delay after that, I will kill 100 children of the Flame Empire, understand?" "Understood. I will move right away." The sage of the Flame Empire bowed and almost flew eastward, afraid that Robin would turn back on his words and have him stay. "Wait, you idiot, if you fly to the borders of the continent on your own, you will take days." Robin spoke and then looked toward one of the demons at his side. "Can you get him to the location of the Flame Empire ships for me?" "Yes." The demon bowed slightly and then jumped over the Draco next to him and signaled to the sage of the Flame Empire to jump after him, after which they both disappeared from view. "The ancestral continent? There are people that strong in the ancestor continent? Didn't they tell us that it's just a desolate place where weak minor heavenly law users live? Those alien races used to live with our ancestors back there? Why wasn't this put in the books?" The sage of the Flame Empire was so excited that he wouldn't have to die in this place that he didn't check what Robin said carefully, but those words couldn't escape unnoticed by the rest of the prisoners. Robin didn't care what was happening below, he had already said what had to be said, so he simply rose from his chair and walked towards his tent silently. "Were you doing all this for a hostage exchange? Do you really think this would work?" Jabba quickly moved behind Robin and asked with furrowed eyebrows, "Why wouldn't it succeed? All the teenagers in the valley are from imperial families, and most of them are the sons of sages and individuals with high authority. Otherwise, when they get the chance to cross the ocean to cultivate in this place, I think they will want to get them back rather than keep a handful of useless prisoners." Robin spoke as he moved. "Useless? You just said that they keep the Rune Master and Special Legions members, maybe even Caesar himself. Are they going to let go of them so easily?" Jabba asked again. "They are all useless because they are under oath to shut their mouths. They are keeping them prisoners until they decode the oath tablets and free them from the oath so that they can speak and expose what they know about the runes. But they should know by now that the oath tablets are nothing like the fire explosion talisman. Decoding it may take them hundreds of years. They will refuse and act with anger first, but it will not take time before they decide to release them in order to get their sons back. Of course, they will think of coming back to the ancestral continent and capturing the rune masters again after decoding the oath tablets." Robin replied with a half smile. He knew they wouldn't get that chance a second time. "Theoretically you are right, but the empire that destroyed your family without warning surely won't compromise so easily. And that sage who left saw all our troops here. Do you think that when he comes back he will really have your followers with him?" Robin stopped at this moment and gave a cruel smile. "Don't let such thoughts weigh you down, just tell me when Amon comes." "Amon?" Jabba was surprised and wanted to ask Robin again what was going on, but he had already made his way to his tent. Chapter 328. 3 months later, inside the throne hall in a luxurious palace. "My son is a prisoner? And in the hands of some peasants from the ancestral continent on top of that. Do you understand what you are saying? Why have I been feeding you dogs all these years?" A middle-aged man wearing a crown inlaid with rare stones stood up and shouted, Your Majesty, we had nothing in our hands, the creatures he brought with him are just very powerful. Forget about us, he captured all the youths and observers in the central continent and not just our youth." This was the sage that Robin had let go. He fell to the ground on his knees from the terror and pressure that had descended upon him and began to stutter. Just standing in front of the Flame Emperor of this generation was worrying enough, but standing in front of him when he is angry? This is a nightmare. He captured even the sons of other empires. The Flame Emperor furrowed his eyebrows. Isn't the Flame Empire enough for him as an enemy, so he went to pick a few more? That bastard has some nerve. Looks like we really underestimated this Robin Burton, an aging old man standing to the right of the throne muttered in a low voice. I don't want to say that, but you should have taken my advice back then and investigated it further. It is just a 200-year-old mouse living on the ancestral continent. Do we go and make deals with him? Tell him, please, we are stupid and we need help, give us everything you ever made? No, we had to take what we want. And what can we investigate further? He is just a kid from some ordinary family and he was struggling in a mortal war against some locals called Bolivar. I still say that we made the right decision. An old woman standing to the left of the throne spoke this time, and then she looked toward the back of the emperor standing in front of her. Because that mouse managed to find help we didn't know about, it doesn't mean you made a mistake when making the invasion decision. Remember that you are always right. That mouse has managed to discover techniques for all the known major heavenly laws, and they are much purer than the ones we know at that. He has techniques for other major laws such as darkness and gravity, and he created the talisman system that we have never heard of before, and, damn, I even forgot the rest of the innovations we heard about. The old man spoke in exasperation. How did you not consider that he might have someone higher than all of us to look after him? Someone from outside this world. Who is out of the world? The heavens or the stars? It seems that age has affected your mind, old man. The old woman waved sarcastically. Enough. The Flame Emperor suddenly shouted. Tell me, how do I get my son and the rest of the detainees back? Hear me out and do as Robin said. Send all the prisoners to him and he will return our children to us. We heard a lot about him from the ancestral continent since this useless war started, and we know he is a benevolent person and always carries out his promises. This kind of nature doesn't just disappear, and I assure you that if we do what he says, he will abide too. The old man spoke. No, you damn old man should be thrown out of the crown hall. You want to humiliate the great Flame Empire in front of a boy. The old woman yelled angrily. Your Majesty, you should send forces to capture this Robin and kill all his henchmen in the central continent. Then not only will you be able to bring our juniors back, but we will be able to get our hands on what we want. Wasn't our goal from the beginning to capture him? What is going on inside your brain, woman? Didn't you hear? They have over 200 sages, that is roughly a quarter of our current troop of sages. That is not mentioning the other 400 high-ranking saints. If our troops go and a big fight starts there, our little ones will get hurt and maybe Robin Burton will order them to be killed during the battle. The old man turned and shouted. It would be a proper sacrifice in exchange for capturing Robin Burton alive. Even if we forgot about his talisman system, obtaining one or two of his major heavenly law techniques will make the whole world have one empire, the Great Flame Empire. The woman ignored the old man's words and looked toward the emperor's back again. We can't give this guy much time. This time he appeared with 200 demon sages. What would happen next? Your Majesty, we must get rid of him as soon as possible. A proper sacrifice? It is 10,000 teenagers and young men. They are our whole new generation. What will we do with the techniques if we have no one to learn them? How would our people be happy with our success when there is a dead child in every household? Do you realize what you are saying, you old crocodile? The old man got agitated as if he wanted to pounce on the woman. Then he looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, wars happen and that is natural, every time it ends with peace treaties and common interests. I say we should take advantage of this prisoner exchange and begin this talk with Robin Burton. We can make him give us some benefits if we give him something in return. This is how normal humans do their business. Give us some benefits? We should haggle with the mouth now. I will commit suicide before that happens. Everything is okay if that is what it takes to capture Robin Burton alive, even if all our younger generation dies. The old woman answered coldly. You. The old man was about to finish, but was suddenly interrupted. I have decided, the emperor's voice finally echoed again, we will capture Robin Burton, and we will bring all our sons as well. Both the old man and the old woman furrowed their brows upon hearing this. The emperor turned to face the two. Old Gu, gather the fleet and fill it with all the prisoners we brought from the ancestral continent, all of them. Yes. The old man replied with a smile. Then the emperor looked back at the old woman with a vague smile. Old G, that bastard gave us 1 week. Gather all the high-level sages and saints that you can reach within 1 week and hide them in those ships. Haha, what a good plan indeed. I have taught you well. Old woman G laughed out loud. Old Gu furrowed his eyebrows when he heard this, as the emperor's plan became clear. Even though he had to acknowledge that it was indeed smart. If successful, it would be a perfect shot, but if it failed, you are still underestimating Robin Burton again. Chapter 329. 3 months later, in the vast ocean between the ancestral continent and the central continent. Why don't you just tell me? I won't stop asking until I have an answer. Tell me what happened to Robin in that Nihari world. Billy spoke urgently. By today, it has been about 9 months since Robin returned with his allies to this world. During this period, Amon learned a thing or two about the language of this planet. He learned a lot, especially from Billy, who was basically inseparable from him during this period. Amon focused on looking in front of him. He pretended to look at the open sea in front of him with slightly knotted eyebrows, like he was thinking about something important, and he did not give a reply. You miserable creature, Robin considers you a close follower, but instead of reaching out to help him get over whatever happened, you encourage him more? What kind of follower are you? Billy got pissed off when he didn't get his answer and started shouting, again. This is not the first time such dialogue takes place, and not the second time either.
He rained him with such questions whenever he saw him, and Amon kept running away every time.
But since the beginning of this sea voyage, Billy has not left Amon's side, knowing that Amon has nowhere to run anymore. Things didn't change much. Amon's mental resistance and patience were much stronger than he thought.
Whenever he comes and asks him about what happened to Robin and Nihari, he would receive no reply. Then Billy would start a rage shouting session and go sit somewhere in the ship, but a few hours later, he would come back again with the same questions.
Amon is nothing.
Amon neither encourages nor discourages the master.
If the master wants to tell you, he will tell you himself. Amon spoke in a low voice with clear annoyance. The master is the most knowledgeable being under heaven and does not need anyone to tell him what to do. Amon is the one who does what he is asked. Then why don't you let me do the job, huh? Just tell me why he came back a changed man like that. Maybe I will find a solution and try to help him. What exactly happened there?
Billy got excited when he finally heard a reply from Amon and got closer, with wide open eyes, like a child asking for sweets from his father.
Boom! Roar!
A strong crashing sound came from the side of the ship that made it rise tens of meters above sea level.
A sea beast of the snake faction, a mid-sage level. A demon shouted in the language of the Nihari world.
Amon did not move from his place and did not change his standing position even as the ship was still rising in the air. A large number of demons above the ship jumped from it and headed towards the left side of the ship, where white flames immediately began to rise.
AOO.
In the blink of an eye, the terrifying sea monsters were turned into a howling of pain, after diving again and disappearing.
TSHH.
The huge metal ship landed again on the surface of the water, causing a great splash and even huge waves that affected the rest of the ships in the fleet.
But it simply continued the same way as before, as if nothing had happened. Hey, stop ignoring me, we are almost at our destination already. Who knows what enemies we'll face? This is the continent that contains the Flame Empire. Billy yelled. Do you understand that?
We could all even die. Come on, tell me something useful, you damn creature. Amon had to look beside him at this annoying human who didn't even reach his shoulder height and spoke.
Why the hell are you on the ship with Amon in the first place? You.
Billy wanted to argue, but at that moment he caught a glimpse of something on the horizon.
Is this land? Yeah, looks like we are here. Amon was happy to answer this question. Tisk, damn you, I'm going to go check the beach. If we are still alive after the war is over, I'll definitely make you tell me.
Billy replied, then rose up and flew towards the central continent.
Ha!
Amon sighed and then got off the ship and flew after him.
A few minutes later, on the southern coast of the central continent, Billy's eye saw a person approaching, flying towards him as well, and quickly he could see his features. Jabba. Swish, swish, swish. Right after Billy and Jabba met, Amon arrived too, and Jabba spoke to Amon. What took you so long? The master expected your arrival days ago. Amon will apologize to my master later. The number of sea beasts and their strength exceeded all expectations. Amon explained. During our coming, we received several waves of monsters that slowed us down, and even greatly damaged one of the ships. The sea beasts managed to greatly damage one of the ships that the master designed. What would the losses have been if you came with normal ships then? Jabba furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing the news and looked behind Amon, toward the oncoming fleet. Concentrate on me, Jabba, where's Robin? What's up with the war here? Have you managed to conquer a Flame Empire city yet? Billy intervened in the speech and sent to Jabba via the transmission technology. I can do a thing or two in your language, Sister Zara taught me. About which war and which Flame Empire city are you talking about? Jabba stuttered a little and then continued.
It doesn't matter, this is not the time now. According to the appointed time, the prisoners will arrive in a week at the latest. We must proceed to the eastern part of the continent at once.
Amon nodded. Everyone will be ready to move in half an hour.
Then he turned and headed back towards the fleet, which almost reached the shore. Minutes later, before the ships reached the shore, swarms of tens of thousands of demons flew from the ships and began to take formations in the sky.
Chapter 330.
5 more days later, near the eastern shore of the central continent. I see the beach, and many crimson things above it. Prepare to lower the anchors. A man flying over a large fleet of ships of distinctive shape suddenly shouted loudly. After hearing that shout, a number of people also began flying over the boats, looking toward the land with longing and fear. Longing because they came close to seeing their children and grandchildren after they were almost destroyed by anxiety for the 3 months they spent at sea, and deep fear that they would not. Ever since they heard the description of those evil creatures and what they could do, they feared that these things had already killed and eaten their kids. And, of course, they felt a simple amount of fear towards the strength of that new enemy. The enemy that suddenly decided to take on the Flame Empire and kidnap their new generation. Were they overestimating themselves, or did they know exactly what they were doing? This can only be known with a fight. Whenever the eyes of one of the sages or saints fall upon what lies waiting for them on the shore, he opens his eyes wide and says, "May the heavens have mercy on us." Each of them acted as if they saw a demon from folklore, and well, they actually did see demons. Nearly 200 sage-level demons lined up in a row. Behind them were thousands of people dressed in tattered clothes, and some of them were injured and left in dangerous conditions. Even without seeing their faces from afar, with one look the sages of the empire were able to determine that those were their children and grandchildren. These were the future of the Flame Empire. These boys and girls are treated with the utmost respect even by the rest of the 3 empires, but their shape now is closer to that of beggars. Above them hover many 4-winged flying beasts that leak a roar from time to time, and above each of these beasts stand 1 or 2 humans. It is clear that they are pet flying beasts, and whether the flying beasts or their riders, they all seem to be at least saints. And standing in front of all that is a human who puts his hands behind his back, glancing quietly at the fleet as it draws near. "Robin Burton," said one of the sages and gritted his teeth when he saw the one in front. He had already seen a portrait of him after agreeing to command this mission, then he looked behind him and shouted, "Move forward at full speed." On the other hand, Robin raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the ship's speed increase instead of slowing down. The ship seemed to be about to break through the shore he was standing on, but he did not move a muscle. Crack! More than 20 ships reached the shore at the same time, but they did not stop. Ah! The smiles were wiped off the face of the 10,000 prisoners of the Flame Empire, and they began to take steps back. If the ships continued at this speed, they would be crushed beneath them. A few demons took a few steps forward, ready to stop the ships or even destroy them, but Robin raised his hand and signaled them to step back. Then again he lowered his hand and put it behind his back. At that moment a shout came from over the ships, and 3 sages jumped over the ships they were riding and stood in front of them, trying to block their ships themselves. Tisk! All the ships finally stopped. Robin, who was standing at the front, was only 1 meter away from the bow of the ship hitting his head, but he did not move, still in the same position looking directly in front of him. From the ship that stopped in front of Robin, an old man flew gently and looked at Robin from above his nose. "It seems the fear made you freeze, but I can understand this. You must have begun to realize what you have done with the silly move of taking our children hostage and became aware of the consequences, but there is no longer any room for regret." Robin finally looked up at that person, gave a smirk, and spoke, "A good entry, I give you that.
Is that your way of scaring me? It does not matter, I guess.
In fact, I would have loved your ship to touch me just now. I would have considered it an attack and a breach of agreement, then I was going to bury you all here." The sage continued to look at Robin from above, but with a slightly grumpy face this time.
This Robin is supposed to be the #1 genius that this world has seen, and does not consider the possibility that these ships carry an army that came to kill him? Did arrogance overwhelm his judgment to this degree, or is he really just a boy who found a legacy? Bury us? This arrogance, you truly are one of a kind, aren't you? But I guess that is to be expected from the idiot who targeted the youths of the 4 empires at the same time. You do not realize what you have done to yourself and to the entire ancestor continent, do you? The sage spoke again. I highly doubt that you can do something worse to the ancestor continent right now. Robin raised his eyebrows and replied, The imperial sage furrowed his eyebrows when he heard this. What do you mean? Are you saying that you met our troops there? Robin smiled a cruel smile. I say let my prisoners go and let us finish this exchange for the better. Continuing the discussion in this direction would not be very useful. The sage unleashed his aura, pressing it on everyone present, a level 40 sage. Although Robin's response was not direct, it was understandable enough. The smile on Robin's face disappeared, and an angry expression filled his face. Then he raised his hand. If you want to complete this exchange, get my men out immediately, get down on the ground and speak to me as I speak to you. I, Robin, do not like to look up when I speak. Carry on in your arrogant manner and the place will turn into a sea of blood. At Robin's signal, some demons began to pump out a massive white flame, forming the shape of a huge demon tens of meters long. Then Zara came afterward, and a huge amount of life energy ran into the giant white flame demon. The eyes of the giant white flame demon seemed as if it had gained some consciousness out of nowhere, sending some fear and questioning into everyone's hearts at what they were seeing. Then it let out an enormous roar. Roar! Kia! Help! The giant white flame demon began to move toward the 10,000 prisoners, looking at them with eyes filled with rage and killing intent. With the size of the huge white flame demon and the strength that it derived from dozens of demon sages, there was no doubt about its destructive ability. That thing could kill hundreds of prisoners with every hit. Chapter 331. Wait. The sages were startled when they saw what is going on and cried out in fear for their kids. Tisk. The level 40 sage murmured in anger and then waved his hand at the rest of the sages that hovered around the ships to stand back, and then descended to stand on the beach a few meters away from Robin. This is better. When Robin saw this, he waved at Zara to stop the giant white flame demon. The giant white flame demon indeed stopped all motion, but it could be seen that it hated it. The giant white flame demon stood there next to the Flame Empire prisoners looking at them as if they were his worst enemies, ready to start killing at any moment. After the signal of the 40th level sage, the fronts of the ships slowly began to open, revealing behind them large numbers of people, mostly young men and women, all in torn clothes and covered in old stains of dirt mixed with blood, and every one of them showing signs of severe torture. Arg, it is so bright. Where are we? Red-horned beasts. Did they bring us all the way here to feed us to these things? The day has finally come then, huh? The people inside the ships had mixed feelings when they saw the sight in front of them, demons standing in front of them and Dracos flying above them, even the giant white flame demon that looked like it was about to devour the world. No one thought for a moment that this might be a good thing. Some of them actually started to smile, rejoicing that their suffering will finally end. Robin took a big inhale when he saw these familiar faces and then spoke gently, "Calm down and move steadily towards me, you are safe now." Is that? He is His Excellency. That is His Excellency. Father. A faint sound came from among the voices of the thousands of prisoners of the Burton family who began to move out of the ships, but it was strong enough to hammer Robin's heart and made him turn his head quickly towards its source. Finally, his eyes fell on the person who had just spoken. It was a saint at the top of his realm, a level 30 saint that can lead an ancient duke family like the Bradleys, but he moved as weak as a 100-year-old mortal and leaned against another young man next to him to prevent himself from falling.
He was extremely skinny and wearing nothing but torn pants. It looked like he hadn't eaten in ages. Any little boy could count his bones and ribs just by looking at him. His body has old traces of torture that have not yet healed, and there are even traces of direct stab wounds in several areas of his body. It is clear that he was left to die more than once, but he was too stubborn to die and hold on to his life to this day. Caesar. Robin's eyes became blurry when he saw his child. Everything he was doing right now was to see this young man again. He feared that the Flame Empire would use Caesar as a card if he started the war directly on the Flame Empire's continent. Seeing him moving and talking again was the most important thing. Revenge can wait. Arg. Father, it is you, it is really you. It is. Caesar slowly raised his slender hand and placed it on Robin's back. It was a simple gesture, but he had extracted all the strength from his body to do it. It is okay, you are fine now, you are fine now. Robin finally left him and put his hands on either side of Caesar's head and spoke, then looked beside him at the young man on whom Caesar was leaning and spoke, "Thank you for looking after my son, Alfred." Alfred Marley himself was not in much better condition than Caesar. It could be said that they were leaning on each other, but when he heard this from Robin he forced his body to bend a little and said, "Please don't thank me, Your Excellency, but please, my family." Robin moved one hand off Caesar's smiling face and placed it on Alfred's shoulder, smiling, "Don't worry, I left them alive for you, most of them at least." Thank you, thank you." Alfred was dumbfounded and happy for a few seconds, but suddenly he seemed to understand what most of them meant. Probably his father and maybe all the ruling class in the family had been killed, but he still cried happily. At least he still had some little relatives left. He knew this day would come, and he knew that this was the best scenario that could have happened. Robin nodded and then looked back at Caesar. "Take Alfred and go rest in the forest over there. Keep moving until you can't take another step anymore. When we are done here we'll talk more, okay?" Caesar nodded with difficulty, began to lean on Alfred, and started moving to where Robin was pointing. "All of you, go after Caesar. We will bring you food and medicine in a little while." Then Robin raised his voice and pointed to the rest of the prisoners disembarking from the ships to the left of the shore, where they all walked in that direction slowly and weakly as if they were zombies. The sage of the Flame Empire waited a few minutes until the last prisoner came out of the ship and vacated the area and then spoke, "Are you pleased now?" Robin nodded, still watching Caesar move and the rest to safety. "I must admit, I was pretty much expecting you wouldn't bring in any prisoners, but it looks like you guys are not completely stupid. At least there is someone wise among you." "Humph, we, the Great Flame Empire, are so glad we got rid of the burden of feeding all those scum for free." The sage spoke in exasperation, evidently hating what was happening now. When Robin heard this, a provocative smile appeared on his face, but he didn't say anything, he merely waved his hand. Bam, bam. The giant white flame demon and Nihiri demon stepped aside, clearing the way for the Flame Empire hostages to move forward. "You don't have to be afraid of anyone, come on board," the sage declared loudly and pointed behind him. The hostages advanced very slowly, as happened with the prisoners of the Burton family and the Rune Masters, not because of injuries and hunger, but because of fear. These man-eating creatures, those winged beasts, the giant white flame demon, and finally, that monster that was commanding all these creatures. Everything they have seen over the past 6 months has made them terrified of every single detail around them. TAA. After the hostages passed the 2 rows of demons on either side, they started speeding up little by little and started entering the ships closest to them, happy as if they had taken permission to get out of hell to heaven. The Empire's 90 sages who had shown themselves so far descended and greeted their children and grandchildren with smiles and then told them to enter the ships with the rest quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 10,000 teenagers were all inside the ships with no problems. Then the level 40 sage of the Flame Empire in charge gave the orders, and he and the sages began to push the ships back until they reached the water again. Then they turned them to face the other direction, and began to move away slowly from the sandy shore. Without saying another word, the exchange was successful, but there was something strange about the atmosphere. It didn't ease one bit. Neither the demons seemed to rest, nor Robin went after Caesar and the rest to check on their affairs. They all remained standing in their places like statues, eyeing the departing ships like they are waiting for something. "Master." Demonkind Soccer came from behind Robin and spoke, about those that were hidden inside the ships. Soccer and the rest of the demons in general caught the scent of other individuals who had not come out of the ships with the Burton prisoners, large numbers of them, and most importantly, they were all extremely strong. "I know, stay alert." Robin spoke without much emotion. Chapter 332. Robin didn't smell anyone, but his soul sense was simply too broad and subtle. Before the ships even reached the shore, he knew the numbers of everyone in it and their strength level. The sages who had just appeared were nothing compared to those hiding inside the ships. "If we attack first while they are still in their ships, we will have the advantage." Soccer spoke again. Robin took a long inhale and then spoke. "Robin Burton doesn't back on his promises. No matter how much I hate them, I'll keep my word until the last minute. Just wait until they start moving." Soccer didn't add a word, just gave a slight bow and returned to his position. Everyone kept looking towards the horizon as the ships started to disappear little by little. Some of the demons thought it was a false alarm and began to relax. At that moment, a loud shout came from the horizon, and then huge numbers of people came out of the ships, flying, and began to move back towards the shore in a hurry. "What's going on?" "A trap, it's a trap." The saints and sages of the Life Legion were shocked when they saw so many flying humans coming out of the ships and coming towards them. They didn't have noses as powerful as demons, nor did they have an extremely precise soul sense like Robin. Seeing what was happening now was a huge shock to them. "Ha ha ha, Robin Burton, you really thought you could match the Great Flame Empire? It's time for you to pay the price for your arrogance." The level 40 sage who commanded the fleet before shouted loudly and was coming flying from afar, not alone. Robin moved his eyes steadily, watching all those experts coming towards him, all those people who wanted to kill him.
There were little more than 400 sages and 10,000 saints.
He quietly inserted his spiritual sense into his voice ring and sent a message to Jabba.
I think I'll need you here soon. Days had passed since Jabba left to meet the fleet coming from the ancestral continent on the southern shore.
He knew that Jabba was aware of the seriousness of the situation and would bring them as soon as possible, so he hadn't contacted him since he left, but now,
at about the same moment, a message from Jabba arrived. In 1 hour we will be in front of you.
Robin took a deep inhale when he heard this, then took out his spiritual sense from the voice ring and inserted it into the space ring. Immediately, a long plain black spear appeared in his hand. Then Robin raised his spear, unleashing his aura as a level 27 saint, and shouted loudly, "Start the defensive formation we have trained on in the last few months. We have to hold out for 1 hour and victory will be ours."
Yes. The demons split immediately and advanced.
180 of them made an extremely tight circle with one shoulder touching the other's shoulder, and the remaining 20 stood in the middle of the circle. Then the Life Legion members jumped over their Dracos one by one and headed toward the middle of the circle as well, allowing the Dracos to fly out of danger.
Robin also jumped and entered the tight circle, standing in a defensive position. Ha 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 ha, hiding behind those filthy creatures won't protect you from us.
The captain of the fleet of the Flame Empire shouted, then raised his sword and set it on pale yellow fire, then lowered it to the head of the demon closest to the shore.
Boom.
The scene that the level 40 sage imagined did not happen. The body of the demon did not fly away, and his body was not cremated by his flames. The demon only raised his arm before the sword hit his head, and used a small crimson shield on his arm to stop the sword.
The shield wasn't scratched, and the demon's arm didn't retreat an inch.
Soccer, the most powerful demon king, armed with crimson divine shields scattered all over his body, was not an easy opponent to bully.
Impossible. The level 40 sage shouted when he saw this and backed away before a counterpunch from the demon.
If this demon can stop his sword strike as if they were in a training session, surely it has the ability to fight him as an equal. When the rest of the saints and sages of the Flame Empire saw this, they also reduced their speed and contented themselves with surrounding the circle instead of attacking directly. The first contact was enough to break the momentum of the Flame Empire's forces. What are you waiting for? Attack in full force. The commander of the Imperial forces shouted.
Hey-ya!
Thousands of saints and hundreds of sages started using the major heavenly law of fire at the same time, with seas of fire appearing in the sky, all ready to descend and devour Robin and his companions. Before all those attacks came down, the Flame Empire forces were surprised that a large portion of them had disappeared.
What is happening? Where did my attack go? I put all my energy into it. Robin Burton.
The commander of the Flame Empire forces shouted when he saw what was happening in the middle of the circle. Robin, whose eyes started radiating intensely with a golden glow, stabbed his spear into the air, sending spears of energy one after the other. All the flames in the path of that energy spear disappeared as if they were not there. Especially the attacks of the sages of the Flame Empire, all of them were targeted before they finished forming them.
Keep going, burn them all.
One of the sages shouted and began forming another powerful flame attack before it disappeared just like the previous one. No matter how hard Robin tried, he couldn't break the attacks of 400 plus sages and 10,000 saints. They also knew that very well, and thousands of flame seas and fire beasts landed on the defensive circle. A big smile appeared on the level 40 sage's face. This kind of tightly organized attack could kill anyone on the planet with ease. These demons and Robin Burton had no chance of surviving. He already started thinking about his report and how to tell his emperor that he had to kill Robin Burton, when suddenly, at this moment, a dome of white flames appeared above the defensive circle, and it blocked everything coming its way.
What the hell is this? Boom.
When the combined attacks came into contact with the dome, it lost its momentum and stopped for a moment, but the dome also began to fade. This kind of power was not something the defensive dome, which was created with the power of the 180 demon sages, could withstand.
Now, Zara shouted loudly when she saw this.
About 200 Life Legion saints started to inject life energy into the backs of the demons who had formed the defensive ring in the dome, and the dome quickly started to heal again.
Not only that,
about 20 Life Force sages started directly injecting life energy into the dome. The dome started moving, creating an amazing and terrifying sight.
Chapter 333.
The dome was still rapidly eroding and becoming filled with gaps due to the many and accelerating attacks of the Flame Empire saints. What is new is that the dome began to draw more energy from one side to repel a fierce attack coming at the other. And every time a sage from the Flame Empire tried to enter through one of the gaps, the dome closed in front of him immediately and blocked his path. It appeared like a horribly torn piece of cloth that is continuously moving at a crazy speed. The sages and saints of the Flame Empire couldn't comprehend what was going on right in front of their eyes. This type of extreme speed in responding to the situation was not something that the 180 demon sages could agree upon at a moment's notice. It seemed as if the dome had gained some kind of consciousness of its own.
We are ready.
The 20 demon sages who remained in the center of the defensive circle shouted after making huge white flame beasts. Then Zara and a few other sages of the life forces came and started injecting life energy into those lifeless beast images.
Roar!
The dome was partially opened and huge flame beasts were let out, their eyes reminding everyone of the huge white flame demon that threatened their younger generation a while ago. Huge lifelike dragons, phoenixes, and demons that were tens of meters high immediately started attacking the saints of the Flame Empire. The beasts strangely started helping each other, organizing attacks, and protecting each other's backs. Immediately after the white flame beasts made their appearance, more than half of the Flame Empire saints started to worry about them, and started to defend and try to destroy these strange conscious beasts. Without noticing, they started fighting fire images and left their main mission, which is attacking the dome. The head of the Flame Empire forces looked around, wondering where he had gone wrong for the situation to turn around in such a strange way. He came with the element of surprise and the overwhelming numerical advantage, but it seemed like he was being pulled into an attrition war. Leaving aside what was happening with the Saints, the Flame Empire sages were visibly eliminated from the battle because of Robin Burton's energy spears that destroyed every attack or defense they could master and stopped them from doing any helpful act. Then he looked at Robin, who was still shooting spears from inside the dome with hateful eyes. He really wanted to rip this guy apart right now, but couldn't think of a way to do so he just clenched his fist and screamed, "Ah! Boom, boom, boom. Hurry up and isolate that white flame beast away from the rest. It is so strong." Roar! Minute after minute passed and the situation did not change, not even a little. If someone tried to attack the dome from afar, Robin destroyed his attack. And if someone tried to hit it with a punch from close combat, the dome concentrated its power at that point and blocked him completely. Of course, some attacks still descended on the dome, affecting it and tearing it to pieces at times, but the 180 demon sages backed by 180 saints from the Life Legion continued to feed the dome and renovate it constantly. The demons with the Dark Law passed their energy into the dome as well to help absorb the attacks, and the rest of the demon sages just continued to pump out their pure fire energy. Outside, 20 white flame beasts were still working together to break down the Empire's army. Every now and then a beast would be destroyed. Technically, it is just a fire law offensive technique combined with life energy. Destroying it isn't that hard. But what is annoying is that when one of the beasts is destroyed, another one would come out from inside the dome, bringing their number back to 20 beasts. What are you doing? Can't you destroy a few scums from the ancestral continent? What the hell is going on here? The leader of this campaign, the level 40 sage, almost went crazy. With every passing minute, many saints and even the sages of the Empire are killed, dispersed, and forced to attack randomly, while the position of the dome and the organization of Robin Burton's forces remains the same since the beginning. Under the attack of 10,000 saints and more than 400 sages, not one of Robin's forces has died till now. Raphael Barnett, take your men and focus the attack on the highest point of the dome, don't bother with anything else. The leader shouted as a level 39 sage, and that sage moved and drove with him more than 100 sages and 1,000 saints to above the dome. Then the leader looked toward someone else. Samuel Barnett, remove your men from battle and attack those demons from between the spaces when the dome is torn. Yes. The sage, called Samuel, responded and retreated, taking 100 sages with him away from the battles against the 20 beasts and surrounding the dome from below. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! All those saints and sages suddenly being pulled off from the battle put more pressure on the rest of the saints and sages of the Empire in the face of the formation of white flame beasts and Robin's space attacks, and the death rates among them rose more and more. As for the top of the dome, the intensity of the fire attacks was so high that it began to summon energy from the rest of its parts to cover the sky only, while below the sages of the Empire began to attack the demons who supplied the dome with energy. The dome was still trying to hold together, taking down a portion of the energy to protect a certain demon and then pulling it back to cover the sky, but even with that, a lot of attacks started pouring down on the demons, bringing them into a horrible shape. Had it not been for the crimson divine shields covering their bodies, many would have already fallen. The level 40 leader laughed when he saw that penetrating the dome was a matter of time. Then he looked toward the center of the dome, behind the curtain of white flames that comes and goes every moment. He looked at Robin Burton and shouted, "You are just postponing your death. I have thousands of saints and more than 400 sages. How long do you think your tricks will work? Both number and quality are on my side. Surrender now and I will give you an easy death." Good speech. I will give you the same courtesy and give you this chance as well. Surrender now and I will order for you to be killed first before they eat you. As I have seen, being eaten alive is not the best experience, Robin replied in a low voice, still busy with stabbing his black spear around him like a madman. Ha! What do you mean? The level 40 sage furrowed his eyebrows. He was clearly about to kill the 180 demons that were feeding the dome, and when that happens he will capture Robin alive. And he is threatening him now? Is this boy who haunts the Empire that delusional? At that moment Robin looked him straight in the eye with a mocking smile. You will find the answer on your left. Chapter 334. The level 40 sage furrowed his eyebrows even more upon hearing this. His spiritual sense and acute hearing as a top-level sage didn't pick up anything, but out of curiosity he couldn't hold himself from looking to his left. He found many black dots coming from afar, tens of thousands of them. He couldn't determine their strength levels nor see what they are, but he could see clearly how fast they were approaching him, and the fact that they are all flying. The sage quickly understood something and looked down to try to order a reorganization into a defensive position, but found nothing but a devastating mess. Reorganizing all of this would take at least a few minutes, but will those coming enemy reinforcements give them a few minutes? Will Robin Burton and his forces and giant white flame beasts stand silent for a few minutes until he organizes a full defense formation? Who? The level 40 sage finally gave out a breath of cold air, straightened his back, abandoned his fighting stance, and all expressions of anger and enthusiasm disappeared. Commander, what do we do with the left side? The giant white flame beasts are starting to take over there due to the lack of troops. Commander, what is your order? Commander! One of the sages of the Flame Empire shouted out loud, but when he didn't find a response from their leader, he looked around him to look for him. He found their mighty leader hanging in the air with empty eyes and straight features. It seemed as if his life was repeating itself before his eyes. When that sage followed his commander's gaze path and looked toward the horizon, he found faint black dots, far away but fast approaching.
Oh my god.
It didn't take more than a second for that sage to realize what he was seeing and shouted loudly, "Reinforcements! The enemy has reinforcements coming from the southwest direction."
What?
All the sages and saints of the Flame Empire began to take a few steps back, leaving a space between them, the dome and the white flame beasts, and looked in that direction.
Impossible. All these enemies?
They are tens of thousands.
And they are all flying too. All of these are saints, at least. We have to get out of here. No one present from the Flame Empire was stupid.
As soon as they saw the black dots on the horizon, they knew it was time to retreat. Even if they have many sages with them and still might not necessarily be defeated, at least a great many of them would be killed.
Get out of here? This won't be easy.
A cruel smile appeared on Robin's face and then he raised his hand. The wind began to blow hard, hitting the living dome, which was made with the power of 180 sages, and it lit up even more. Then the sages of the Life Legion ordered the dome to change its shape to be like a huge sheet and move quickly. The moment the living flame sheet supported by the wind Major Heavenly Law moved ahead of all the saints and sages of the Flame Empire who wanted to flee toward the ocean and catch up with their ships, it expanded exponentially, forming a kind of firewall that blocked their way.
Tear that wall apart.
Everyone started attacking the white wall of flame, but the same scene as before happened. The wall was filled with holes quickly but no one could pass it. It was quickly repairing itself in the places they were trying to escape from.
Damn it, let's move around it.
There's no way that damn wall can stretch to infinity. One of the elders shouted and flew up to full speed. And indeed every saint and sage chose a different direction and started moving there at top speed in devastating chaos, but the fastest of them could not advance more than 200 meters before finding a demon in front of him.
Bah!
Everyone who tried to escape from the sides or above immediately encountered the demon and the Life Legion sages to send them back down. The giant white flame beasts have arrived behind us.
Boom!
The 20 monsters also finally caught up with the rest and started attacking the saints in organized formations again. One of the elders from the Flame Empire looked around like a madman. The situation had flipped in an instant. A while ago, they were besieging Robin and those with him, and now in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded on all sides without leaving any room for escape. At last, one of the sages managed to gather whatever courage left in him and shouted loudly, trying to fill the now empty battlefield commander role, "Don't worry, our numbers are still much bigger, we just have to reorganize ourselves and..."
Rayor! Boom!
A strong roar came from a close distance that made the words of that sage stick in his throat, and then a punch fell into his face that made his teeth go down his throat next to his words. The enemy reinforcements have arrived.
Commander, help us! Commander! Ah!
As for the level 40 sage commander of the Flame Empire forces, his eyes were roaming around silently watching what was happening without saying a word or moving a finger. Since he saw the black dots coming in the beginning, he anticipated this end. No matter what they did, it was impossible to escape.
Swoosh! Swoosh!
The leader of the Flame Empire forces looked next to him as he felt a thick killing intent, and found two demons looking at them like hungry dogs looking at the most delicious piece of meat in the world.
Ha! When the commander of the Flame Empire forces saw this, he looked down toward Robin and spoke, "Is there no other way? Did you give any other way to Jura when you had the advantage?"
Robin spoke softly and then looked at the two demons. "Soccer, Morin, leave a piece for your brothers, they haven't tasted a level 40 sage before."
Rayor!
The two goblins roared with full force and attacked the commander of the Flame Empire's forces at the same time.
"Come then, I will show you what it means to be a top-level sage."
Finally, some fighting intent appeared in the eyes of the leader of the Flame Empire forces, and pale yellow flames began to fly from all over his body. The fight was much more intense than the two demon kings Soccer and Morin expected. After the first quarter of an hour of fighting, Morin received a serious injury that made him retreat, but the end result did not change much. Three other demon kings replaced Morin and attacked the commander of the Flame Empire forces together. In a 4-on-1 battle, after this point there was not much room to struggle anymore, and the commander of the Flame Empire forces quickly turned into a meal.
And not him alone.
Within 1 hour of the reinforcements arriving, the beautiful eastern shore of the central continent had turned a deep red.
Chapter 335. Arg. No, take me a prisoner, I can be useful. No.
The waters of the eastern shore of the central continent turned deep red with blood, and the sand and rocks were replaced by torn guts and severed limbs.
Bodies are scattered everywhere as far as the eye can see, and not just human corpses.
Crimson corpses with deformed horns strewn all over the shore, and the number of slain demons is actually not that far off compared to the number of the Empire's troops. Although the Empire's forces had never entered a real war in their entire lives, they had enough time to train in different martial formations and the basics of martial arts. Although the individual strength was overwhelming on the side of the demons and even the numbers were in favor of the demons after the reinforcements arrived, the offensive formations and the defense of the Empire's forces were strong. The meticulous cooperation among them killed the demons by the thousands. But this did not do them much good in the end. None of the saints and sages were left standing on their feet, everyone who fought was killed, and everyone who tried to escape died or was seriously injured.
And now the wounded are being searched for and wiped out. Demons walked around soul sensing and sniffing anyone who was still breathing from the Empire's forces.
Then they dealt a fatal blow, cutting off their heads or piercing their hearts. There are only 20 individuals tied to the side as Robin was passing in front of them and holding their heads one by one.
Except for those 20 sages, the demons had permission to kill everyone else. Amon, why the delay?
You should have arrived at least 10 days ago. If you were late by one more day, we might have all been dead by now.
Robin spoke angrily while holding a sage's head when a high-level demon sage landed beside him.
Amon deeply bowed and spoke. I apologize for the delay. Amon realizes his mistake and waits for punishment.
No need for this, I know you will not be late for no reason. What happened? Robin asked again. Ah.
The sage in Robin's hands began to scream loudly and sob blood. It's the sea beasts. Amon stiffened his back and spoke. They are much more powerful than your excellency expected. On our way we encountered hundreds of them. Not a few of them were at the top of the sage realm as well. We didn't lose any ship, but we had to slow down or even come to a complete stop a few times along the way, and we lost quite a few demons on the way. Of course, your excellency can't be wrong. We think it was the size of the large fleet that drew them towards us and made that change. Jabba then stepped in. It's true, I saw the ships when they arrived. All our ships were partially damaged. One of them will sink if it receives another attack. They must have suffered a lot in their way here. Robin furrowed his eyebrows slightly and let the last sage slip out of his hand after he died. But the ships of the Flame Empire are worse than ours, and yet all our prisoners have arrived safely, and it doesn't look like one of the Flame Empire ships has been much damaged on the way here.
Aha!
So this is why I read in the memories of one of the sages that the Flame Empire patrols the ocean between their continent and the central continent every now and then. This must be to kill the sea beasts that approach the surface between the two continents. If this is it, the oceans between the central continent and the continents of the four empires are considered relatively safe to navigate due to those permanent patrols. But the ocean around the ancestor continent has been filled with those beasts for tens of thousands of years. It was really a miscalculation by me. I put you in a bad position. I apologize for this.
What are you saying, Your Excellency? Even if we jump to hell for you, we'll be happy. You became good with flattering, huh? Forget it. How many sages are in our ranks so far?
Robin flicked his hand as if he was holding a trash bag, then asked Amon, looking into his eyes. After the high-quality food Your Excellency has recently provided us, the strength of our entire race has seen an unprecedented rise. Amon bowed and spoke, feeling truly grateful with all his heart. When we came to this world there were 520 sages and 100,000 saints among us, but currently we have around 3,000 sages and 200,000 saints. We could not bring them all on the ships and did not want to leave your great family without protection, so I decided to bring only 2,500 sages and 60,000 saints. Good, very good. According to those individuals' memories, we have now killed about 400 sages on the shore. This is in addition to all those we have killed in the ancestral continent. We have eliminated almost a third of the Empire's forces.
Half of the numbers of the demon troops you just mentioned will be more than enough.
Robin rubbed his chin and looked around.
Can any of you tell me what's going on here? All of these are experts from the Flame Empire, right? Billy landed next to Robin and Amon and started asking questions. Amon, you bastard, didn't you say we won't be going to the Flame Empire continent? What are you doing here?
Robin asked when he saw Billy, then looked toward Amon, who raised his shoulders in reply.
You are going to war because of us. How can I sleep at home and let you do everything on your own?
If not for the fact that I knew about it too late, I would have summoned the whole Burton forces to join me.
Billy replied in annoyance. All right, make yourself at home, I guess. Amon didn't lie to you, we are now in the central continent, Robin replied. The central continent. Billy held his eyebrows. Yes, it is a continent that lies between all the other continents on this planet. After the emergence of the first two empires in the east and the west and their agreement to set up mutual activities in the continent between them, the next two emperors avoided occupying this continent as well so as not to anger anyone unnecessarily and gathered around it in their search. And so the central continent continued to be the heart of the world and at the same time being severely uninhabited. Robin explained as he saw it in the memories of some sages and saints. Anyway, we were here to set up a prisoner exchange with the Flame Empire, and the exchange has worked brilliantly. Did it really succeed? Billy was astonished and looked around. What part of this massacre is a success?
Robin smiled a sweet smile and said, come after me.
Then he flew north. Billy followed him silently and with a look filled with questioning, then Jabba and Amon flew behind them. Chapter 336.
The flight of the four, Robin, Billy, Amon, and Jabba, continued for a few minutes until Billy finally began to see that there were humans hiding under the trees in the woods in front of them. He started narrowing his eyes in focus.
Caesar, Marcus, Phil, oh my god, even Jana and Sarah are here? We thought you guys were dead.
Billy went crazy with joy when he got close enough and the features of a few individuals in front of him finally started to become clear. Since Jura City fell and after every major battle against the forces of the Flame Empire or the forces of the Eight Kingdoms, Billy had to take his forces and withdraw quickly without looking behind them. They literally ran for their lives, and whoever falls behind meets his destiny. Only when they reached a safe place again did they start counting their numbers and considering everyone who wasn't there among the dead. But it turns out that a large part of them was imprisoned. These are his brothers and friends whom he fought alongside for many years, and there are thousands of them here.
Uncle Billy. It is the general.
Everyone smiled when they heard this familiar voice. Some of them started trying to lean on the tree trunks to stand out of respect for Billy and Robin, and even Caesar leaned on Prince Alfred and stood with difficulty.
You all are okay? This is awesome.
Billy quickly landed among his men and began to move between them quickly, trying to see as many old faces as possible.
I cannot imagine the reaction of the rest of the guys when they know you are all alive, haha.
Robin rolled his eyes at the overly excited Billy and landed smiling in front of Caesar.
The battle is over, you do not have to hide here anymore. Thank you, father.
Our weakness and the fact that we were captured alive is what got you into this situation and made you fight the forces of the Flame Empire, Caesar spoke in a weak voice. Now that we are freed, we all will support you until we take our revenge on the Flame Empire and eliminate all their forces at Jura. Yes, Your Excellency, please lead us to victory again. It is time to get our Jura back. We will fight to the death. I will not allow myself to be imprisoned ever again. After hearing Caesar's words, the rest of the prisoners began to raise their voices and shout after him. Most of them still could not stand still, but they did start declaring their intention to fight again to the death. You guys do not need to concern yourself with this anymore, Jura. No, the entire ancestral continent has already been cleaned up, Robin said with a smile on his face. Ha! What was this? The air suddenly froze, and thousands of prisoners stopped shouting, and even breathing, for a moment. Everyone present here was either a member of one of the 4 special legions or a rune master. All of them had high cultivation levels and fairly powerful spirits, yet the impact of the words on them was extremely severe. The ancestral continent has been cleaned. What do these words mean? They were tens of thousands of saints, yet Jura fell. They were tens of thousands of saints, yet they were being chased around like stray dogs everywhere, but Robin had already cleaned the entire ancestral continent without their help? Haha, you heard right. There is no longer any danger to us in the ancestral continent right now. Although Robin used extremely severe methods that need reflection, there really is no longer any threat to us in the entire continent. Yeah, haha, that is great. Sniffs. Good. Shouts began to rise among everyone again, but this time out of relief. Some of them even sat helplessly in their place, crying. They had already lost all hope in their little selves back in the Flame Empire continent. Quite a number of them already committed suicide, and the rest only kept themselves breathing because they were afraid that the Flame Empire would go out to hunt their brothers and families in full force to replace them. Ever since they arrived at this strange place that they had to travel to by ships and saw their spiritual leader, Burton, again, some hope began to light up in their chests. But they were nervous about the outcome of the battle that they heard echoing from afar, and even if they had absolute faith that Robin would win, they still had to think about how to return to their homes and get them back in their current miserable condition. Only now is their joy complete. Then, can we go back now to Jura? Asked Caesar with a big smile that appeared in his eyes. After all the suffering he and his companions went through, returning home and spending a normal day with 3 meals and a cup of warm drink became a heaven in itself. Of course not. Robin shook his head. I sacrificed many months and came to the central continent to get you out of the continent of the Flame Empire before I attacked it. I was afraid that if the Flame Empire attacked, they would use you as a hostage to threaten me or just directly kill you and the rest of the prisoners when they knew the war was coming to an end to hurt me. Now at last I can continue forward with a clear mind. Central continent. Attacking the Flame Empire continent? Father, do you know the number of sages and saints in the Flame Empire? Do you know about their defensive formations and their impregnable city walls? Did you put our condition in mind when you thought about this? I cannot believe I am going to ask about this, but have you studied this decision well? Do not let your emotions control a decision of this magnitude. We can wait for our revenge. Caesar's mind seemed to be unable to analyze everything he had heard, with the Flame Empire simply becoming an enormous barrier in his mind and all the Burtons after what they saw of them. Tisk. Do not worry, your father undoubtedly has forces capable of attacking the Flame Empire and winning, especially after the big feast they are having at the shore right now. Billy spoke in annoyance when he remembered how the demons had rapidly increased their strength during the last year. The demons, the red-horned creatures? What are those anyway? Caesar asked, looking toward Amon. Robin smiled upon hearing this and patted Caesar's shoulder. They are allies, that is all you need to know. Now just rest here, you and the rest of the heroes who were captured with you. I cannot send you to the ancestral continent right now because in your condition you cannot stand the battles and collisions against the sea beasts lying between the central continent and the ancestor continent. There is a small town near here, which is the eastern gathering point for the observers and the kids of the 4 empires to go rest and resupply. You all will feel comfortable there, just rest there and do not worry about anything else. I will stay here with you for a few weeks until I make sure that the environment is good for you and until all the unwanted leave the continent, then I will go on a short trip with the demons. Short trip? Where to? Caesar furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing this. To destroy, of course. Chapter 337. A few hours later, in the prison camp in the middle of the central continent. Damn it, how long are we going to stay in this situation? Why do I have to sleep on the floor like beggars? I am a third-class prince for a fucksack. You should have listened to my words and started the riot when that bastard left with most of his demon soldiers, leaving only 10 demons to guard and register the attendance. But you all are cowards and refuse to fight. Shut up, who knows where they have gone? They may be sitting on the other side of the valley waiting for us to make a mistake. What are we going to do then? Or maybe he is already too far away, and we have a golden chance to escape. Enough already, I waited and stayed alive for months in this situation. I do not want to revolt and get myself killed now, so I will stay where I am. Small conversations like this have been breaking out every now and then for over a week, ever since Robin gathered the prisoners of the Flame Empire and led them towards the east with most of his troops. Several small rebellions did indeed initiate after Robin's departure against the remaining 10 demons. But each time, the initiator of the rebellion failed to rally the rest of the prisoners to join him, and he and his few associates were easily killed by the demons. Almost 7 months have passed since their gathering in this valley. During this period, they saw that the demons did not attack them without reason and that Robin actually allowed them to go out, train, and hunt at their convenience, so why try to escape and risk getting killed after all this time? And forget about all of that. The threat that their ships might have been destroyed or under strong guard has chained their legs even more.
What would they do after killing the 10 demons and escaping from the valley when they do not have the means to get out of the continent? Disperse throughout the central continent and pray they would not be found again? Whoever captured them for the first time is able to capture them again. Look up.
It was unknown who gave the shout, but all the prisoners from the sacred tree, wind, and water empires looked up and saw a Draco flying in their direction and approaching quickly. Scrutinizing the one sitting above it, he was the one who shocked them all with his abilities, and the chief of the Crimson Demons, Burton. As for the 10 demons, they assembled in a row and bowed in full before the oncoming Draco, shouting in the language of the Nihiri, "We salute our Lord Robin, and we salute General Jabba." Robin nodded at them and then continued flying until he reached a point in front of the prisoners where they could all see him. He took a few steps until he stood on top of the Draco and started looking left and right below him, slowly passing his tired eyes on each one of the prisoners. Then, he spoke using the secondary sound law. "The hostage exchange with the Flame Empire has been completed successfully. You no longer have to stay here, your ships have been released, and today you can go back to where you came."
Yes.
Haha, excellent. It is good that the Flame Empire was smart enough and made the exchange happen. It is good that we did not listen to that bastard and started another rebellion, one of the girls said to her colleagues.
Silence.
Robin's voice rose again, catching everyone and dropping their hearts at their feet. Then he continued, "When I said you were leaving today, I mean what I said. Today, start collecting your things and look for your hidden friends, those whom we could not find, and take them and everything with you. Starting today, I will give you 1 week to gather everything that belongs to your empires and all your men, and get out of the central continent.
After a week, I will kill anyone who stays here, okay? Will you not leave?" Robin looked at the person who asked, "Leave to where? This continent is mine now. Go back to training in your yards, you do not seem to benefit a lot from training here anyway."
Shock and some anger and frustration swept the 30,000 prisoners at once, but no one dared to say a word.
"One more thing,"
Robin continued, "I want to meet your emperors. They should come to the ancestral land as soon as possible, that is an order."
Do you realize what you are saying? Did you not do enough?
None of the sages of the Sacred Tree Empire could control himself and his voice. Even without the order, the 3 emperors would be extremely angry when they knew about what has been going on here. They are obviously unaware of what Robin is doing, or they would have sent their armies already to the central continent. Robin ignored the question and continued as if he had not heard it. "Tell them what I tell you, the Flame Empire is finished, and now I will devote myself to dealing with the rest of the powers in my world. No one will be left alone to do what he wishes after today.
Tell them that they have 2 choices.
Either they come to me peacefully and be obedient, and we will talk more about the details at that time, or they come to me with their armies and then you will all taste the same thing that will happen to the Flame Empire. If this or that does not happen within 1 year from today, I will personally come to make a visit." The prisoners from the empires did not want to understand anything of what Robin said, and did not know how to understand his announcement of what will happen to the Flame Empire, but they did understand one thing. This person was not joking.
Chapter 338.
3 months later, the observation tower at the southwest coast of the continent of the Flame Empire.
There are ships on the horizon," a saint suddenly shouted, attracting the attention of the rest.
Some of the knights and saints left playing cards and the bottles of wine in their hands and came to watch the ships joyfully. The rest remained lazy, playing and drinking as if they had heard nothing.
Guarding the coasts of an imperial continent is one of the most boring jobs in the world.
It is the job that all the lazy dream about, and to which those who anger a senior official are exiled. There are dedicated teams that come to kill all the beasts in the area from time to time. There is no danger of invasion from other nations since the 4 empires respect each other and there is absolutely no need to fight, so this place is always quiet and boring to the point of madness. Their only benefit is to help load the ships every once in a while if they contain goods. Perhaps if a stray beast appears, they will delay it until a few sages arrive to kill it, but even these are very rare events.
It is our ships, looks like the ones that left 6 months ago. They must have successfully completed the mission, whatever that was. They were taking many prisoners with them. I think they got them to the central continent to use as living targets. Let us not talk about something we don't fully get or we might get in trouble. The important thing is that today we are going to finally have some movement at the coast. Report to the officials. What are you waiting for? Let us receive them. Guys, I also see flying black dots coming from afar. They must be migratory birds, don't worry about them, let us go."
Without saying another word, a large number of saints began to fly towards the incoming Flame Empire fleet excitedly. Even some of the knights who could not fly jumped out of their places and went to stand at the edge of the shore to have a clearer view. One of the people at the top of the watchtower yawned before moving the chess piece in front of him forward.
"Those idiots, newbies always act like excited little ducklings.
They still think they would rise up ranks if they acted enthusiastically and worked well.
We are the high-ranking officers, but so what? We are still sitting here drinking and eating all day like pigs."
The man in front of him laughed sarcastically before moving the chess piece as well.
"You are right, my ass is starting to hurt from sitting in this place."
The first man scratched his head and spoke. "In recent years a lot of sages and saints have disappeared from the continent, rumors say they are going to the ancestral continent. Why don't we look into it and go with them?"
Another person in the room overheard their conversation and turned quickly. "If you succeed, take me with you."
"Oh, I don't know, Churchill, they haven't said why they have been going there for all these years, that is enough to know that it was a secret mission of the pure-blooded royals only.
If we volunteered, we would probably get humiliated or have some pay cuts. What is the problem if we try? The ancestral continent is a desolate place that no one cares about. Everyone who went there must now enjoy open killing training among these sheep and loot whatever treasures and minerals they want. Although everyone in the ancestor continent is weak and their resources are depleted, I prefer to take the chance than still sit here and dream about it, cried the Saint, Churchill, and then looked at someone else standing by the window. What do you think, Mr. Muller? You are the strongest and most experienced of us. Why don't you lead this request for us all? We have served here long enough. Suf. The sage called Muller took a sip from his drink and then replied a few seconds later. Concentrate on the task we have now, then I will listen to your words later. The ships are about to approach the harbor, prepare to help unload them. All right. Churchill stood up and began stretching. Come on guys, let us finish this off, and you fat bastard, I will win this game for sure when we get back. Hee hee. Ha, in your dreams. Boom, 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 boom. What happened? St. Churchill and the rest fell to the ground due to the shock of a powerful energy wave. Bah! The only sage in the room, Sage Muller, was the only one left standing after getting hit by the shockwave, but even though he let his cup fall to the ground and opened his eyes wide, he was physically fine, but appeared like he could not move a muscle. The men stood and began to move towards the window and look towards the source of the explosion sound, and the surprise was immense. The fleet is burning. What are those winged beasts flying above the fleet? Did they cause the explosion? Boom! For the second time an intense explosion occurred, but this time everyone saw the source. A crimson-colored creature with long white hair and long spiral horns standing above a four-winged beast sent a giant white flame ball toward one of the ships. It split the ship in half and sent it straight to the seabed. About 400 Dracos started floating around the fleet of the Flame Empire, attacking it at once. All the saints who came joyfully to meet the fleet had turned into corpses, leaving only the ships and those in them waiting to be charred and drowned with no means to defend themselves whatsoever. 10,000 young men and women began to jump into the water to escape the hell on the ships, but it seemed that they jumped out of the frying pan into the fire. The intense heat from the attacks of the major heavenly law of fire from several high-level demon sages turned the cold ocean water into a huge cooking pot. The water reached boiling point and everyone who fell into it shriveled and died instantly. Devils! Is this the power of a high-level sage? We are under attack, the Flame Empire is under attack. One of the saints finally understood what was going on and looked toward his commander. Mr. Muller, what do we do now? Mr. Muller. Escape before they find us. Sage Muller muttered and jumped out of the window, then flew deep into the land, in the opposite direction of what is happening. Damn it, follow him. We can't do anything with those red devils. Churchill also shouted and flew after him, and the rest of the high-level saints followed him as well. Roar! But their joy of escaping did not last long. 10 Draco beasts quit attacking the fleet and quickly headed towards them. The speed of the Draco was frightening and quickly began to reduce the distances between them. What do you want from us? Leave us alone. Go into different directions. Help! Chapter 339. Car. Ba. About an hour after the Draco Legion's attack, dozens of black metallic ships arrived at the shore of the Flame Empire continent. Their passengers began to descend to the shore one after another. For the first time in thousands of years, the ships that anchored near the shore did not look like the ships of the Flame Empire. The passengers descending from them certainly didn't look like humans. Deep inhale. I have been waiting for this moment for a whole year. We finally arrived at the Flame Empire continent. Robin spoke and looked around. The next fight will not be easy. Jabba walked up from behind Robin, stood to his right, and spoke with furrowed eyebrows. You have seen for yourself how they fight in the central continent. Whether we win or lose, our losses will still be immense. Lose? There will be no war to lose, but a massacre. Amon assures victory. Amon came when he heard these words of Jabba, stood to Robin's left, and replied. Robin showed a half smile. Whether it's a tough fight or a one-sided massacre, it's something we have to do and it's inevitable. Begin the preparations. Amon and Jabba nodded, and returned to supervise the docking of the ships and the organization of the landing of the soldiers, leaving Robin slowly looking around. The water that turned red from the abundance of blood is still boiling and evaporating, spreading the stench of blood. The ocean began to throw out the charred teenage bodies on the shore. The shore was already filled with the bodies of the coast guards. A horrific silence took over the place. The demons are silent as usual, although most of them have learned to speak. They still maintain their quiet nature unless a need arises, some looking for something to eat and some helping to dock the ships, but everything went on without saying a word. Of course, at the side of the Imperial troops, the silence was more apparent, for the dead do not usually speak, and none of them remains alive, not even a single one left for a soul search. Robin could only hear the waves of the sea, so he ignored the rotten smell of blood and closed his eyes, trying to imagine his next step carefully. No. Most of them are kids, just kids. Fuck off you filthy demon, I won't let you eat this girl. A desperate cry suddenly came from Billy, interrupting the prevailing calm. Robin, what's going on here? Did you know that everyone on the ships were kids? Robin opened his eyes and looked toward the source of the voice and spoke. Of course, I held them as hostages before to exchange with Caesar and the others, but the Flame Empire broke the agreement first and attacked us as you saw. I should have sent the Draco fleet and sank them all then and there. However, I was generous enough and allowed them to go back and see their home and even communicate with a few saints from the Flame Empire. With that I had completed my part of the deal even though they broke it. What's the problem with that?
Secondly, the death of these teenagers is only the beginning.
No one will be left alive on this continent when I'm done with it. Ha, do you know what you are saying?
I heard that the imperial family of the Flame Empire is estimated between 1 or 2 million members, and they took families from the ancestral continent with them to serve them and work for them, those numbering at least tens of millions.
You said that you want to kill everyone, even servant families? Billy quickly moved toward Robin when he heard his words.
He left the body of the girl he was protecting exposed to the bites of the demon who had been waiting anxiously. Robin furrowed his eyebrows when he heard this and replied,
Didn't they kill our women and children also when they entered Jura? Didn't they kill the women and children of the families who were living peacefully in our lands? How could this be any different? Are our blood red and theirs golden?
It was a war. They killed a large number of us, but they also enslaved many more, and they focused on Jura and ignored all the other cities and villages in our dukedom. During the past months we have managed to gather about 30,000 members of the Burton family from across the ancestral continent. They are safe now in the capital of the Black Sun. That is how things work. I understand we have to respond and get our revenge tenfold by crippling their forces so that we can have some peace in the future, but you must at least leave the innocents alive. You must set red lines for yourself.
But talking about killing everyone from the imperial family?
This is crazy.
Billy spoke quickly, trying to change Robin's mind with all his might.
Then he suddenly looked back when he heard a chewing sound and shouted, I said fuck off you son of a bitch from the girl's corpse or I will break your head.
Kill all members of the imperial family? Of course, I won't do that. Robin shook his head.
Phew, Billy let out a long exhale when he heard this and put his hand on Robin's shoulder. Good, I knew there was still good in you.
Good in me?
It's done Billy, no need to talk more about it. I will not only kill the imperial family members but all the servant families as well. I don't want a disturbance in my future. The Flame Empire page will be closed forever after I'm done with it. Robin spoke with heavy killing intent, and then looked at Amon behind Billy.
Are you done? Can we move now?
At your command at any time, Amon spoke confidently. Behind him tens of thousands of demons were standing in order, all looking at Robin with flames burning in their eyes, anxiously awaiting the signal to advance towards their next big meal. Since coming to this world their strength witnessed an explosive speed. After every big war all of them get to eat enough to raise their power. There is no problem if many of them were destined to die because whoever is left alive will become stronger, and their race has a high productive cycle anyway.
Power, glory, serving their benefactor, this war is giving them everything they can hope for. Fight, 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 bah.
All of a sudden all the momentum the demons gathered was shattered by a left-hooked punch from Billy that suddenly landed on Robin's right jaw and knocked him to the ground, their facial features turning from sternness and killing intent to utter astonishment as if the sky was crashing before their eyes.
Your excellency. Lord, you are dead. The likes of Amon, Morin, Soccer, and others began to rush toward Robin.
Stand back, none of you is to touch him. Robin quickly raised his hand and ordered the demons to stop, then turned to Billy with an angry face, ready to stand up and punch him back. But his features straightened out again when he raised his head and found Billy crying heartily, If you want to pass this order, if you want to order your demons to exterminate tens of millions of innocent people, you must do it over my dead body.
Chapter 340. Have you gone mad? Have you forgotten all they did to Jura City? Has your memory been erased from how they killed our men and captured our women? Did you see the conditions of Caesar and the rest of our special forces and rune masters who were fortunate to be captured? And you yourself, I gave you a few months to catch your breath and you have already forgotten how they chased you across the ancestral continent for more than a decade. Did you forget your friends who were killed in front of your eyes while fleeing from mountain to mountain like a flock of headless birds? Don't you know that they were the reason Forget it.
Robin stood and yelled at Billy until he reached the last sentence and then suddenly stopped, the anger in his eyes turning into weakness for a second. But he didn't stay in this condition for long. He ignored Billy right after and looked behind him.
Get ready, the people of this continent have chosen to be our enemies. Today we will. Shut your mouth. I won't allow you to give this order.
Before Robin could finish his sentence, Billy leaped forward with his whole body like a spear and knocked Robin to the ground again.
Get away from me you crazy bastard, you think I won't hit you back?
Robin tried to push Billy off him without hurting him, but he failed.
Master.
Amon took a step forward to retain Billy until Robin finished what he wanted to say, but Jabba grabbed his arm before moving forward and shook his head.
Amon seemed to understand something, and stood in his spot again, gritting his teeth. I won't let you go until you change your mind, or kill me. Billy shouted with tears in his eyes, then continued, You want me to remember what they did to the family? How can I forget?
They were all my responsibility. I still feel their souls choking me to sleep every day, and you have the guts to tell me to remember. Billy raised one of his arms and wiped his tears, then added, But this was war, whoever dies will die and whoever is captured will wish that he died, but don't do this to the innocent, Robin. Do not bear this guilt. If you give this command you will remain sinner for the rest of your life, you will be the worst evildoer the world has ever seen. Wake up Robin, the path you choose for yourself will be erased forever, the years you spent in that cave will be wasted, and the world you decided to change for the better will turn into a cemetery. You are better than that, you are the hope of this planet, please don't be his misfortune.
Bah!
Robin punched Billy in the face, threw him aside, then stood looking at him without even trying to dust himself off.
The path that I've chosen for myself?
Taking this path destroyed my family, destroyed the ancestral continent through me, and now I'm going to keep destroying everything until I put down some of the fire that is burning inside me. Then he looked up at the sky with eyes brimming with tears. I wish I hadn't spent any years in the cave. I wish I had gone to those contests and had some slaves and gold as a reward. I wish. I only wish that I had died that day without the all-seeing appearing. When Robin mentioned this name, he closed his fist tightly, causing it to bleed a little, but quickly let go and looked at Billy. This is me now, I'm going to pass the order and that's over. Get used to the new system or go commit suicide on your own, that's up to you. Then Robin turned and began to take heavy steps toward his army of demons, although he could have given the order from his place. He began to inhale and exhale forcefully, but chaotically, although a person of his strength could restore balance to his breathing in the blink of an eye even if he spent the whole day fighting. Even Amon, who declared that he only wanted to receive orders, noticed that Robin was struggling to utter the words or not. He really wanted to intervene and say something, but it seemed as if the words he learned in all languages had escaped his memory. But Amon's inner struggle did not last long. Billy uttered words that forced Robin to stop, and forced everyone to open their eyes to the end of them. Would Mila have agreed to this? Billy shouted. Robin held his place for a moment, partly opening his mouth, then slowly turned his head back to face Billy. What did you say? Mila, it seems I was right, she was a good woman, Billy spoke as he wiped the blood from his mouth from Robin's punch. You don't know what you are talking about, Robin responded forcefully and then looked angrily at Amon and the rest, all of whom quickly shook their heads to absolve themselves of being the ones who had told Billy. Heh, you don't need to be angry with them, no one told me anything but it was clear, you don't care about the damn family nor do you care about justice as you claim, you only care about Mila and Caesar, and you will not reach the state unless something happens to one of them. Billy stood up and continued, I know you love her, and I know she's a good woman who didn't deserve anything wrong to happen to her, but whatever happened has happened and whatever you do now won't bring her back. Please stop for her. I did this to her, and I will keep doing it for her. You have no right to tell me what she wants or doesn't want, she was my wife. Robin turned completely and shrieked. Billy didn't get angry nor shocked when Robin screamed at him this way but had a very sad expression on his face. Only now did his assumptions confirm that Mila was gone. Tears began to flow from his eyes like springs with no sign of stopping. After Robin's departure to the Nihari world, Mila became fully involved in the administration of the Burton family, whether it was the Rune Academy, logistics, auctions, or planning for future directions and strategies. Mila participated in everything, and her role became even greater after the birth of Richard Burton, Robin's only male heir. And Billy, as the chief executive of the family and the actual patriarch who organizes everything personally, was dealing with Mila almost daily. It would not be an exaggeration if it was said that Billy knew Mila and spent more time with her than Robin ever did. But Billy's weeping eyes and saddened expression did not stop him from speaking in a choked voice. If there really was a world where the dead meet, when the day comes and you tell her that you killed tens of millions of innocents under her name, do you think she will be happy? Chapter 341. Lady Mila, when you meet Lady Mila in the realm of the dead, will she praise you for the horrors you did in her name? Billy shouted. After those words, even Robin's lumbering steps finally stopped. This wasn't the first time he had been hit by this question, as Billy's question had run through his head 1,000 times by now already. But every time it appeared, Robin would shake his head and resolve to continue what he had started. Would Mila be satisfied with what he is doing? No way. Regardless of whether he would meet her in another life form or not, if he had met her before she died and had told her that he would do all this for her, she would have absolutely refused. She would have told him that she did not want all this madness to be associated with her. But, was he doing all this for Mila? Of course not. Mila Bradley, the wife of Robin Burton, won't go to the afterlife alone. Everyone involved in her death shall perish, and everyone who has a relationship with those who are involved in her death will die as well. Robin shouted. I have already decided, and nothing you say will stop me, Billy. I've made up my mind. Robin shouted with absolute pride and anger. Ha! My dear friend Robin, the time may not be right, but let me confess something. Maybe I won't have another chance to say it, as I have always envied and hated you. Billy straightened his seat on the ground, looked at his feet, and began to speak in a tone full of self-sarcasm. You. Robin's look of internal conflict and anger disappeared, and his eyes widened when he heard this. Even the only friend he got from his dry childhood was a fake. Then Billy continued, ignoring Robin's reaction. I didn't know why I was being pushed towards you like that. It seemed like a boring thing to do, especially since you didn't have any other friends. But you seemed to be thirsty for a friend and you treated me well, so I liked you too. But I soon knew why you were friendless. As the months and years passed, I saw that you surpassed me in training speed. I saw so much intelligence in your actions that I felt stupid next to you. I originally thought I was talented enough, but it turned out that I was nothing. The talent that I was proud of became useless, and I did not use it as I didn't have any motive. What can I possibly be when someone like you is in the family, and worst of all, in my generation? But I also realized why the elders pushed me to be around you. Without anyone telling me, I tried to be a good member of the family and help you to be better. I tried to motivate you to participate in competitions, and I tried to get you to increase your training speed. I was preventing those who were bigger and stronger than you from getting close to you by threatening them or calling an elder at the right time. I did this so as not to bother you or give you a trauma, and I tried to push you to accept more family resources to get stronger quickly. I was envious of you, and a part of me hated you and hated the task I was entrusted with. Yet I was trying to do everything for you to become stronger and more famous. The elders deeply hated you and envied you because you were not of their direct lineage, but they were racing to provide comfort and resources for you. And in the end, you threw everything against the wall one day and simply disappeared. Every day I waited for you at the entrance to the village, telling myself that you would come back today, but weeks and months passed, and you never came back. You selfish thing, simply gave up the dreams of the family, and you gave up your mother who loved you.
You gave up on me, who decided to live my life only to help you.
You decided to escape from your enormous responsibility to the family and from the gift that the universe gave you. So I decided to train hard and with all my strength. I decided to come back and rely on the talent that I put on the shelf for you so that I could become a new pillar for the family. This was not because I wanted what you got or because I desired responsibilities.
Can you guess why?
Because I wanted to make up for your absence and make everyone forget about you, instead of becoming the eternal traitor you were slowly becoming. Even after you left me behind without saying a word and never looked back, I kept thinking about how to help you.
Pathetic, isn't it?
Although you betrayed me by leaving, I was still longing to see you. Although I was still envious of your talent, I also felt pity for your weak mentality. When I saw the results of your upbringing of Caesar, and when I saw what you managed to achieve in just 130 years, my perspective shifted. Later on, when I saw you destroying the tyrants in Delivar and building factories and a good future for the innocent, I was sure of something. I was sure that you did not betray my trust and did not evade responsibility, but that you held the responsibility of the whole world on your shoulders all the time, not just the families.
I could not imagine the extent of the suffering and difficulties you went through to reach what you have reached, but I have seen one thing that you always saw and I was oblivious to.
I saw that you, my friend, were not born to lead a family. You were born to lead the whole world. I knew that you were the chosen one, and that the likes of you were not and will never be born in this world again. So I decided to serve you forever, to train harder, and to learn politics and leadership faster. I did this so that I can help you manage your property and not occupy your head with trifles or distract you from your great destiny even for a second.
Once again, you led my life without knowing it.
Robin, I may be too small for you to consider me a friend now, but to me, you will always be my friend and my idol. I have known you since you were born, and this is not you. You were born to change the world, not to destroy it. You were born to be heaven's punishment for those who deserve to be punished, and to be the mercy sent by the heavens to the innocent.
You are not a tyrant.
You were born to rule this world with justice.
Chapter 342. Shock, anger, sadness and then loss. Robin experienced all kinds of emotions during Billy's short speech.
The short speech that he felt was never going to end. He tried to clench his fists a few times and open his mouth to yell at Billy, telling him that he didn't care about his words and that he would finish what he started.
But no sound came out of his mouth. How does he not care?
Every word that came out of Billy's mouth hit his heart like a war hammer. The anger, the killing intent, and the indifference towards life disappeared as if it had never existed. Robin looked behind him at his massive army of demons. Perhaps in their cruel faces and the bloody aura he again would find the determination that he feels as it comes out of his body like sweat. If only one party will benefit from everything that is going to happen if Robin gave the order, they are undoubtedly the demons, who will be able to feed on tens of millions of humans, their primal source of physical power.
Who might be more enthusiastic than the demons to begin the slaughter right there and then? Who would want to stop Billy from speaking any further and convince Robin to keep going? Who? Robin could feel his determination being strengthened a little as he was turning back, but after fully turning and seeing their faces, his resolve weakened even more.
The demon kings were all looking at the ground with complex looks on their faces, some nodding their head constantly in agreement with Billy's last words, and others shaking their head at what they have heard. Master, I followed you because you are the third heaven's chosen who is destined for eternal greatness and because you told me that you wanted to save the planet Nihiri, not because you were strong or vengeful. Master, I can't imagine how much pain you have been through, and I don't dare tell you what you are doing is right or wrong, but I will be brave enough to say I support what Uncle Billy said.
Jabba let out a long exhale, gathered as much courage as he could, and then spoke.
Then from among them, Amon stepped forward and gave a full bow.
Master, if you tell Amon to commit suicide, I will commit suicide.
If you give the order to unleash your army, we will devour every green and withered, every newborn and elderly on the planet. We will do it for you, and for our own benefit and well.
Amon begs you to think about what was said.
Sakar, Moron, and the rest of the demon kings started to nod incessantly when they heard Amon's words.
Robin's face looked as if he had neither heard nor seen anything.
He just looked around slowly, then took a few steps in a certain direction until he reached a few corpses of the Flame Empire teenagers, and sat on them. Then he closed his eyes and seemed to be cut off from the world. Jabba, Amon, and the others looked at each other anxiously, knowing full well that they were asking their master to change all his plans and completely alter the course he had taken for himself. This was certainly not a simple request, as if Robin did not agree he might be angry with them forever because of their stance today. Even Billy wiped his face from dirt, blood, and tears and went to stand next to Jabba and the rest, waiting for Robin's final decision that would determine the fate of the world, and perhaps not this world alone.
Silence reigned on the beach for more than an hour.
The smell of blood and roasted meat was caressing the noses of the powerful demons, but not one of them dared to move a single step from his place.
At last, the silence was broken by Robin's calm voice.
A year has passed since I returned to this planet, and the time I gave to the Nihiri Union clan has run out. The army must be ready now and they are waiting for me to lead it, so I will return to Nihiri now with Amon and Jabba to destroy the northern region there.
Robin's words took everyone by surprise.
Everyone was waiting for orders to exterminate or stop, but he changed the subject in a completely different direction. Billy, Robin then continued, you will stay here to lead the army of the demons, do as you see fit with it, but I will accept no less result than destroying the imperial family of the Flame Empire and crippling their armed forces for at least another 100 years. As for everything besides that, I will leave it to you to decide.
Yes, I will not let you down.
Billy was overjoyed when he heard these words, although it is a very big responsibility and he will still have to kill huge numbers of people to achieve the goal that Robin set for him, making this still much better than the original genocide plan. Soccer, stay here with Billy and help him, let him take the diplomatic decisions. He will tell you who to kill and who to keep alive, but during the battle, you can take full command and carry out the formations and plans we have trained in. Robin spoke again towards the thick white-haired demon. No need to fear anyone, as I do not know how strong the previous generations of emperors were, but the strongest person in this continent is the current Flame Emperor. He is an emperor in name only, and it has nothing to do with his cultivation level, as he is just a level 40 sage. You should still be careful, as he is stronger than an average sage of the same level, and you will need another 5 or 6 demon kings to deal with him properly. Soccer will not let you down, I will bring you his head. Soccer bowed completely, not seeming bothered that he would have to carry out the orders of someone much weaker than him like Billy. Then Robin continued, not needed, you can eat it. Soccer, the war in Nihari will be cruel, very cruel, much worse than what we have faced here. I got you all here and started my revenge in this world to strengthen you guys further, and seeing you now I think my calculations were right. Honestly, I still do not know how to take down a real Emperor Realm cultivator, but I know one thing, you will be the backbone in the war against the northern region in Nihari. I will need every one of the demon armies in Nihari as soon as possible. I will start there with maneuvers and small conflicts only with the northern region to test the waters, and I will postpone any major battle until you finish the continent of the Flame Empire and follow me to Nihari. Alright, do you find 2 months a good time? You will find me under your feet in Nihari in no more than 50 days. Soccer put his hand over his heart and swore. Robin nodded with a slight smile upon hearing this, then stood up seemingly weak and gave a long whistle, then rode on top of the approaching Draco and sped south. Amon and Jabba looked at each other for a moment, then both of them also jumped over a Draco and followed Robin in silence. Chapter 343. A few days later. In Jura City. This place is a huge treasure cabin. Someone spoke as he searched the pockets of a half-eaten corpse lying next to a wall. I know, just shut your mouth and increase the pace, we have to leave quickly before anyone finds us. Who could possibly find us here? This is a ghost land. Those damned red demons ate everyone in it and left. Do you think anyone would dare live here again? Everything in the stricken Jura City is ours now. The other person didn't answer again. He just chuckled when he heard this and went back to looking at the bodies. He was just talking to be on the safe side anyway. This isn't the first time they have come here to rob everything they can carry and then run with ease. This city, due to its huge size and the wealth of the people who died in it, many of them being saints and sages, especially the Flame Empire's wealthy troops that died here at the hands of the demon, has effectively become a paradise for thieves. The thieves whose numbers have increased 100-fold over the past year due to the destruction of the ruling authorities on the continent. Hey you two, this area will be under the control of the Angry Birds gang starting today. Leave what you have collected and get out of here right now. A shout came suddenly that interrupted the two happy thieves. What? This is not fair, the city is still full of treasures, why do we have to hand our stuff over to you? Go search for your own shit. Do as I say or you will be like the corpses you are looting. The only difference will be that no one will be looking at the corpse of a poor bastard like you. That person claiming to be from the Angry Birds gang approached 7 other individuals, all of them between levels 8 and 10 of the Energy Foundation's realm. A group like this was currently considerably strong in the entire continent. After all, there are no knights or sages left. Shit, Junior, leave whatever you got behind, and let's go. But, do what I said. Damn it, alright. The younger guy threw a bag on the ground which made the sound of a thick metal collision. He had spent many hours plundering the city and now everything was in vain. Haha, good boys, now get lost from my city before I change my mind. Junior wanted to respond but his older brother grabbed his mouth and pulled him away before uttering a word. You idiot, do you want to die? Shut up and walk by the wall, this is the only way to survive in this world right now. But Junior bit his older brother's hand anyway and shouted at them from afar, I hope you all fucking die, you sons of bitches. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Ah. At that moment medium-sized white flame balls descended from the sky like meteors and instantly turned the 8 individuals of the Angry Birds gang into ashes. That was fast. Junior stood looking at what was happening with open eyes. Oh my god. At that moment he heard his older brother muttering in a frightened voice and looking up, so he did the same and looked at the sky. Hundreds of similar white flame balls are flying around looking as if they are looking for something. When one of the balls finds a target it immediately drops on it. What are these things? It looks like, Junior couldn't finish his sentence. A white flame ball came from behind him and penetrated his chest, and his brother soon followed. Everyone in the scene has died without knowing what happened. Raf. Tight security should be placed here. Jura should be treated as a sacred area and not a shelter for bastards and cockroaches. Robin spoke firmly, still shooting life energy injected white flame balls left and right. The city was huge, and the number of thieves and criminals that choose it as their shelter was not a small number either. I'm sorry master, all the guards have been directed to protect your esteemed family at the Black Sun capital. The rest of the forces are still looking for any trace of forces from the Empire or anyone above level 10 as you ordered, but I will immediately send orders to send companies to secure Jura City. Amon quickly replied, sweating. By the way, do you not want to stop the decision to kill those above level 10 in the Ancestor continent? Jabba asked suddenly. He wanted to remind Robin that maybe he would reverse his cruel decision as he had changed his mind about his decision to exterminate all the inhabitants of the continent of the Flame Empire. No, 99% of the knights, saints, and sages on the ancestral continent are already dead. The 1% are no better than them. Let them go meet their brothers in hell.
All my previous commands shall stay in effect.
As you like, Jabba replied curtly, a slight disappointment in his voice. There is no need to worry, Billy didn't force me to change my mind, I was convinced and I made the decision.
But that doesn't mean that I will go back to my older version.
This nameless nascent planet will take a lot of effort for me to turn into a better place, a place that doesn't force me to destroy it, but it will take a long time and effort. Let the cleansing process continue in the two continents until I find enough time and put my full mind in rebuilding it according to what suits my future vision. The important thing now is the northern region of Nihiri. The army of the Nihiri Union sect and the rest of our giant tribes must be preparing to move right now. We can't spend much time and thoughts about what's going on here. Let's go to the metal warehouse. We will be heading to Nihiri at once.
Yes. Raf. Chapter 344. Nihiri Union Sect, the Central Administrative Square. BBZZ. Look, the space portal is lit up again. One of the guards looked in amazement at the giant semicircle and spoke. Wow, really a thing of beauty.
Ever since I saw the sect head using it for the first time, I have been dreaming about using this mythical portal once in my lifetime.
I wonder where whoever enters it goes. Hundreds of thousands of demons entered it and they all disappeared. Why is the sect head taking them but not us? I want to try it at least once. Shush, be careful. Someone is coming out of the gate, said the chief guard, who was of the human race, and advanced toward the gate to receive the newcomer and listen for orders. This isn't the first time the gate has been lit over the past months. Amon has been periodically moving back and forth to fetch more demons. In the beginning, he brought in about 500 sages and 100,000 saints, but then he continued to bring in more demon knights to take full control over the ancestral continent and to give them the chance of a quick breakthrough into sainthood. Step. But everyone was surprised this time that the one who came out of the gate was not a crimson and longhorned creature, but, we salute the sect head. The chief guard quickly knelt down and the rest of the guards followed him. Even some of the officers and rune masters who were accidentally passing by on the square also kneeled when they heard the shouts. Robin did not return the greeting, did not nod, did not even look at the guards and the kneeling passersby, but looked around him with knotted eyebrows. A few seconds passed while Robin took his time looking around. He even turned around in all directions to see the whole square and all the streets branching from it, and after every passing second his face was more frowning. BBZZ. Two other individuals walked out of the portal, one of the Nihiri giant race and the other of the demons. After the first moment he came out, Jabba looked at the people kneeling on the ground and gave them permission to stand. Then he looked at Robin, who seemed angry, and asked, Master, is there a problem? This place is the Central Administrative Square, right? The place in the middle of the weapons factories, the rune drawing academies, and the barracks for training the special troops, right? This is supposed to be the busiest place in the entire clan when there is a state of war, right? Robin kept looking and pointing around him angrily as he was talking. This. Jabba understood what Robin was getting at and looked around as well. A few guards to make sure no one touches the gate, a few people walking normally, but nothing else. Hey you, did they decide to gather the elite troops somewhere else? And what about the main army, where is it gathered right now? Jabba looked at the chief of the guard and asked. The chief of the guard looked at his colleagues on his right and left and then replied with fear, an army? Which army? Are we not at peace currently? There wasn't any recruit movement lately, everything is still as it is. Our usual main army of 200,000 trained soldiers is still in their quarters, and the rest of the clan members are in their usual work. Jabba furrowed his brow on hearing this. The situation did not bode well at all, so he quickly asked again perhaps if he could find something to calm his master. What about the giant tribes of the eastern region? Are there any movements in them lately? Did they start moving their armies? No, after our victory over the last enemy tribe, the eastern region of the planet has turned completely into a state of peace. There is a great renaissance in industry and agriculture though, and the distribution and use of talismans among the common people has boomed lately. Now every tribe is trying to benefit from its new lands and exploits the innovation of talismans to increase production and development within the lands of their tribes. The armies, however, are almost forgotten. Bastards! Robin shouted when he heard this and hit the metal body of the portal, disobeying a direct order from me? Who gave them such audacity? Please calm down. Perhaps there is an explanation. Please head toward the grand meeting hall with Amon, and I will go gather all the elders and come after you. Jabba spoke softly, trying to calm the atmosphere a little. There is no need, I will get them faster, Robin replied with a wave of his hand and then looked up. He began using the minor sound heavenly law, all sect elders, all senior officers, all chiefs of the important joints in the sect, and all the delegates of my giant tribes, head toward the grand meeting hall immediately and without delay. Robin's voice this time was not exclusive to the square or directed to a specific area, but rather covered the entire city of Hope. The huge city inhabited by millions of people of different races, a city that can be considered the core heart of the eastern region. The sound echoed in everyone's ears and chest like thunder. Millions of people rose up looking around where the source came from, but the people mentioned in the call made their hair stand up. This is the Nihiri Union sect. Who would dare to speak about its leaders in this way in the entire eastern region? What was this? Who dared to speak like this? He is courting death. No, this isn't random. If I'm not mistaken, this is the minor sound heavenly law, and this voice isn't unfamiliar. Is that the voice of Robin Burton? Tisk, let's go see what he wants. Chapter 345. The Administrative Tower, the Grand Meeting Hall, a quarter of an hour after Robin's summon. Does anyone know what that was? I am not sure, but the voice said, the delegates of my giant tribes. Who can say something like that but Robin Burton? It is definitely sect head Robin. Do you not recognize his voice? Oh, Chief Zalkis, did you come too? Why do you think we were asked to gather? Humph. Has the good life you are having made you forget today's date, you idiots? Today? Oh shit. Damn, the days are really running fast. Bah. Can someone please tell me where the hell my army is? Robin shouted as he kicked the door of the hall angrily, almost breaking it, then entered with Jabba and Amon behind him. The elders looked at each other and then toward the metal giant clan chief, Zalkis. He pointed toward one of the empty seats around the oval table and spoke with a slight smile. Mr. Robin, there are a few people who have not come yet, and among them are the rest of the giant chieftains of yours. Please calm down and take a seat first for a few minutes until everyone comes. Shouting and talking aggressively will get no one anywhere. Robin looked at the giant for a long time. The anger in his eyes started to fade away, soon replaced by a bad feeling. The words of the chief of the metal giant tribe were vague, but they contained a lot. First, the lack of a direct answer to the question means that the army has really not been gathered. If it was gathered as commanded, then he would just say that there is a misunderstanding and start explaining. Second, when the metal giant tribe chief told Robin to sit, he pointed toward an empty seat around the table, even though the main seat is empty. If Robin does not sit in the main seat in his sect, who will? Third and last, this person's manner of speaking seemed respectable on the surface, but it somehow carried a hidden threat. Robin rolled his eyes at the rest of those present. Some of them acted bored, some smiled sillily, and some looked around nervously, trying hard not to meet Robin's eyes. The human, Orzin, was in the last category. Sir, give me permission to bring you his head. Amon took 2 steps to stand next to Robin and spoke in a loud voice that everyone could hear clearly. Whose head are you talking about, you filthy demon? Do you know who is standing in front of you? Chief Zalkis stood up and hit the table in front of him so hard he almost broke it. Since when did you scavengers become so arrogant? We were driving you pieces of shit around like farm animals just 2 decades ago. Have you forgotten your roots, you filthy thing? Are you gaining some confidence that you can speak now? Are you proud that you can use your mouth for something other than eating and barking? You are closer to wild beasts than you are to intelligent creatures. V-Room. Amon unleashed his aura as a high-level dragon in terms of the physical strength system and as a low-level sage in terms of the internal energy system. A faint veil of blood energy covered his body, increasing his fearful look even more. His terrifying aura combined, roughly equaling a level 39 expert. In nothing but an instant, he frightened everyone silly. Then he spoke in an extremely rough voice. Between you and death is nothing but one word from my master. That tongue you used to insult Amon will be in my stomach in less than a minute if I take permission. You. Zalkis took a step back with his eyes wide open. Since when did the demon race have individuals this strong? At this moment, Robin stepped up in front of Amon and spoke with a slight smile. No need. If a mighty giant tribe chief personally asked me to wait, why do I not wait? I would love to hear what they have to say after everyone is here. Robin then took short steps and moved toward the main chair at the head of the oval table and sat down. He looked at the person sitting next to him disgustedly, then spoke. You, get up from my side and find yourself somewhere else to sit. Yes. Orzin stood up, keeping his head low, and moved away with heavy steps. Robin then signaled Amon and Jabba to sit on his right and left, and then simply closed his eyes. Whether the sect elders, the high-ranking officers, or the giant tribe chiefs, they all started to look at each other with strange looks. Some of them were questioning and some were angry, even some were fearful, but no one said anything. Minute after minute passed. The hall gradually began to fill up. Every once in a while, a person entered and found the heavy atmosphere in the hall, so he found a chair for himself and sat silently too. Robin's eyes were still closed, but his spiritual sense had not left anyone. He quickly discovered that all the delegates of the giant tribes were in fact the chiefs themselves. 6 chiefs had attended so far. This is to be expected if the army had been assembled and all of them gathered in the clan to wait for orders to attack and act as a command council. But as long as there is no army, what are they all doing here? After another 5 minutes, everyone was already there, except for one person. Jabba, it seems your father has become too important to heed my call. Maybe I should have made an earlier appointment to have the pleasure of meeting his honor. Robin spoke in a low, sarcastic voice, but everyone heard him. Jabba clenched his hands tightly when he heard this. He too noticed the presence of all the other chiefs, and naturally, his father was also in the city, though he had not yet appeared. Perhaps he was not in a position where he could attend quickly. Please be patient. Maybe. Robin laughed sarcastically and spoke. After another 5 minutes, Robin finally opened his eyes and spoke. Alright then, looks like the Lightning Tribe does not want to be a part of this conversation, so let's begin. No need, Thander is definitely coming. Yeah, it would be better if you spoke to him when he comes, it would be more convenient. The leaders of the 6 giants spoke similar words upon hearing Robin, all refusing to say a word of anything without Thander. When Jabba heard this, his heart almost fell to his feet. He quickly looked next to him toward Robin and found his features slowly turning from indifference and a smile to pure anger. It was clear that he was starting to reach his limits. Jabba quickly stood up and gave a slight bow toward Robin and spoke. Please wait another 2 minutes, I will go find him myself. Step. At this moment, a strong voice came from behind Robin. No need, I am here now. Chapter 346. Get your back straight already, you unworthy thing. Since when have our family members started bowing to anyone? Thander furrowed his eyebrows after entering the hall and shouted at his son. He is my master.
Jabba looked toward his father when he heard this and responded quickly and angrily, with even some fear on top.
Thander has seen him bow to Robin countless times before. Only now did he remember to scold him for it? There is something strange going on, even stranger and worrisome than he originally thought. Even if he is your master, bowing and kneeling to anyone is a humiliation that the geniuses and the sons of royalty should not experience. You can pay your respects in other ways, said Thander, slowly advancing to his son's seat to Robin's right. He sat down, then looked at Robin with a smile. Don't you think I am correct, Mr. Robin? I didn't tell Jabba to bow down to me, nor did I tell a certain someone to sit next to me without asking while I reserved the chair for someone else. Robin stared for a moment at Thander's smug smile and then spoke without emotion on his face. Everyone can express their respect or disrespect for me in their own way, and everyone will be treated accordingly. Haha, you don't take it so seriously, Mr. Robin. My son was sitting here, right? He is my son, after all, I and him are the same. Haha, Thander laughed loudly and patted Jabba, who was standing next to him, on his back. Jabba hurriedly spoke to Robin in a loud voice. Please don't blame him, he doesn't mean anything. I was going to ask permission to stand behind you anyway. I'm not used to sitting in such meetings. Then he moved with a forced smile on his face and stood behind Robin. His heartbeat could be heard from all over the hall. Robin looked at the smile on Thander's face for a moment. It seemed that he didn't care that Robin considered his behavior disrespectful. He just continued sitting down as if nothing had happened. Heh. A half laugh came out of Robin's mouth before he asked straightforwardly, where is my army? What army are you talking about? Thander asked innocently. The eastern region is under our complete control, and we have begun the operations of distributing weapons and making a division between the Nihari giant clans at the western, central, and southern regions. We no longer have any potential enemies, so why would we raise an army? It doesn't make sense. I'm talking about the army I demanded a year ago. Robin tried to stay as calm as possible and asked again. What would you use it for? A wise man like you would surely not start another war for no reason, especially as we are on the cusp of an invasion from another world. When we found that we were living in peace, we decided to help you cancel the order to gather the army. Thander responded again and shrugged his shoulders. Father, what the hell are you doing? Do you realize what you are saying right now? Jabba shouted when he heard this, but Thander completely ignored him. He. Robin chuckled in anger when he heard this and started to look everyone in the eyes. Why are you all silent? Do you all agree to Thander helping me to cancel a direct order? Please don't take it personally, Mr. Robin. We have found what is in the public interest and we have done it. That is it. One of the other 7 Nihari giant chiefs spoke. Another chief followed him. Right, we won't gain anything from starting an all-out war as you want at a time like this. We need to take a step back and strengthen ourselves. The rest of the 7 Nihari giant chiefs nodded, evidently all of them in agreement with what Thander had said. As for the sect elders, they began to look at each other nervously with the edges of their eyes. Some of them only looked at their feet and did not raise their eyes. Although their answer to Robin's question was clear by now, uttering it out loud was extremely dangerous. If they say that they reject the position of Thander to keep Robin calm, this would be a clear lie. They also did not move a muscle throughout the year and did not even gather the sect army, and they are not ready to gather the army if Robin orders them again now. If they say they agree to stop the order, they are simply violating Robin's status as head of the sect. The very structure on which the whole sect has been built may collapse in a fit of anger. What about you and the rest of the humans in the council? Do you support helping me stop the decision to gather my army as well? Robin left everyone and focused his eyes on Orzin and the 3 other humans beside him. Orzin raised his head and looked at Robin's emotionless eyes. Then he caught Thander's eyes, which were staring at him fiercely as if reminding him of what he had to do. Orzin muttered for a few seconds and then continued. We support peace in the eastern province and we support strengthening ourselves and developing our economy over the coming years. Peace. I am the one who brought you this peace. Have you forgotten yourselves? Have you forgotten who I am? Robin shouted and hit the table in front of him, his eyes slowly beginning to draw on all the elders of the inferior races. If it wasn't for me you would still shiver in your settlements like chickens waiting for the day you were slaughtered, and you talk to me about developing your economy. If it wasn't for me you would still be training your sons to become terrorists to be hunted and killed like dogs in the streets, and you talk to me about peace. Lord Robin, of course, we remember everything, but it's not like what you say. Didn't you initially tell us that we were going to face an enemy from another world when we created this sect? There are 28 years to our limit. How do we exhaust our experts' lives and resources in an internal war at a time like this? That doesn't make any sense. An old man of one of the lower races gathered his courage and spoke. I am the one who saved your lives and I am the one who gave you your resources. I am the one who told you about the coming enemy. You are walking on the path I set for you, yet you had the audacity to disobey a direct order from me. Your forces, you say? How many of your experts' lives would have been lost in random worthless deaths in the last 22 years if not for me providing you a decent living condition? Since when do you care about lives? You were giving birth knowing that every single one of your kids will meet a horrible death sooner or later, but your lives became valuable now when I asked for your help. Your resources, you say? For every talisman you use in this war I was going to make you 100 more. For every broken armor, I would have invented you a better set. For every damaged piece of land I would have given you the entire northern region. You think I went crazy and that I will destroy you for my sake? When was the last time I did something that turned out to be against you all? When was the last time I asked you for something to repay all I have done for you? What, are you all grown up now and no longer need me? Is that it? The hearts of the sect elders were trembling with every word Robin said.
They knew very well how hard it was to live before and what Robin had done for them. The feeling of disobeying his request by starting the war was killing them from within, especially since Jabba told them about the reason and about the death of Robin's wife and the gruesome way of her death. They certainly wanted to help him, but not at the expense of their own interests. More than a minute after Robin's anger erupted, none of them said a word in response.
Good, very good. Robin calmed down and then smiled and stood up. Looks like today's meeting is over. I apologize for the way I have summoned you. Don't worry, there won't be more of these meetings in the future.
I know I've interrupted you from your extremely important work. You can all go back to what you were doing.
Farewell. Chapter 347. What? That is exactly what I was afraid of. What do we do now?
Panic erupted in the hall after Robin's words.
Robin's words were the absolute worst-case scenario. They were the nightmare of everyone who agreed to disobey the order to gather the army. It was the main reason why others rejected the idea. Mr. Robin, I didn't understand what you said. Would you please explain? This is your sect. It was your idea to build it. You put in your life's work in this massive project, and you are saying farewell. To where do you think you are going?
I'm afraid this won't work. Thander spoke quickly, with a smile and a wide-open staring eye. Robin looked at him from top to bottom. Whether Thander's words or his facial features were all threatening and intimidating, he wasn't even doing much to restrain himself any longer.
Humph. Robin turned and headed for the door.
There was no more room to speak with these people. All that needed to be said had been said and it was over.
Adding another word would be a waste of breath. Stop, I won't let you leave.
Thander stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs when he saw Robin ignoring him. When Robin heard this, he stopped his foot mid-air and looked back slowly with a murderous look. It was a look that was enough to send goosebumps to Thander's backbone.
Roar!
Amon issued the strongest roar he could manage and released his bloody aura intensely again. The difference was that this time he didn't restrain himself even a little, and most of those present in the hall couldn't even say a word under the influence of his absolute suppression. Then Amon took a step to stand between Robin and Thander, and shouted in a rough voice, "Come and try to stand in my master's way, I dare you to do it."
You!
A look of awe filled Thander's eyes when he felt the power of Amon, not because he is much stronger than him. It even can be said that Amon is still weaker than him or barely equivalent to him in the best case.
What really shocked him was that Amon was Amon.
This is the famous demon who was following Robin as his shadow everywhere. Only a year ago he was still as powerful as a low-level dragon and a high-level saint, but now after just 1 year he could stand in front of him as an equal and challenge him. "Thander, that trash demon insulted me before you got here, and now is insulting you. How long will we be silent in the face of these repeated insults?
We are the chiefs of the only remaining damn 7 giant tribes. Since when can we be treated like this?" Zalkis stood up and shouted, but he didn't address his words to Amon this time. In fact, he was sweating a bit. Amon's current aura is even stronger than when he frightened him silly just a few minutes ago. This demon is already disrespecting them all now when he is barely an equal, so what if they gave him more time to mature? Right, that thing should be punished. Those demons are just dogs who have finally gained a voice for themselves and now they want to bite us back. Supported by the requests of all the other giant chiefs, Thander gathered his focus again and spoke to Amon. "For the good of your kind, unless we force you all to go back to playing in your own shit as before, withdraw your aura at once and kneel and apologize." Gwr! Kneel down and apologize? Come and make me.
Blood rushed to Amon's head when he heard the words of the giants' chiefs insulting his race. Every word he heard was like an arrow that pierced his heart, so he stood in an offensive position and prepared his strength and his claws and hips, ready to pounce on them at any moment. He wasn't even sure anymore if he was doing this to protect Robin or for himself. Either way, these arrogant giants need to be put in place. Thander slammed the table when he heard this and shouted, "Today I will teach you a lesson, you damn thing you won't forget. You have doomed everyone in your race.
I will capture them again and I will. The room. Ba, ba, ba."
At that moment, a large hammer appeared in Jabba's hand and he unleashed his power that reached a lower-level sage in the inner energy technique and a high-level dragon in the body strengthening technique.
Instantly everyone and everything in the hall went crazy.
Their chairs, all the cups, plates, and vases in the hall were broken.
Ear.
Most of the people around the table tried to even raise their heads from the intensity of the pressure, but they did not succeed. It seemed as if 1,000 tons of metal suddenly descended on their heads.
What power is this? It is gravity. Arg.
Thander yelled when he realized that it was Jabba who was doing this in the hall, and shouted as he tried to get up again, "You are attacking your father, you ungrateful bastard."
The room.
Crack. The wave of gravity coming from above suddenly intensified and sent Thander back to his chair, and some of the weak elders felt their hearts stop. Even the huge table and chairs made of the finest and strongest types of wood used to make divine armors started to crack. Jabba slowly looked around at the faces of the elders and chieftains who seemed to be suffering, then spoke softly, "You all really don't know shame. You want my master to invent, craft, and plan for you, and at the same time you don't want to do a single thing for him. He pulled you out of your hellish lives, he warned you of the coming invasion 50 years before it, and gave you the entire eastern region, and soon he was going to give you the whole world. But you do not want to help him in revenge for his wife, you want everything without paying a price. Who do you think you are? No one wants to keep my master here more than me, but I will not be stupid enough to stop him by force. You idiots hit his most sensitive nerve which he suffers from the most right now, you backstabbed him. And now you want to make matters worse by forcing him to stay? My master will not accept to do anything against his will. If you try, he will simply commit suicide. That is of course if the demon race allows you to keep him here in the first place." Then Jabba looked toward his father. A little advice, please choose your words in dealing with the demon race from now on, Mr. Thander. You didn't see what I saw, and to simplify to you their present condition, measure the increase of Amon's power over all the demons who crossed the space portal during the last year. Respect them by your will or by force, either way, you will respect them, or you will drag the Lightning Clan to unnecessary hell. After Jabba finished speaking, he returned his hammer to the space ring and dispelled the gravitational field, allowing everyone to raise their heads again and look at each other in shame or anger. Except for Thander, who looked at his son in shock and muttered, "Mr. Thander." Chapter 348. Jabba did not open his mouth to answer his father's question, he only turned his eyes and looked at Robin to see what he would do. During the journey from the continent of the Empire of Flames to the space portal in Jura City, Jabba's only concern was how he could convince Robin to stop the war or at least postpone it, without making him even more furious. He knew very well that his master's mind had become distracted after his confrontation with Billy. It was clear that he was convinced of his words and restrained himself enough in deciding how to continue with the war on the Flame Empire, but that did not mean that his anger had disappeared, it might have become even more intense. The flames of rage and vengeance that devour his chest and shout destroy in his ears could not annihilate the Flame Empire, but it still existed. The Flame Empire made the mistake of declaring war on the Burton family, no doubt, but they did not kill his wife in such a hideous way. The giants of the northern region did it, and now all of what Robin is thinking about is how to hurt them in the worst way possible. Maybe Robin applies the same rules to them as he will only kill the ruling families, destroy their army and leave the innocent alive, but this doesn't make it any easier. They have emperors, real ones. Jabba's mind did not stop working at top speed for a moment, trying to think of how to relieve a little of Robin's anger, if only temporarily, so that they could gather more strength. That was until the portal on the other side was opened and they reached Nihiri. By just looking in before the meeting even began, he knew that everything had fallen into the abyss. But now he knew that his father was one of the biggest causes of this downfall, if not the main cause. There was no need to answer his father to tell him what he meant by his words, it was clear enough. Mr. Thandur, a sentence with sufficient respect for the chief of a Nihiri giants tribe, but without any emotion or evidence of kinship. Through these two words, Jabba conveyed to his father what he wanted to convey, there is no longer a connection between them. Ha! Robin let out a short sarcastic laugh and looked at the elders of the Nihiri Union sect. I lifted you out of living like animals and founded this sect for you. I didn't make decisions in it and didn't even choose a name for it. I left everything to you, then gave you strength to stand on equal footing to the giants, then I gave you strength to destroy the tribes of the giants, and I increased your status even more by making the chiefs of the tribes of the giants swear allegiance to the sect and not to me directly. For your sake I enslaved 7 giant tribes, all of them forced to obey the decisions of this council. You, one of the giants' tribe chiefs shouted when he heard the word enslaved. Robin ignored him and continued, but the most surprising thing for me today was not that you disobeyed me, the one whom you should treat as your god. No, what surprises me the most is that all those who spoke today were those 7 clowns. None of you said a word without me addressing the council first, you even made me wait for one of them before I can address you? You made me wait for a slave. I removed the collars from your necks and gave you the stick, but you came back to wear it on your own and returned the stick to your previous owner. It seems that you are too used to living like dogs under the feet of the giants, but that is okay, I admit now that this was my mistake from the start, and now I know that dogs will remain dogs. Perhaps there is hope in the new generation, but you lot, tisk tisk. From today onward, I no longer have anything to do with this sect or this planet. You may continue to expand and have more of the resources and peace that you live, or destroy yourselves, I don't give a shit anymore. I completely disavow anything that has to do with you, and I don't want any repayment for everything that I have done for you. I will tell you 2 small pieces of advice. First, do not tarnish my reputation after my departure. Everything I created should be attributed to me alone, without a partner, and the name of the third chosen of heaven, Robin Burton, should be properly respected and worshipped among the younger generation, as it should be. Second, do not let anyone approach the space portal in the central administrative square, because it is mine. If I send someone back or forth from it, don't you dare stop him. I will not accept any excuse if you find a scratch on the portal or on anyone who uses it. All your armies and equipment must be focused on defending my space portal. These 2 are my red lines, my absolute limits. If any of you ever try to cross these red lines, you won't have to wait for the Great War in 30 years. I, Robin Burton, will bring the war to your doorsteps. Then Robin looked in front of him again and simply walked, followed by Amon and Jabba, leaving the hall in complete silence. Robin's words struck the hearts of all of them, every word from beginning to end was like an arrow to their hearts, and every word carried a message. Whether the chiefs of the giants that were described as slaves or the elders of the sect that were associated with dogs, or cutting the ties clearly, or even threatened war if his conditions were not implemented, Robin didn't hold back even a little bit. Did he just threaten us with war? Oh, this is worse than I feared. This is far worse. Fuck, what have we done? We have taken the third heavens chosen as an enemy. Damn, that gate can move entire armies in the blink of an eye while it's in the heart of the city of hope. How can we leave it there? He can invade us at any time and slit our throats while we are sleeping. Between panic and anger, everyone was thinking about something different. Some were regretting, some were trying to think of a way to stop Robin, some were thinking of a way to take advantage of the situation. Especially the senior officers and officials present on behalf of the special forces and the rune masters felt that the ground was cracking from under their feet. They knew more than anyone how important Robin was and how great the methods he gave them. Robin was the sky for them, he was their everything. Now that sky is falling over their heads. Stop him. Some of you come with me to stop him. One of the giant chiefs finally hit the table. I will stop him.
Thander finally got out of his daze and took a few steps toward the door. Hold your steps. A loud shout stopped Thander before he reached the door and drew everyone's attention to its source. You are not allowed to come near Lord Robin. Ha! Thander looked behind him slowly to see who he was talking to in this way. He found that Orson was the one speaking, then Thander shouted at him. Who the hell do you think you are? Orson gathered all his courage and shouted, I am your master, and you shall hear my orders. You! Thander almost immediately pounced on him, but other elders from the council stood in his way, nodding their eyebrows, eventually angered by this extreme outcome after being reassured many times by Thander that nothing would happen and that Robin would take it as it is and move on. They wanted to stay their hands off the emperors in the north, but none of them wanted to lose the one who gave them everything. Orson then looked around toward everyone in the hall and added, we have done enough, we've decided what's in our best interest and now we have to bear the consequences and respect the will of our savior. Whoever tries to break one of the two red lines or stop Lord Robin now must prepare for war with the human race. Chapter 349. Half an hour later, the stricken city of Jura. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Master, please do not take what just happened personally. They did not plan to betray you because you are bad or because you deserve this, but rather they are trying to do what is in their interest and the interest of their families. I mean, you have the right to be angry because they disagreed with you, but please do try to understand the situation from their point of view at least, and do not overreact. They are just trying to live the life you granted them. After Jabba's first step as he exited the gate, he spoke quickly. These words he had been suppressing in his chest since they came out of that hall and until they reached the portal in the central administrative square in the City of Hope. He did not dare to utter a word for fear that Robin would think that he was trying to prevent him from leaving or that he was taking the side of the rebels. Although he thought about his words well and carefully selected them all the way from the hall to Jura, he felt guilt as they came out of his mouth. His voice gradually decreased until it completely disappeared, and the rest of the words that he was getting ready to say seemed to be lost forever. When he heard his own words, he realized how ridiculous he was. He realized that he was trying to justify treason. It does not matter how and in what context what happened, they are subordinate, disobeying a direct command from their superior. That is it. Whether they did it for the sake of their families or their own good, or really to protect the planet, as they say, it doesn't matter. They put aside everything Robin has done for them and chose to rebel. He gave them everything and they refused to help him get revenge for his wife. They refused to even help him rescue his son. No matter how intense Robin's reaction is now, no words can calm him, not even another panic attack from Billy. Give me your orders, I will gather all the demons at once and destroy the entire northern region. We will devour every giant RIC. We will not leave a stone standing in its place until you tell us that your anger has subsided. Amon spoke in a strong tone. In the past, the demons were driven around like sheep and used by the giants to control the numbers of the other intelligent races, and they themselves and their sons were subjected to systematic killing without even knowing. Ever since that day when Robin told Amon what was really going on and gave him a spiritual sense, and when they knew what happened to their ancestors and cubs, the demons' hearts turned to an ember of fire and ice whenever the race of giants was mentioned in front of them. And the thing is, they are now not what they used to be. The demons are no longer a weak or disabled race to take this as it is and shut up about it. The only thing that prevents them from taking their revenge after gaining all the power they currently have as a race is Robin. The way the giant chiefs talk to Amon now is more than enough to start a war between the two races. Even without any reason, if Robin gives permission, the demons will happily attack the giant race, and this time it would be their personal revenge. When Jabba heard this, he almost lost his balance. Wasn't it enough for Amon what was happening now, but he wanted to make matters worse? As for Robin himself, it seemed as if he was in another world hearing their words. It had been about a minute since they spoke, but he did not utter a word to respond to them. He only looked in front of him towards a big pile of ruins. It was his old palace, the one that was built shortly before his departure, where he did not find enough time to enjoy it. It was the palace which Mila designed and supervised its construction, but it was destroyed beyond recovery in the invasion of the city. And after another minute, at last he spoke in a cold, low voice, "Do you see me angry?" Bah, bah. Jabba's heart pounded like a hammer when he heard these words in that tone. His features turned for the worse as if he had just heard the news of the death of a loved one. Then he looked next to him at Amon, who all the time seemed to have rigid features like a corpse, but even he seemed worried as well. That faint voice, a controlled breathing rate, a steady heartbeat, everything about Robin really suggests that he is not angry, he is not even a little mad. This was not normal. He just lost his chance for revenge, and he lost his only hope in rescuing his son. He lost the sect he had spent 22 years strengthening, and he lost the eastern region that was united under his name. He made an unprecedented achievement in all of history that one person could control all these lands in peace and without having to fight every other living creature on the planet. He just lost everything that has to do with Nihiri, the planet for which he left his family from the beginning, and he lost it with a stab in the back at that and not in a battle or by luck. How is it possible that he is not angry? At that moment, Jabba wanted to retract all his words and advise him to vent his anger. He finally understood what he saw. This condition was not strange to Robin. This is very similar to his condition after he heard the story of his wife's death, his condition in which he entered that mountain, and immediately after that, he declared war on 2 planets. His condition right now is dangerous, very dangerous. Even if Robin had ordered him to gather an army now to attack the sect or to assassinate a few elders to vent his anger, he would not have hesitated for a moment in execution. But to his surprise, Robin continued speaking in the same cold tone, "I am going to take a walk around to smell some fresh air. I think I need this. You both can go help Billy conquer the continent of the Flame Empire, and tell him to also slow down and reduce losses."
I no longer need the army of the demons in a couple of months, and when you are done, send me a message via the voice ring to find a place to meet, okay? Do not worry, master, I will bring you the Flame Emperor's head under your feet as soon as possible, Amon spoke quickly. No need, you and Soccer feed on him, you both deserve this, Robin replied in his calm voice. Alright, everything will be done according to your wish. Jabba and Amon looked at each other and spoke almost at the same time. Good, good. Robin muttered twice, then began to step forward slowly, very slowly as if injured. Someone with his strength and knowledge of the space path could easily have disappeared in an instant, but it took over a quarter of an hour or so for his shape to fade behind the ruins of the city. That does not look good. Finally, Jabba spoke after he lost sight of Robin. His state of mind was already bad before he went to Nihari and his only motive for moving forward was revenge. Now look at him. Is he just going to walk around and smell fresh air until we bring down the Flame Empire? Who knows how long this will take? I am starting to fear for him. You are overthinking, Master has the brightest and sharpest of minds. He can walk as much as he likes, and this continent no longer has a single person capable of threatening my master anyway, Amon replied with a raspy voice. Jabba turned back to look before him to where Robin had disappeared and muttered, oh, but there is one. Who can hurt my master on this continent? I will go kill him right now. Amon spat out, agitated. It is the master himself. Chapter 350. A few days later, somewhere west of the continent of the Flame Empire. No, it seems that I misheard something, as this cannot be true. Did you just say that Robin was betrayed on that other planet of yours, and then you guys left him alone and came here? Is that what happened? Billy yelled madly, terrifying all the officers around him. Boom. Amon looked side by side at Jabba and spoke, I told you we should follow him secretly. That was his request. What do you both want from me? You wanted me to cling to him against his will. Jabba looked side to side and in front of him at Billy and Amon several times and shouted in his own defense, you both know him well, you either listen to orders and be a friend or you disobey him and you are an enemy. He has no third choice. That's not true. When I stepped up against his decision he listened to my words and changed his mind. Billy spoke proudly and then continued, you idiots should have insisted on staying by his side, he was already in a bad vengeful mood, I can't even imagine his condition now. With all due respect Uncle Billy, if my master hadn't already been in an internal conflict over his decision, if he was really intent on killing everyone no matter what, he would have let you commit suicide and threw you to rot to the side as he went along, Jabba spoke with his eyes half closed. BFFTT. A muffled laugh escaped from Amon's mouth, but he managed to hold it in. The look of anger on Billy's face was replaced by shock as he looked at Jabba bluntly for a few moments. Well, that is probably true, but what's the point? With all due respect, if you are going to humiliate me like that afterward. Boom. Tisk, forget about it now, what is the situation here? I see you might need some help. Jabba looked behind Billy and spoke with furrowed eyebrows. You think? Billy opened his arms wide and shouted sarcastically before a pale yellow flame ball fell right behind him. Boom. KKHH. Billy got busy putting out his back and then looked behind him, his eyes falling on what appeared like two seas of yellow and white flames, and shouted, bastards, don't let the damned attacks reach the command center. Sorry boss, we'll pay attention next time. One of the demons answered in a hoarse voice. I know you, Tamaho, you red-horned bastard, don't think you will get away with your negligence just because you look like the rest. Billy pointed at him and yelled again, where is Soccer? Didn't he promise to finish conquering the continent in just 50 days? Why are you still near the ships, and at this rate, you won't reach the middle of the continent anytime soon? What is going on here? Amon spread his spiritual sense everywhere around him to try to search for Soccer and the rest of the demon kings. You'll find that sack of shit in the front, and Morin in the back. You know why? Because we are fucking trapped. It's all because of that bastard Soccer's bragging that he is going to conquer the continent in less than 2 months, and because of the damned Robin's bizarre demand, we find ourselves in this situation. Billy screamed and kicked the rocks next to him. A few demon officers even took side steps so that none of the rocks hit them. In Billy's fury, a shout came from within the city. Who the hell are you? Why are you hellish devils attacking us? What do you want from us? Shut up and just die you bastard, or I'll order the demons to fuck your corpse before they eat it. Billy looked toward the city and yelled angrily. Then he looked at Jabba. See that? We have been here for about 2 weeks already, but the imperial family didn't tell the common people what they did in the ancestral continent, nor do they tell them who we are. Most of the ones we are fighting don't even know what's going on, but they still fight anyway. Just calm down, what happened? Tell me why and how you were trapped here. Jabba asked with furrowed eyebrows. When he and Amon came upon the Draco, they found a huge battlefield in front of the walls of a large city. The battle seemed somewhat chaotic, so he just searched for Billy and went for him, but he didn't notice that there was a siege around the demon army. Who? Billy tried to calm himself and then continued, the continent is literally huge, and it definitely can compare to the size of the ancestral continent or just a little bit smaller. The problem is that the continent is filled with cities that contain a large number of elders and saints. It's not like the ancestral continent, where only 1 or 2 old farts in each kingdom are in the sagehood realm. In a war like this, we ought to wait and think of strategies to minimize losses. But because we were pressed with a short timetable, we finally decided to advance in a straight line until we reached the capital located in the northeast of the continent. After the first week, we found a few big cities and attacked them directly. The cities were heavily armed, and their walls did not fall no matter how hard we tried, but in the end, we managed to overwhelm their aerial defenses and captured them. When we asked the prisoners, in a friendly manner of course, why the cities were armed and shielded in this way although there are no wars, they said that the coastal cities are armored in this way because of the attacks of sea beasts, while the cities inside the continent are more armored because they are old, and the imperial family when they first came here wanted to protect the family from the attacks of the high-level beasts that were filling the continent, so they strengthened the defenses as much as they could, and they are still standing. Anyway, we killed all the experts who refused to surrender and captured the rest of the residences of those cities. I knew that this success was thanks to our sudden attack, and soon we would face trouble, and we did. Now every city we encounter, besides that they are basically heavily armored and armed, is fully prepared, and they have military and logistical support from everyone around them to stop us. This is in addition to that we are constantly attacked from behind because we are walking in a dangerous straight line at a fast pace and do not do anything to protect our rear. Groups of imperial forces are trying to burn the fields of grain and crops, and drain the rivers and wells in front of and behind us until we are starved. Indeed, if it were an ordinary army, we would have suffered from severe thirst and hunger by now. I think for the first time I felt happy that my soldiers are mainly cannibals. And right at this moment as you can see we are facing the two problems together, a city fully ready to defend against us to their death in the front, and a large army came stabbing us from behind. Are you saying we are losing this war? To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.